Yeah, keep having to
Here's two printed.
remove
If you
things.
wanna scribble on
Okay.
them.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
One is the OCP, the land use designations is the OCP, and that's the
That's where
zoning.
zoning is, perfect, okay, that's great. Very cool, thank you.
Just blank. Wonder here.
No, I think I can put it from this side.
Yes. Good morning. Good.
Good one, hey?
Yeah. Are there events on all succession days?
There is, yeah, it's
They're talking about it tonight.
so it's the fan festival with the PD, out just in the main thing. Did you see what they did for breakup? It's similar to
Drink all the wine that you got during Christmas?
Oh, I.
You don't have to answer
Friend.
that.
Yeah, especially,
For a lot of- I was
Let's get the
able
meeting
to,
started before questions to staff start, okay?
No, but I have
We
to
want that on the
say
record,
that
yeah.
Tamara had her birthday though, and they did really like, I did for the new calendar.
I don't know what this is.
She knows how
Are you
to
ready?
read it, and I don't.
Yeah, totally right, it's like, what are all these dots?
Parking across the street. I'm like 1.5, so I have extra.
I'll be back in like
1.5.
1 minute.
Okay.
Got an order for the grass that's on the way.
Something's changed though, I feel like just in the last, I don't know, it's all the screens, but it's,
Got some screens.
yeah, I'm gonna get those red glasses, I'm ready to commit to the red lenses. It just, yeah, well, I think it blocks out the blue light, but they have to be totally red.
Oh,
Lenses?
got it, but it's.
So do they look right?
Yeah, yeah, it's like, they're,
And this has to have.
could be the new cool, who knows, but like for now it's kinda
I
weird.
gave my charger
I
away.
have
But-
the invisible light,
So
so
I
I
don't
have
have
under.
Right, do you feel it has an effect?
I used to.
Yeah,
go for it,
actually,
so
Yeah.
yeah,
I
I
never had
that
that
before.
before.
It's kind of yellower.
Oh, okay,
But I
yeah,
used to
interesting.
have a
Yeah.
charger
Not as
and I
bright.
gave it to, I think to my son.
I have the yellow.
Right,
So what for driving at night?
oh, okay,
The yellow lenses.
yeah, it's,
Do you have
the
one?
yellow feels nice, period.
Yes, totally.
Like even on a day like today, it's easy to just walk around
Yeah.
wearing them,
Keep it
yeah.
You feel
I'd
warm?
rather.
Yeah, totally, you can fit your body into a lot of things,
Yeah.
right?
Just keep your eyes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. They have the actual from the older systems. I couldn't find no, it doesn't work on here. It doesn't fit. I know, I'm gonna get you in the back.
Okay, are we ready or? Are we ready to start the meeting at least? Are the tech problems The tech problems aren't related to
Tech problem?
the meeting, right?
No.
Wait, Heidi's going out
That's
for?
the one you want.
Okay.
She's just getting something for me.
Okay. So I'll call the meeting I'll call to order the special meeting of council on December 10th, 2025, 9:30 a.m. And we're honored to be gathered on the traditional territory of the Skohomish Nation. The focus of this morning will be to go into a workshop session. But first we need to adopt the agenda and then some minutes. So moved by Councillor Kroll to adopt the agenda, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? The motion carries. Adoption of minutes, December 2nd, 2025. Moved by Councillor Kroll, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? The motion carries. And now we will officially start our workshop. So we are preparing for second reading of our OCP and zoning bylaw, having passed first reading. Thank you for coming here in person too, Colton. I really appreciate it on the short notice as well. And the recognized need that councillors have raised to need to have a workshop and talk this out a little more, figure out where we're at and what we're going into in preparation for a public hearing. I think so. There's a lot of materials. I don't know if I think we're familiar with all the materials, if there's any need to guide us through that. And then there is a new document, right? Are there any other new documents, or is this the?
I think it's the only new document.
Okay.
And so that's just some research that we undertook to assist with understanding how many other municipalities in the province are preparing aligned OCPs and zoning bylaws.
Mm-hmm.
So there are 13 of them that we found just on the basis of a quick scan. They include the city of Williams Lake, which has basically done an identical process, very, very close, where they have 19 zones and 18 land use designations in their OCP, so they have one extra zone than they have land use designations. And then the District of Oak Bay, the District of Central Saanich, the Town of Smithers, the City of Victoria, the City of Kamloops, the Town of Princeton, District of Logan Lake, the Sunshine Coast Regional District, the District of Sechelt, the City of Burnaby, and the District of North Vancouver, and the Regional District of East Kootenay are all working through a process to align their zoning to their OCP. And we are working, just for full disclosure, with the District of North Vancouver on that process, and we did work with the District of Central Saanich on their process.
Okay. I mean, I want to be clear in the concern I brought up that I'm not concerned at all. We decided a long time ago we wanted to do an alignment of the zoning bylaw and the OCP, and that's a really strong push by this council in our strategic plan. However, having the zones identical is a whole other matter that I'm concerned about, and I don't see many of these local governments doing that. Because it does require upzoning the entire community at once, and I haven't found any. I mean, maybe Williams Lake is doing that by just what I've read here briefly, but I mean, which ones are doing that? Because I mean, I know just in some of the ones I'm familiar with, I know Oak Bay isn't doing that.
Yeah, so the City of Williams Lake is doing basically a total alignment, similar to what we've done. The District of Oak Bay is doing it for residential to meet their SSMU targets and their housing targets. So they are aligning their OCP designation for townhouses and multi-unit 1. That designation in their OCP is going to have an identical zoning designation. The City of Burnaby did almost a like-for-like OCP and zoning bylaw alignment process. And then the District of North Vancouver, who we're working with, they're currently have an OCP that is making its way through to approvals, and we're preparing the zoning bylaw to support that, but it's not been decided yet how aligned they will use the zoning tools relative to the designations in their OCP. And then the others, they all sort of fit somewhere in the middle where they've got a new OCP and they say, work to do, bring our zoning into alignment.
Yeah. I mean, SCRD is far from getting to that point, just from being there.
Yeah.
Mayor?
Yeah.
I have two questions. One, there were two zoning bylaws in the agenda. Can I use the first one? Is that okay? I tried to see if there was a difference. I couldn't really see.
One is a markup, so for the workshop section,
Okay,
it's just got marks,
Okay,
like
so-
marks up on it, and then for the reading section at the bottom, those are clean.
okay, appreciate it. And then the second question is, can you define alignment? Because I don't know if everybody perceives, but I'm perceiving something. What alignment?
I think we're talking about two different things, like, I mean, that's one of the challenges here, is that to me, as a council, when we wanted to align the two, it was, yeah, I mean, I don't know if I don't really need this blaring at me. I'll put it here. Cause it's a lot,
Another thing on the table.
yeah. No. I've got the room mics. To me, alignment has always been a lot similar to a lot of these other municipalities in making sure the policies match the regulations, and I mean, alignment is even looking at having these kind of broader categories, some of the broader categories, and trying to align with them and making sure all the different zones in town fit into those broader categories, because they don't right now. We all know that. There's a whole mishmash of zones. The OCP was done 10 years ago, and then the zoning bylaw was never brought up into date in any way to it. So, but to me, part of alignment is also it should be a process of looking at, maybe there are some parts of, I mean, there's a lot of town we just want it to stay the same, obviously, and that's reflected here, so there aren't changes there, particularly in the low density, but there are other parts that we might want to pre-zone. But I mean, pre-zoning's I've always just been told it's a really drastic measure. It's like we've talked about it in the past, of like maybe we could pre-zone some parts of town to encourage development, and then it was always kind of like, oh no, we better not do that. But here we are pre-zoning the entire town all at once, and that's, I think, it's too big of a step. And I guess what I've learned from looking at some of these other communities is the way that they're pursuing their alignment. They're doing more of a two-step process of going, like Oak Bay is doing their zoning bylaw first and putting forward some changes from their 2014 OCP. So they're aligning some things to their 2014 OCP, and that's to do pre-zoning. But then once they do that, they're gonna pass a new OCP that then represents kind of the future vision, and actually operates as an OCP, which I think we've all been accustomed to over the years, as representing the future vision of the town, rather than the present. And if we do it all at once, I don't see what the point of an OCP is in a lot of ways. They become the same thing. You have no vision for the future because your present is already the future. That's what I can't accept. Councillor Kroll.
It's been my impression from the get-go that we were trying to get the land use and the zoning bylaws. And alignment seems to become the stumbling block on all this, because in one breath you're suggesting that we're giving away the town, But having sat on the OCP for 4 years, everything we went to do here was requiring variances and putting stumbling blocks in the path of any development, whether it was a single family home, a lane house, or a 6-story building. You know, it all became this mess. We're trying to incentivize housing, we're trying to streamline the process. So I really appreciate this information that has been brought forward to us. But you seem to be the only one who's done the deep dive into what all these other communities are doing and what the pitfalls of it are. So I think most of us are sitting in a bit of a handicap situation, not knowing all the pitfalls of what you're suggesting. I would defer to staff for what they perceive to be the problems with alignment.
I don't know what the pitfalls are, to be clear. Because it's not something that I've ever seen before. It's not something that, it's the risk, I think, that, and I mean, I think the risks are, I appreciate what you're saying about variances, and I think a lot of this work of aligning the regulations and the policies are going to address that. There shouldn't be so many variances. I mean, with limiting the view protection areas, cutting down on those, making them clearer, things like that. But what I do, I'm totally uncomfortable with doing is essentially eliminating rezoning in the town. I think rezoning is a good process. I think that's a solid planning process. It's what makes the world go round in municipalities. It's if we're trying to make it so we don't have to rezone anything for 10 years, I just don't even know why we're even showing up. I see alignment as you need some space between the zoning bylaw and the OCP, so you can have rezoning processes. And I think rezoning processes are good. I think they're what we do at municipalities. So that's where I'm coming from, and I think also rezoning processes can. If you just rezone everything now, I mean, we know economic conditions and community needs can change over the years. And sometimes in rezoning processes, you can address those concerns at the time, but if we just rezone it now, we lose that opportunity. That's the big risk.
You can always go for a variance. Okay?
A variance?
Yeah, zoning, we do it all the time.
Oh, you mean an OCP amendment?
No, just you said you can't, rezoning is part of the process of government, but anybody can come in and ask to rezone something.
Sure, and then they need an OCP amendment. So if we kind of upzone the entire town to what you would have in an OCP is what we feel are kind of the maximums of what everybody accepts, sure. Somebody could go like on Sargent Road, I want high density, and apply for they can apply for a rezoning and a OCP application. I'm not sure how likely we'd be to, or any council would be to entertain that, but it's just when we're already at our maximums, you don't have anything to reasonably upzone to or rezone to.
So one interesting outcome of the new legislation is in the example that you just mentioned there, Mayor, if somebody wants to come in and do a rezoning, but it would also need an OCP amendment, that's the only process that would allow council to have a public hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're rezoning to something and the land use designation allows for it, then you aren't allowed to have that public hearing. So some of the municipalities I've worked with have identified that as a benefit that kind of gets them out of the province's wishes in terms of eliminating public hearings for rezonings that align to the OCP. So if there's a rezoning doesn't align to your OCP, now you're able to have that bigger council conversation with the public.
Right, so that would be a whole other way of like making sure even the ultimate OCP is downzoned as well, so that you have So you're encouraging OCP amendments as well. I'm not going that far though, but I appreciate that other communities are doing, I mean, that just shows that other communities are really concerned about these matters.
Yeah,
And we're kind of at a real extreme in doing like full zone to zone alignment here. And, you know, there's others that are saying, we don't even want our OCP, we still don't even want our OCP to be as high as might be practical or reasonable for people to rezone to, so there can be OCP amendments, but I'm not going that far. So that's a theoretical piece to all of this, and we can get in a little deeper to, and I guess part of it too is what I'm seeing some of these communities do is a two-step process, which I'm sure Colton's familiar with and planning's familiar with, where, and especially with Bill 44, they're doing a two-step process where you do a preliminary OCP to update the zoning bylaw to it. And then you still have this ultimate OCP that we've kind of built up through this process, and we've had a first reading, and then you pass that after. You bring this forward after, so there's still, because the law is that you can't, I mean, this is something I had to get my head around partway through this process, is that the zoning bylaw always has to match the OCP, so it's actually really tricky to do them both at the same time. And I'm not sure we totally made that clear to council at the time, because it was like a total revelation to me, especially when we were talking about this park that was civic first. I was going like, well, who cares if it's civic, because it's been civic for 15 years, more, 20 years. But it's zoned park, so you can have that difference. But the problem is, in this process where we're doing them both at once, it would have automatically become civic, because that's what the OCP was, and I know you don't agree with that, so we don't need to get into this one property, but that's what we're doing to the whole town. Like it's all gonna have to align to this new OCP. And then we won't have any more rezoning probably for a long time, unless somebody wants to do something really wild, like let's say, you know, one thing that's proposed to us is like medium density on Glassford Road, but I don't know which would require an OCP amendment. But things like that, I really don't know how reasonable they're gonna be to really put forward for any council. Councilor Andrade?
I have a question regarding comprehensive development areas. We maintain a tiny comprehensive development at the foreshore, but we eliminated Gospel Rock, which is maybe 8-10 times bigger than this area, and the Upper Gibson. So I'm having difficulty, because we took so long to create Gospel Rock, not only the plan, but with the new developer, he accepted, so we went through the whole thing. Where is this memory being? Are we just zoning, but then they can change the concept? So, and then as well for Upper Gibsons, there's a lot of study, I'm not saying we cannot change, but there was like, okay, diversity of housing and even concepts of preserving biodiversity through and habitat, animal habitat, through the greenways and through even the natural stormwater system. And I know a lot has been captured in the overall OCP, but I feel there's still particular things about these areas. And I don't understand why the area that now the George sits, it's still a comprehensive development, but these other areas are not. What is the rationale?
So with respect to both the Gospel Rock and the Upper Gibsons neighborhood area plan, what we did was transfer the key policies from those neighborhood plans into the OCP. So there are some specific policies that speak to Gospel Rock, and there's some that speak specifically to Upper Gibsons. which is why in the OCP map, we had to put in a line that shows what is Upper Gibsons and what's Lower Gibsons, so that you as a council and staff have the ability to say, oh yeah, there's that policy, it applies to Upper Gibsons. It came from Gospel Rock, or it came from the Upper Gibsons neighborhood plan. And then the zoning designations that we initially proposed were closely aligned to the CDA for Gospel Rock. So we picked the zones that were as close as possible to the CDA sub-areas, because they had multiple sub-areas. Some of them were residential, some of them were commercial. And so we've applied them to match as closely as possible their CDA zoning. And then in Upper Gibsons, the same process took place, where we looked at the designations and the zoning for the Upper Gibsons NPA, and then made our sort of closest alignment with the zoning and OCP tools that we'd created.
I just wanna follow up. I don't know how we can go about it, but I have specific things that I saw in the Gospel Rock plan that I don't really see clear and there was one mention in the OCP about Gospel Rock. That's the only thing I saw. And also the concerns with view from Lower Gibsons to Gospel Rock, because now depending on what the mediums on how high it goes, or if we allow some high density. I know in the past, the Hotel Wonder wanted to expand the hotel, it's probably up. Are we gonna have impacts, viewing impacts? Are we gonna be seeing the heights of Gospel Rock from Lower Gibson? I don't think this is desirable, my understanding, but that's another concern that I didn't see.
I think in a lot of it, you're kind of going back on re-debating the Gospel Rock neighborhood plan that happened 10 or more years ago, so I don't think we can do that.
Yeah, and just for further to that, like in the multi-unit residential development permit area, there's a provision here pertaining to Gospel Rock, and comes straight from the neighborhood plan, where it talks about concentrating the highest density in and around the neighborhood's focal point at the southwest corner of Chester and Shaw Road. So we've still got also development permit area guidelines that pertain to those areas. And then just on the issue of the heights in Gospel Rock, they really haven't changed compared to what was proposed or what's in the bylaw now, because we did that view modeling and that didn't like show any kind of big jump or change. So
Did you do for Gospel Rock?
we did it for the whole town. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see it. So do we have a cap? I'm just concerned, it would be, in my view, it would be nice to be in the OCP, because then you know that there is an impact if someone in the future wants to go higher.
So the zones in Gospel Rock are the same, so they've got the CM2 zone, the medium density, and then the RL1. So the biggest impact in Gospel Rock would be the low density, because that's where the small scale multi-unit housing applies. So the commercial is the same and the medium density is the same.
I'm talking about the future heights. I don't know how much we
Hard to
kept
know
the
what
Lower
people are-
Gibsons, right, in terms of view. So we know, every council in the future would know that this higher than that would impact the views. We don't know. Is 18 meters too high? Are we gonna be seeing the buildings in Gospel Rock from Lower Gibsons?
So the heights that we're
I can
proposing,
see Eagle View Heights from
Yeah,
Gibsons.
are-
I mean, that's life,
are the-
people live there.
Yeah,
I actually don't mind it.
the heights that are proposed today are really very, very similar to what was approved and is it matches their development rates today pretty much.
Let's move on from Gospel Rock. I feel that was decided in an election a long time ago.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah.
So say when we compare like municipalities and like the OCPs and zoning, is it really fair to compare, like every municipality to one another? I mean, Williams Lake, like the average price of a home there or land, like I looked, and it's like you can get a pretty big piece of property up there for 150 grand. So to me, that would encourage development, or would it, like, so when they're looking at their things, that's what they would be looking at. But here, I mean, how are we gonna get housing here? You know, the average house price here is over $1 million. And the lot sizes here are really small, and you're paying $1 million for a little postage stamp. I mean, it's Oak Bay might be an easier comparable, because I imagine that's pretty pricey kind of municipality. So that was just one of the things, is like, you know, it's great to plan for the future, but, you know, if you need like $5 million in the bank to move to Gibsons in the future, well then your plans change. Like you can't be expected to have that was one of my concerns. My concern is like with the medium density is that at least you get to give the people, or give someone the opportunity of like owning a home, right? So like whether or not it's like completely aligned, I don't know if I'm like, but to give somebody that looks at it an idea of, hey, I can come and develop this area into medium density, instead of being confused, and I don't know how the process and the time and the money, that's another factor now, because people can't afford to even build, right? So I don't know, and that's not gonna change. Like people aren't gonna, like, we're not gonna start reducing taxes, are we? You know, we're putting out an APP to put a pool in the ocean, right? So, or an AAP, but like, the costs aren't gonna go down. Like, this town's not gonna magically go, hey, you know what? Let's cut taxes in half. They're not gonna do that. So, and I talked to Christy about this the other day, like the taxes she pays on her house and insurance and all that stuff, it's really expensive, you know? I don't know. I think you gotta take all those, I mean, sure, it's like a colorful page and stuff, but you gotta take all those things into consideration too. That's what I'm worried about, is that, you know, you have this like fanciful idea of like, you know, that's just not a reality. You know, I think we pushed all those developers into creating all those below market rentals, and those buildings aren't gonna get built because they can't afford it.
But we don't want them to be built then.
Well, no, I just mean,
that's like,
yeah, it's just it's inaffordable, like to imagine building a rental house and you go, hey, you can only be this tall, right? You got this much land and you go, what, hold on, only 3 stories. And the guy goes, all right, well then I'm just not gonna build it. Or you go, hey, half of it has to be like below market rentals, you know? It's too expensive, you know?
Thank you. So something to keep in mind is, yes, that is an option to bring another OCP in with different land use designations to have misalignment or say a higher land use designation in the OCP. One of the risks of that process is if you zone, say, low density in an area that you want high density, somebody could buy the land and just subdivide it into low density lots, because that's what the zoning allows. So if your long-term vision is intended for medium or high density and you downzone it, some people will just build what they're allowed because they don't want to have to rezone, they don't want to have to go through a process that's not secure. So
Or
just
they have
keep,
the money, right?
if
Like
they
that's
have,
the thing, right? Like,
if they have the money, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
some developers do have the money and they wanna try because it's worth it in their pro formas, but in some cases, it's not worth it. So that's just something to keep in mind. If you misalign the zoning with the OCP, you might get a build out that wasn't envisioned or that you don't want.
Yeah, and Councillor Lumley, we did just find 13 examples, but I recognize that every one of those municipalities is taking a slightly different spin because they have to reflect their reality. So we're here today to try and figure out what's going to be the right approach for your reality and ultimately get to a place where the maps give you what you think your town needs. So we're fully here for that. And then just to Leslie Ann's point, that was a huge problem in a municipality where I worked in the past, having zoning that allowed low density residential in areas that were meant to be developed to a medium or a high density. We were trapped because it was an allowed use, even though our plan said high density here, high density here. We were trapped because the zoning was low density and you have to issue the permit, and it doesn't go to council. And so it was like we had these plans for a TOD in Edmonton around the Coliseum, and it was just not happening because our zoning
Right.
didn't push it there. So I guess to wrap that all up, it's like, I guess we have to be strategic today.
Yeah.
And sort of land on what are the land use designations that you want for the future, and then what's the comfort level for the zoning that you want beneath it for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's ultimately it, yeah, just that, being strategic about it, and I think, yeah, that's definitely a risk that, I mean, if we were to say we want something that we ultimately want in our OCP to go through a rezoning process from low density to medium density or high density, someone may come in and just say, well, I'm just gonna do low density. I can't think of if that's happened very often in Gibsons before. It's definitely happened in Roberts Creek though. Leslie Ann knows about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just say in my position in planning, I talk to a lot of people about properties where they might not have come to council because they're smaller properties or smaller scale development. And I'd say especially with the smaller lot sizes where it's not gonna generate a lot of revenue to build a big project, they are coming and asking, you know, when's the zoning gonna change? What can I do now? They're not interested in taking on a rezoning project or launching a proposal to change the town's vision. They just wanna know what they're allowed and they'll just wait for the right thing to happen.
Yeah, okay, so I wanna respond to that because, I mean, some of them might be definitely legitimately planning to do something on their property, and some of them may put a for sale sign up. Because we've seen that's been our reality in Gibsons way too often recently, is even when we go through rezoning processes, and I think through those processes actually get some of our needs addressed, such as a rental apartment building that protects tenants in one of the examples. Still, the for sale sign goes up, and there's a lot of speculation going on in fueling real estate and fueling actually the lack of development, or sometimes development. I mean, Cole Harbor's one where a lot of high rises were built, and for some economic reason, it makes sense just to leave them empty for years on end, and that almost happened in Gibsons in one case I'm aware of in the last year or two, with some offshore money, and we don't want that. I think we all know, we can all agree we don't want that. So even though, I mean, maybe we get more property tax revenue if something was actually built, but we don't want housing or buildings that aren't addressing our housing needs, and don't want some lands in town just kind of used as places for people to hold their money or investments and flip to other people to do the same thing. And I mean, that's just the reality of what's going on in the economy now, and I'm concerned that upzoning does encourage speculation and could actually cause less development rather than more, because it just incentivizes some property owners to especially when construction costs are so high, it might make more sense just to sell it would make more sense in a lot of cases just to sell the land, and now they can, because we've just upzoned it and increased the value by hundreds of thousands, if not more. So that's a concern I have in bringing the zoning bylaw up all at the same time. I know Christy wants to kind of go back and just talk about the zones too and review that. I don't know if now is a good time or if we want to talk more about this theoretical piece.
Just
For now,
one quick question, if I may. the comment about being strategic, you know, I agree with everything that, you know, if something is zoned, you know, single family residential, below the dotted line especially, and, you know, a couple things I'll mention, you know, we put, so far, I think there's only one zone that doesn't have the cap on anything over 4 stories, requires a housing agreement. So, still correct?
The RH zone doesn't have a.
You know, but all the others, anything over 4 stories requires a housing agreement, which
Yeah.
means it would have to come back to council, so we have some control. Which is, you know, it seems to be this panic about height and view. You know, to Councillor Lumley's point, you know, we see Eagle View. I can remember the day when you looked up the hill and it was all trees, now you see Ocean Mount. Like, communities change. There was a very poignant comment in the, and you know, we set into this whole process from the onset of trying to incentivize housing, the right type of housing. So the comment that I'm glomming onto is being strategic. Like, do we strangle the goose that's potentially gonna lay housing in the community? You refer to upzoning, or that we're giving the whole town away with.
I've never said that.
Well-
You keep saying giving the whole town away. I've never said
Okay,
that.
but you're suggesting that developers are just gonna flip the property when they, with this new zoning. But if it's more expensive property, anyone coming into the mix is paying more for the land, which immediately raises the cost of building anything on it. So I have a bit of a problem with that argument. If we're giving a developer or incentivizing a developer, hey, we're saying the land use is this and the zoning is this, build, please. As opposed to saying, this is the, you know, this is the land use, but you're gonna have to apply for a zoning amendment to build a rental housing unit. Statistically, any rental housing that gets built in a community helps bring down the price of all rental properties in the community because of supply and demand. You know, right now, we have an acute shortage of rental in this community. And, you know, whether the building is being built as owner units that in turn get, you know, bought for investment and rented out, that's one thing. But, you know, we haven't, other than the affordable housing units that have been built in this town, we've had no, and Venture Way, because a covenant was put on it from the get-go, we've had no new rental built in this community. 2 projects, the Shaw Road and Venture Way.
I have a way different perspective on that. I think we're doing great in terms of rentals being created in our community, because before that, we had
What's
none.
being- what's-
We had
We
like
have
very
projects on the
few
books,
from,
but none of them
yeah.
are being built.
Yeah, but those ones you mentioned, they've made an impact in our community too.
Yeah.
Venture Village and Shaw
But we
Road.
still have an acute shortage of rental.
Oh, yeah, I know. And that's why, that's a big reason why I don't wanna throw out the rezoning process, because the rezoning process is a way to get rental. I'm concerned about medium density, basically not requiring any housing agreements for those, because those are 4-story buildings, that's like Soames Place. And I think I'd like to get into this a little
Okay.
more with reviewing all the zones too, like, is medium, yeah, especially when we get into the low density too, and what that becomes. But then, you know, the 4 to 6 stories in the high density, I really feel like that should have a housing agreement attached to it too, but, or it could just be, require rezoning to it. That's another way of doing it, so one way or the other. But let's just kind of review the zones. I know Christie's got questions on. And to me, some of your questions about low density lead into
It's foundational.
medium density and high density and the difference between them. I mean, one's 4 to 6, like, they seem like they're pretty close, and yet. There's a whole range of housing now that can be in low. But I wanna make sure Christie starts this conversation. She's
Yeah.
got some.
Thank you. Yeah, it does come down to that housing definition. And I think for me, in this process, what I found challenging is that definition of low density. And when I did my research, Bill 44 is dictating how many units on a lot, but what isn't stipulated is the lot size. So when we're taking Gibsons lot sizes, which are very, very much smaller than West Vancouver, North Van, or Squamish, we're seeing that having that amount of units per hectare, we're 4, 5, 6, 7 times higher density than any of those communities. So I feel like when we refer now to low density, which the general public, even myself included, look at that low density as thinking, one residential home, which we're used to seeing, which now could be up to 4 units. Because we have such small lot sizes, if you're taking that unit to hectare, our low density is cluster housing. So we've changed in the consideration of Bill 44, we've changed the definition of what low density is, but we've still created an understanding to the general public that what any logical person's impression of what low density would be. So it sort of starts there as a foundational point for me. Low density up to high density, not really having a clear definition for what that broad range now means, because 4 units on 280 square meters is cluster. I don't define that, and I don't think the general public looks at that as low density.
So, I don't know how formal I have to be. Anyways, you want me to
Yeah.
respond
We're a
to that?
workshop, so
Yeah.
you don't.
So Councillor Thompson, I think the best way to sort of like at least picture what low density means in the context of this zoning bylaw is section 4 of that RL1 zone, where it says, to your point exactly, the maximum number of dwelling units permitted in a building is 4. On lots less than 280 square meters, it's 3. So it would either have to be clustered, like you said, it's like, could you actually fit that? It probably doesn't make sense to build that. I think what you're likely to see is the type of development I walk past in leafy streets in Vancouver, where it looks like a house, but there's 4 units in it. There's 2 to the front, and there might be 2 tucked around the side, and that's only if somebody wants that kind of property and they want that management responsibility.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can still build the 1 unit, or you can still build the 2 units. But I think that's how I think the definition looks.
Can I follow up?
Are you done?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thanks for bringing this, because I was doing the calculation myself. 280 meters square lot with 3 units is a density of 107 units per hectare. And then our bylaw says anything beyond 280, we can build 4 units. So I just did a calculation with a lot of 360 square meters. With 4 units, the density is 111, which is more. It's kind of almost high density. So one way that when I was doing my research as well, what Squamish did, they defined the size of minimum lot. So a minimum lot in Squamish can be 690. So therefore, you can only build 4 units, or if it's close to rapid transit, you can build the 6, but then the density gets to around 70 units per hectare. So I agree with what Councillor Thompson is doing, because in a way we are saying, how is it possible that low density is 50 units if you allow in the 280 3 units, 280 square meters. So my question here, and this is, please help me if I'm calculated wrong, let me know, maybe you're a man with all the numbers. But that's my calculation. So why are we having the minimum lot size as 280? I understand in a strata, this is okay because a strata would have rules. But why are we starting to incentivize these tiny lots? Because before, if there was not a legislation, we would have power to say, okay, that's what we want. But now with the legislation, we don't have any power. So I agree, so we will have a low density, and then you start cutting lots to 280 or even 360, now you can go to 4 units, and you're bringing the density twice as double as the density in low density.
I do think reducing the height, though, as we did, limits it quite a bit too, right? Like when it comes to the practical level of things actually happening.
Yeah, do you need you guys to use a microphone to turn one of them on?
Okay, well,
It's not picking up your voices.
one's good. I think.
So the 280 number, that came from the provincial guide. So when they adopted Bill 44, they put out a policy document and had recommended zones. And that's where that 280 number came from. So the recommendation was less than 280 allow 3, more than 280 allow 4, and then they had some additional recommendations. The density of 50 units per hectare, that's gonna affect larger properties, so over 1,000 square meters. So the very large properties can get significant density with a 50 dwelling unit per hectare density. So this is where if you don't want that on larger lots, if you don't wanna go up to 6 units or 8 units and that feels uncomfortable on the larger lots, we can work with that. We can tweak it. We might need to bring other zones in, but we can still work within that low density residential framework in the OCP. So the OCP talks about the land use density, the intent of this designation, and it's ground-oriented residential development. It includes single detached, semi-detached dwellings, secondary suites, garden suites, duplexes, multiplexes, and cluster housing. So it's a broad spectrum. So we can have multiple zones under that low-density residential land use designation. And if that's where the direction we're gonna go, that'd be good to know. we
I
can
have
work
something
with
to
that.
add to that concern, if I may, is that in.
I've got this one on.
Okay, thanks. That in, the way I see it in Gibsons, that the smaller lot sizes actually could have the effect of encouraging a more suitable or a more traditional housing form in Gibsons. So if someone subdivides or has smaller lots, they're gonna be constrained by the height and the setbacks and so on to creating bungalow style developments effectively. Or more, or closer to that. If we create larger lots, they have more opportunity to build larger buildings. So it's a bit of a toss-up. It allows density, but what's feasible is another question on those smaller lots. They may not be able to fit in a reasonable 4 units on those small lots.
Okay.
Yeah. I think to represent true low density, I'm leaning towards that of having that split of 2 so that we can have that opportunity based on those lot sizes. Because I can't get my head around cluster housing representing low density. So if there was a divide there, I think that would be more relatable.
A transition zone?
A low density 1, low density 2, based on that lot size.
How many lots are we talking about? Like, yeah, I mean, you look at the map and you go, huh.
So the larger lots could have more density. So if you look at Park Road, Woodsworth,
Mhm.
so they would meet zoning. So that's a cluster development. They've got duplexes, they might have a triplex, I don't remember. But that's a cluster housing and that's basically 15 units per hectare. But their lots larger, they've got a larger lot. Eagle View is significant, so that's more density. I haven't calculated it. I can calculate the density on that
I actually
side.
think when we developed this zone, we based it on the calculation of Eagle View to see
Okay,
if you could do it.
Mm.
See if it would fit into the height and see if it would fit for the density.
right.
Yeah.
So there's cluster, that's cluster style.
Mhm.
Their lot coverage is 50%. So it's the same as a residential lot. They had to have that open space and they had to cluster the housing. 8.5 meters, or theirs are 8 meters in height. So that's an idea for what you can get on a very large lot. So, or they could have subdivided. Under the new zoning, they would be able to subdivide. So,
And I think that's the issue I'm trying to understand. Why are we incentivizing lots of 280? Unless it's in the strata, and I think the strata would have rules, right? But I think my concern is we have issues with impervious surface here. Look at the amount of rain we are getting. So we need to maintain reasonable lot coverage that is not necessarily the entire town, 80%. And if we do small lots and someone wants to build 3 homes, I don't know, but like I said, the density goes to over 100 units per hectare. So what is the rationale to incentivize? Just because the province said, but giving our context, what's the rationale for doing that?
The rationale was really around flexibility, so that property owner would have multiple options. They didn't have to just do one type of housing. So instead of being forced to do a side-by-side duplex in one zone and a up-down duplex in another, or only a single detached house, we proposed a zone that gives them a little bit of flexibility where they could, if they assembled a site, do what's being done in Eagle View, or they could look at their site and say, wow, I've got a really constrained site. It's on a slope, my driveway's below the road, I still probably not going to be able to have enough parking to max out this site. So the zone is flexible enough to say, oh, okay, I could probably only put 2 units in here because of the way this site is sloped and because I can only provide the 2 parking stalls. So it's to avoid having constant rezonings to custom zones, to needing CD zones or CDAs, as you call them here at Gibsons. That was the rationale.
I mean, I agree particularly with one element you're raising, Christy, and that's like I have a hard time getting my head around, and I think the public probably in a lot of this input we've received, I expect if we kind of took the residents' assembly around and said and pointed at Maplewood, the top of Park Road, or pointed at Georgia Mirage and said, do you think this is low density or medium density or high density? They'd all say medium density, like everybody. I just feel like that's and a lot of the input we've been receiving is kind of based on those norms and assumptions that we all have in town. So it is, to me, it's a kind of a stretch to go, okay, well, now Georgia Mirage is the same as a single family house, they're all the same zone. Or Maplewood, or I mean, Sherwood Grove is showing up here is on Park is medium, but I think that's just the rezoning. I think probably the way it is currently would that be low density as well?
I'd have to calculate
Yeah,
it.
maybe.
It's not easy because it's strata.
I mean, they're townhouses.
Yeah,
They're-
so we have to add all those little lots on to calculate the density.
Right, yeah.
But I can give you the density on the property above it. So if you look at this property, it looks like
Right.
it's about the same size.
Mm-hmm.
So I can give you the different unit counts for low, medium, and high. So it's 1.9 hectares. So at 50 units per hectare, it's 95 units.
95 units, this would be, sorry, for medium or
This one would be for low.
low? Wow.
That's-
Yeah,
And then
that's the low.
for medium is 75.
That's 95 units. Too low.
So medium is
Sorry.
70.
That's the coverage.
Oh,
Oh,
100?
100
Um,
could be increased with a housing agreement.
okay, 1.9 times 100 is 190 units
190 units.
Yeah.
For medium, which is what we've got zoned
for
at,
medium, yeah.
or, yeah, that would,
And
it would just be
then-
rezoned to that.
Yeah, and then high density is 150 units per hectare. So 1.9 times 150 is 285. And so if you look at the size of that lot, so what we did is some comparisons on what has council previously approved. So we looked at 1057 Gibsons Way. And that one had 172, do you remember?
And it had a housing agreement.
172 units on that lot, so it's
Mhm.
significantly smaller. Or if you look at 835 Gibsons Way, which is on the corner of Farnham and Gibsons Way, that was 81 units, and that's significantly smaller.
Mhm.
Or 718 North Road was 124 units,
So,
and that's significantly smaller.
Sorry, the
Yeah.
proposed zoning would allow less, is what you're saying by smaller.
The proposed zoning, the new zoning would allow a lot less density than what was previously approved.
I can believe that, but I mean, I wanna address that right away, because all three of those applications that came to us were applicants who said, we wanna help you address your housing needs. We're gonna do CMHC, I mean, we're gonna do rentals, we're gonna do a housing agreement. We're gonna offer other things like a daycare, and we negotiated all that. Now with anything that's medium density or high density, we're just saying, do whatever you want. There's no negotiation anymore, there's no rezoning process, so I feel like those are complete, I accept that was your rationale, that this is what council ought to approve, but I feel like these are two completely different, like one was under rezoning where we negotiated. Or even we didn't have to negotiate much with 1057, they came in and said, what do you want? And
718 came with a pretty good package as well.
yeah, and there was a little bit more, there wasn't a lot of back and forth there either, they just came and said, this is gonna address your housing needs. And we said, great, like, and we'll allow you to have a lot more density than we would normally approve, because we want those rentals. But there's no conditions like that anymore, if we just allow, say, this property to go, your medium density, go do what you want, build market if you want. Don't need rentals.
So what you could do, to secure rentals is have a base density and then have a bonus density with a housing agreement. So you could lower the density, keep that same building form. So you could have, 10 units, throwing a number out there. But you can have up to X dwelling units per hectare, so wherever you wanna sit with a housing agreement. So you can still, you can stay within that building form, stay within that land use designation, but have different criteria.
So, what I'm hearing is we put a housing agreement on number of units per hectare within a zone. And we already have a height housing agreement restriction on these zones as well.
Yeah, so
So it's a double whammy for anyone who wants to build a higher higher height or higher density on the land.
Which is great, because we can
What's the
negotiate.
height one? That's the,
Well, anything over 4 stories requires a housing agreement.
In the commercial zone only
Is
currently.
that,
yeah,
Oh,
no, that's
only in
not,
the
we don't
commercial.
actually have that, that's the council.
And-
So,
okay.
you've had a motion for that, but then you withdrew
Yeah,
it,
no,
I think.
no,
at
the
that
the
meeting.
motion for the RM2 passed, right? That the RM2
Mm.
will not go over 4 stories.
I'm confused now, because to my earlier question, I thought we had that height.
That came out.
So in this one, the markup is the height bonus came out, but the density bonus stayed in.
Okay.
The motion was,
Pieces.
That was in the RM2, so that's the yellow on the
Right.
map.
Yeah.
Before we had the height bonus and then at the last meeting.
so can I read the motion we passed? For the RM2?
You have it.
It's out.
Yeah, that the larger building setbacks be applied in the RM2 zones where a building on RL zone, residential zone, and that the building height increased to 20 with a housing agreement be removed from the RM2 zone.
Okay.
But I mean, we can always pass a new zone if, whatever, but. Mayor, one question that it is stated in our housing needs assessment report, in our community assessment report, and even during the ADP, we had one member that talked about the cost of townhomes being the best, the cheapest one to build nowadays. We also know that families want that. Hopefully this would fit in this transition zone, because I think it will be a nice transition from lower residential, and then you'll have a 3-story, and then you can have the 4-story.
Mhm, yeah, that came up heavily at the ADP and I feel like, I think council was coming from the right place, especially when we heard a lot of public concerns about, was it the former
It used to be RL2.
The former RL2? Yes, thank you. I was gonna say the former RL2, thanks for confirming it with me. The former RL2 allowed 3 stories, and that would have been perfect for these 3-story townhomes, but I think council said we actually wouldn't want those in like residential neighborhoods and lower Gibsons especially. So, and I think that's a fair, valid position that we took. But I think we ended up, it's not gone yet, but, and we could always bring it back, but we ended up kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, because this zone that you're talking about would be that previous zone. Maybe it was just in the wrong place.
Yeah, or,
Um,
so you could bring it back into your bylaw, and whether or not you actually put it on the map in a sparing, in a couple of strategic locations, or you just leave it in your zoning bylaw, don't zone anything with it. You can let applicants decide if they want to select that for a rezoning.
And then they could rezone, and they'd also need to do an OCP amendment in order to do that, which council, isn't the end of the world. It would be, if there's an OCP amendment, there'd be a public hearing.
They might not need to do an OCP amendment depending on where it's applied. So if it's still in the yellow, that RL2 is still a low density zone.
Because it's in the yellow in the OCP.
Yeah.
Depends how we word the depends how we word the low density designation for the OCP.
It should fit because we.
Currently it would fit.
Just for clarification, with respect to what Councillor Andretti was saying regarding townhouses, the ADP, with the loss of the 11-meter zone, it removes the tool for 3-story townhouses, which perform best financially.
Yeah.
And that was in the context of being able to build 3-story townhouses as opposed to only 2-story townhouses.
Yeah,
So-
but we,
That's what we're talking about, when I say the former RM2, I'm talking about the 11-meter ones that we threw out, so all that conversation was about maybe we can bring it back.
The implication I was getting from what Councillor D'Andretti said was that townhouses were the best form of residential
cheapest.
accommodation.
Cheapest.
That's what, isn't that what you just said about the ADP? What's your take on what you heard there?
What they said was with the loss of the 11-meter zone, it removes the ability for 3-story townhomes to be built, which perform best financially.
Yes, okay.
That's in the context of townhomes, not in the context of all forms of housing.
Are those townhomes that Dave built on Gibsons Way, are those 3-story?
Yeah.
Are they?
On the low side, right? Like on the, when you look at them, when you're driving up Gibson's Way, they're 3 stories on the low side, and when, I guess there's 3 in the back too. Go to the very back of the lot, those are.
Oh, yeah.
To go back to what Colton was talking about, I'd like to explore more the wording that we're talking about for the low density. My, you know, where I'm coming from is you have an individual that buys low density, they look around, they see a residential area. And eliminating that risk and understanding of what low density, you know, any person has a basic understanding of what that means. They buy on this street, they believe they're in a low-density residential neighborhood, and nobody looks past the potential of a risk that there could be cluster housing built on a spot that isn't fitting in that neighborhood. That's what I'm driving at.
Okay, so, I mean, one way to handle it would be to take out 4.3, which is the one that allows cluster housing, essentially, if you have a big enough site. It will still give people the flexibility of building 1, 2, or 3 units if they're a small lot, and up to 4 if they're a big lot, but no more than 4, if we take that provision out.
I'm understanding, is it the name of the, calling it low density that is the concern? Like it should be a smooth zone, for example, rather than called low density?
Well, I don't feel like calling something low density that could end up having cluster housing of, you know, it gives that very different impression of what, you know, when we're looking at, you know, just a land use designation map of what that implies. I don't feel like the implication of what can be built there.
Yeah, people don't
Fits.
see it in their mind.
No.
I hear what you're saying. That type of development, I guess the question then is, if we take it out of this zone, would we like to put it in a different zone?
I think that's a consideration, yeah, of where that already exists, and so it's not a shock to that established neighborhood, that it would be a fit based on its surroundings, you know? Like they say, good architects don't just build for the lot, they build for the street, and
And this is understanding that we have a minimum in the legislation of 4 per lot permitted though.
right, there's no getting around.
Yeah.
No getting away from that.
Yeah, cause that guy asked for 5, remember, on Gibson's Way, 565. And it was council voted against it, but he could've just went in and built 4, right? You know, the 565 Gibson's Way? He
Yes.
asked for a variance for 5 units instead of 4, he could have just built 4 without even,
In certain forms, yeah.
yeah.
Now, I guess the question, just to help us have clarity, is if we take this out and put it in a zone that's called a cluster housing zone, does it fit within the same zone that allows townhomes, or do we need a townhome zone and a cluster housing zone?
I think they should be in the same.
I think, just to clarify,
It's a good
we chose, well, council voted on the low residential zone not to go more than 8.5 meters for a reason. So anything beyond, I don't wanna go back, I don't know, there was conversation right now that maybe I would like to have a different zone, and we can have two medium density zones, right? One for townhouse clusters, cluster homes and stuff, and that was the initial plan for the Upper Gibsons neighborhood. And that's why I get nervous, because there was a whole plan in terms, they even have a table with the percentage of what it was for each, and I mean, nothing's carved in stone, but it gives us an idea. And I know we evolve over time, but at the same time, we have kind of same needs. And if townhomes and cluster homes are probably the most financial viable to build, and people come here, families, because they want. And even in the townhome, some people can do in a way that they have a suite, a small suite that they can rent as a studio. So this, right? I think you can do that. Is it permitted in a townhome?
Sorry, what is
To have a, like a
Walk-off suite.
granny suite?
Yeah, we've changed the bylaws, so now you just have a density count. So if you are allowed 4 units, you can make one of the units a secondary suite
Yeah.
or an individual unit, like a strata unit. So there's just more
Counts as-
flexibility.
Right, and it counts as the unit.
It counts as a unit.
And so with the concept of a cluster home and townhome zone, is the feeling that we would put it in the zoning bylaw, but we wouldn't map it on the zoning map? Or are there places where you feel that it gets mapped?
I think we want to encourage this housing. I mean, that was the idea before, but it was just in different parts.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm wondering if, and this might be a bit off in considering the numbers of density, but if kind of 3 stories became our norm, and I know Councillor Andrade brought this before, in medium density, but then we would look at a housing, and there was an idea of a housing agreement could boost it higher to 6 stories or something like that. Was
No,
it?
before
Or
it was
5?
4, yeah. No, it was 6.
Before, and we took that out, yeah.
It was
But
4
what
to
if it were
6.
if somebody wanted to do like apartment buildings that were 4 stories as medium density, that would still require a housing agreement. Like we could have a housing agreement, like Soames Place. Like Soames would be a classic medium density building now, right? Because it's 4 stories, and it wasn't that long ago that was our highest building in Gibsons.
I mean, it's mixed use, so that they're
Right,
different because it's not
it is commercial, yeah. But still, when we look at height, and it had a housing agreement, but it was a weak one. But still, I think that's the kind of, it's still a pretty significant build and
And we will
Gibson
deal with
scale.
setbacks as well. If they are adjacent to low residential, we can look at all that.
Thank you, Mayor Wade. So what I'm hearing is that in the zoning bylaw, we would retain the medium-density residential for both the lower village and the separate category for upper village. But in the land use designation, we'd keep this medium-density residential. But in the zoning, it would be broken into 2, depending on what you wanted to build, either townhomes or cluster.
Not sure we've gotten that far yet, but I appreciate you're going that far.
That seems to be, so we keep the land use the same, but in the zoning, there's option A or B, depending on what you want to build, and they in turn have the restrictions applied.
I think you're way ahead of me anyway. Chris,
Well, in answer to Colton's question, I do like the idea of having it mapped. And that then would be the clearer definition of, am I correct? And then the zoning would pertain to that map outline of where we're talking about where it would fit.
To Councillor Thompson's question, so what I was suggesting that in the land use designations, we retain the medium density residential, but in the zoning, the medium density residential has sort of RM1A, RM1B. And so if you were building townhomes, you would follow one zoning agreement. If you were building cluster, it would apply to the other. And then the various restrictions, and if you needed bonusing, then you'd have to do whatever you had to do. But I would appreciate,
Yeah, if you wanna build like a mid-rise, at least by our kind of scale these days, of like 4-story condos or apartments, then that would be a housing agreement.
So I'm hearing a height bonus in the medium density zone from
But the
3 to 4
foundation of
stories.
the medium density would be like 3 stories to encourage these condos and.
But we're also talking about expanding medium density then.
Or
Am I right?
expanding townhouse permission.
Expanding, yeah, so if, say we had a new zone and so what we're gonna have to do, I think it's good to focus the conversation on the zoning bylaw because we're gonna have to make changes to the
Sure,
OCP to
Yeah,
match the
yeah, that
zoning.
helps me too.
So right now we've got, all this yellow is low density, but what we could do is choose some properties that council feels comfortable allowing townhouses and cluster housing. We can call that, we can zone it for that and then we can place it into, make it match the OCP. So right now, the difference between low and medium density in the OCP, low density is ground oriented, focuses on being ground oriented, so you can do cluster. So if you had 4 units, say you could do a duplex and 2 garden suites in a cluster on smaller lots, so
8.5 max.
8.5 max, yeah, so that's small, that's Bill 44 essentially. But it doesn't allow townhouses. Medium density allows townhouses and it allows a higher density. So we could maybe call it a medium density zone. We took out the stories because that was the legal advice, so we can make it 3 stories, have a housing agreement or a bonus height, and play with it on the map that way. We just need to figure out where you, like where on the map. We can scribble on maps now if you want.
It helps me to look at real life examples, because that's kind of my reference, but, so here's a question that might help guide us is Marina Place down here is RM1. Georgia Mirage is RL1. And when I go to those, they like seem the same to me. I mean, except same kind of thing, right? Like there's some kind of housing.
Do we know how many units are in those buildings in Georgia Mirage?
That I don't know, but I mean, I just, for guidance here, I think trying to get those in more alignment would make more sense to.
I think what we did here is
Community feel.
Georgia
community
Mirage
and-
is
Yeah.
very, is a huge property with a very low density. So that's what happened there, that's why it's placed in the low
Because
density.
it's so huge,
Yeah, whereas Lower Gibsons, what is that one called again?
Marina Place.
That one's got a bit more density,
Mhm.
and I think they're both strated.
yes, there.
Yeah, so they're probably not gonna change. That's the other thing, is the strata units are pretty secure, they're probably not gonna change.
Yeah, I'm looking at it as kind of a guide for future development in other places too. It's like just looking at these two and what we might want to accomplish with medium density is developments closer to that. So which could be 3 stories too, right? Like that's what we're trying to.
So we could bring back a zone that allows townhouses, cluster housing, make it 3 stories. Just wondering what our RM1 zone, that might be the zone, we could just reduce the density. So those residential, limited to townhouses and apartments, maybe we have cluster two.
But we need higher height.
Well, the height is 10 meters, so that's 3 stories. We could just have,
You're right.
and just reduce the density on this zone. So we've got the building form that's medium density.
Yeah.
We've got the height at 3 stories. But then what we would do is have a lower unit count.
Yeah, like 190 units seems
We could
pretty
get
high. It's
50.
something we would just give with no
Yeah, we can
No,
make it 50
housing agreement, yeah.
if you want, or less than that.
We'd have to look at viability for townhouses probably on small lots.
What would the setbacks be? I'm considerate of the setbacks because they would be in sort of more of that low residential, so I think that would be an important consideration.
Okay, let's compare them. So RL1 has a 5 meter front. RM1 has a Lower Gibsons, yeah, I'm looking at the Lower Gibsons one. Has a 3 meter setback, so we could apply the low density setbacks if you
Right.
want.
If that, yeah,
So the difference, the main difference looks like the front setback is reduced for medium density from 5 to 3. The side yards are still 1.5. The rear is, so without a lane, it's 3.5, with a lane, it's 1.5.
right, okay.
So we could do that same.
What would be the lot coverage?
So for low density is 50%, for medium density is 65. But we can still,
Not bad.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, that might work.
so I'm just gonna take notes on this.
Yeah, we'll need to, if this is, if there's interest in the meeting, we'll have to pass motions to direct you on this.
Yeah, I just have to write the notes
Think
so we
about
can know.
what will appropriately direct you.
Okay.
I'm thinking flexibility in the density to test some examples would be helpful probably to make sure we're not constraining town
Yeah.
development.
But I think we've got to understand, so as long as we pass a fairly, general motion that gives you some flexibility to figure out
Yeah.
what achieves the will of what we're talking about here.
Right, so that would be a consideration if maybe lot coverage might have to be reconsidered.
Not lot
Or-
coverage so much, I think that one's easy to keep the pattern of the neighborhood, but the actual density of units on the lot, because they are squished together, it might sound higher, but be townhouses.
Yeah, great, great.
So maybe can I bring one concern in general, because we are allowing height, so when, for example, a mixed-use commercial, if it faces a medium density, we talk about having buffer zones, which is a little bit, it has to do with the setbacks, and can we do a general, like, rule that anything abutting a low density or, because again, this problem with having a 6-story building close even to a 3-story townhomes will impact, so if we can have a general rule that,
We've had, in our existing zoning bylaw, there's some zones that have a clause for the setback saying if you abut a residential zone, the setback is equal to that required on the residential property adjacent to it. So that's an option.
but can we have something even a little bit more that, and the developer or will work to, whether sometimes it's the position or the orientation or something.
That would be the
Trees.
form and character would come into play there,
Oh,
because that all
okay.
gets considered in the form
Okay,
and
but if
character.
this can be noted as a general rule,
Not
if
in the
any-
zoning bylaw, but in the
No,
form and
okay, I
character.
get it, but as a general rule, so we don't have to go through.
And that's in, I think that is built into
It
our
is,
form and
okay.
character designations, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm curious, Councillor Andrade, when you brought this concern up a lot, so like, and I was driving down Shaw Road the other day, and I mean, what do you think when you drive down Shaw Road and you see 4 stories of affordable housing? And then on the other side of the road, there's single family homes.
Single story.
Yeah, single story even, yeah.
Well, but then you have
I look at that and nobody complained about that.
no, but you
one's
have,
ever
you
complained
have the
about that.
street, right?
Yeah,
So
then
you
there's
have
the
a,
street, yeah.
yeah, I think the neighbors, the adjacent neighbors are the issue, not the, when you have the street, you have whatever is the street, 6 meters or stuff, plus the sidewalks.
There's affordable housing next door to Country Village, which is a
know.
single story townhome.
Right.
I know.
So
And then-
that's what she's saying she's concerned about, yeah.
And there has been, and we've done something, I remember, we've done something when we brought the supportive housing in the way, whether the windows and the orientation a
That's
little
3
bit.
stories, yeah.
So it's just consideration, because suddenly you're there and you have,
Just a point of clarification for us as we're working on this, change to the zone. Councillor Thompson, what was your preference on the setback for townhomes? Was it that you were looking for a 5-meter setback for townhomes, or were you okay with the 3-meter front setback that's in the RM zone right now?
I like the idea that it would match the current density of where it was landing. So when we were talking about that being, because weren't we talking about it, so now it's gonna fall into RM1? Right, so then I feel like that distinction is okay to change because it's not sitting in the RL.
Okay, so you're okay
Zone.
with it at the
3 meter.
RM setback of 3 meters?
I am,
Okay,
that's,
okay,
that's-
that's great.
Thank you.
and I think, in light of the fact that we've all agreed that that's a good housing need, being able to create an environment that it would give the opportunity to build more efficiently.
Absolutely.
Just because I can, I'll throw a red herring in here, is
Thanks.
it should interface with the active transportation plan, because where you're trying to create active transportation, you need bigger, you need, you want wider sidewalks or bike lanes, and if you've got 3 meters from the property line, it could be problematic. So I think you might need to put a caveat in there that there might need to be something slightly different where there were active transportation routes.
Active transportation routes are usually placed in the public right of way, so it's not, town isn't, I don't think, expropriating to build active transportation.
But for example, when we were looking at the Irwin property, the original proposal, because there was a variance, we got in the agreement, we got land for sidewalks and the bike lanes. And then when the developer decided to go without the height, which would trigger the variance, we lost the, I think it was 3 meters for sidewalks and bike lanes, so.
And another good example of actually where the variance process helped there, or could have helped, but rezoning could.
Well, and it was, but it
yeah.
was a variance triggered by height.
Yeah.
Right, which we still could maintain.
When council passes the delegation of authority by law, part of that is appointing a servicing officer. And that servicing officer can take road dedication at building permit stage to connect active transportation routes and put in bus stops or make road improvements to a limit, but that's part of I think it was Bill 16 that gave that authority. That was one of the things that came along with Bill 44.
Thank you.
So a clarification. So the housing agreement, I'm going back to the RM zone, the medium. So if they can do townhouse or cluster, but if they want to do apartment, for example, 4-story, they have to come back to council. It won't trigger a public hearing, but they have to, or the officer or the planning, director of planning would have the discretionary power. No, it will come back to council.
No, those are two different things. I think what
Yeah.
you were saying first is what we're
Okay.
looking at, yeah.
And then just the other negotiation, like whatever, if we want, it will also, everything will come back.
Who's asking for this?
Ask a variance, for example, is it part of the negotiation?
Sure, yeah, I mean, if they want a variance of like a whole story like happened recently, but those will probably won't happen very much anymore. Because we're trying to address that in this whole exercise.
So it depends on, so I guess the answer is it depends on how you write the zone. If you want to do this new, I'll call it a new RM zone, medium density residential, what I've got written down here is it allows townhouses, cluster housing. It doesn't have to allow apartments. It can allow apartments. But it's 3 stories. It's got the medium density residential setbacks. I've got 50 dwelling units per hectare in here. Now you can add density, so you could add into the zone a bonus density. To say if you want to go up to 100 or 75 dwelling units per hectare, it can be subject to a housing agreement. Or you can just put nothing in it, and if they want to change their zone, they could come and apply and rezone and take a different zone that's in the bylaw. So there's a few different
I
ways
like
to do
having,
it.
because then anyone that reads, they understand that they can do if they produce more, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, what we're gonna have to do is make sure our zones are different. We don't want them to all look the same. So we're gonna have to massage the zones to make them separate so that if somebody does want to rezone, they could rezone into one of the zones that are here. So the way we write the density bonus would probably be just under the next level up of density.
That's great. I think I'd like to have it within the zone, as that's where,
So do you want a density bonus in?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, for housing agreement.
Can we have a biological break? It has been 1
Sure,
hour and a
yeah.
half.
You got one more?
I was just gonna say, if we have a housing agreement within the zone, because otherwise if they apply for rezoning, then the land use map is gonna turn into a patchwork quilt again, and you're gonna have, you know, a red blotch in the middle of a yellow zone, which, that's sort of what I'm hearing.
A little bit. I mean, yeah, like, we've got that for Marina Place as it is.
Yeah.
But then you would have it up here for some of these other townhouses as well.
Well, you know, Georgia Mirage is not likely gonna change.
I would hope it does. I guess we'll see.
Demolished.
It's just,
I think we
Slow down.
understand it's 10 meters.
Okay.
The height.
Just clear, we're just working through this. Right now, the building height is 10 meters, which is 3 stories. Do you want to add a bonus height with that as well? Or do you want to just leave that out? Maintain that.
that's what we're talking about.
But
Well, we
isn't,
talked about a density bonus, so you can
Yeah.
add more units and keep
okay.
the height low.
Yeah.
but then you're exceeding the land use
Is this in the
coverage.
currently orange?
Not
area?
necessarily, you can have smaller
This
units
is
or
the
you
new
can.
zone.
This is the new orange, and we've already said orange as being 4 stories, so this would mean that if you actually want the 4 stories, you need a housing agreement.
Mhm.
In this new zone, yeah, we're trying to, I guess, understand if there's a bonus height for a housing agreement.
Yes, okay. And what is that height? 4 stories?
Yeah, up to 4.
Because it needs to be different from high density, I think. That's been a confusing aspect of this too, is like when that previous version of medium density allowed like bonusing for if you went to 4 to 6, and you're kind of talking about the same thing as
Yeah.
high anyway,
High,
so
yeah.
that was hard. So I think now we're trying to have better delineation.
Can we use that as an open to after our break, that we can talk about that comparison from RM to RH?
We're gonna go to high after the break.
That's
Yes,
what I'm saying,
I
to
think
RH.
I just wanna close that medium. Are we there?
I'm not 100% ready to close on the medium conversation. I'd like to know how we're talking about when we go into RH, just what those differentiations are.
Yeah, well, let's
Yeah.
talk about H next and maybe
Great.
it'll
Perfect, thank you.
goes back.
Where it's gonna go, or do you want us to figure it out? Do you want some direction?
Whether we're doing an additional zone or changing the
So
existing.
creating a new zone.
Additional?
Yeah.
Or changing?
A new-
Okay, I don't know if that, I'm hearing.
Yeah, I
different
don't know
things.
if we're
Talking
quite
about
figured that out yet.
We'll work
It's
through it.
a new zone in the zoning bylaw, it's not a new,
Okay,
Land
there's
use
3 different
designation.
ideas.
Yeah, that's a third idea. I mean, Colton said that's a possibility, but I don't think we all
okay.
agreed to that.
Okay, we should talk about this.
Yeah.
We'll also have to figure out how it's different. And to figure out where it's gonna go. We can make up zones, but.
I like
Did you
just
look at that
having one
email I
medium
sent you?
zone personally, but I mean,
Oh,
also
okay.
I don't really
Oh,
get the,
interesting.
Did we talk
That's
about
what I've
that?
been
So you're talking about
the
replacing
numbers
it.
and the two vegetarians?
Oh, okay.
but also it,
Oh, yeah.
being
I
expanded
thought I
to
had
some of the lower,
Connor's email, cause I was gonna copy him on
some of
it.
those lower density ones
And-
Christie's concerned about that don't seem much different from medium density.
Right.
Does he have a weird spelling of Connor?
Well, his first name is James,
Oh, maybe
so
that-
it's J Connor Lowe. So
Okay,
J
that's
dot
why it
Connor
wasn't.
dot Lowe at Gmail, yeah.
That's why it wasn't coming up.
Yeah, yeah, you're typing in Connor and you would never get it.
So you forwarded it to him.
Okay.
even going along Gibson's Way, I always get. There's the Longman development, it's the bigger one in the middle. It's which one's that one called?
The lanes,
The Lanes.
that's where they were born.
So they've got a mix of single families, duplexes, and triplexes.
But overall,
Be careful,
allowed-
be careful, don't put the water much of it, because it otherwise,
They've
no,
got
no, you
very
can
much-
put here, no, put here, just be aware.
but overall,
But he
it
can
has-
keep that well.
and it's got some three-story buildings even at the top.
It cannot be checked.
It seems like it should be,
That's fine, as long as you be aware.
it would make sense
I'm
to
not
me
aware.
and
Oh,
probably
doesn't
most
have a
people
lead?
around that
That's
would call that medium density. But it's showing up as low here. So can we amalgamate some of those
This is the
into medium? And then also, so this is the question I think is still unresolved, is in that same zone, can we allow like 4-story buildings with housing units?
That's where I think we have two options, where we could make changes to the existing orange medium density areas. And then also add a second new zone that allows townhouses, but not, but not the full scope of like apartment buildings, like in the rest of the medium zone. Or we can change the whole zone and rejig it to apply where we want to see that.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it could work as one zone. The foundational kind of build there would be the townhouse, the townhouses that can go up to 3 stories, but if the property owner wanted to do 4-story apartments, they could with a housing agreement.
Are you still talking about the M2, the medium, okay.
That can work technically, I think it's a question of what's wanted.
Don't know if I completely understand you, so overall, what you're asking, yes, we can make that work. How it applies to the existing medium density is something I'm
That's
not
what I'm
sure.
talking about.
That's what you're asking. Yeah, so
Just make change the existing medium density, so it can also apply to these townhouses.
like the ones on, are you talking about the ones on School Road down here? Like what medium density
Oh, right,
areas are
well,
you
there's 2
talking
medium
about?
densities too,
Yeah,
that's,
so you're looking at the
I
zoning.
wonder if we could maybe put them together.
So this
Just-
medium,
What's the difference again?
the difference
So
is the
lower-
building height.
Yeah,
3 stories down.
Right.
Yeah.
That's key.
That is capped, it cannot
Yeah.
change.
Well, if we,
I think they can be amalgamated and we just like 3 stories. Bring in townhouses to it, like bring in the former RM2, which might, but also keep you can zone up to 4 stories with a housing agreement and build mid-rise apartment buildings that have rentals in them.
In Lower Gibsons also.
so that
That's
was,
what
Because it's below the
That's a good
dotted
question,
line.
yeah,
Well,
yeah,
that's-
that would be a,
That changed a little bit what we were talking about.
yeah, maybe we would still need to keep the
In Lower Gibson?
The lower
the lower
Gibsons.
Gibsons
I think-
differential, so
yeah.
that you can't zone up, yeah.
yeah,
So
But why are we now putting this room in lower density?
are we not doing what?
Oh, I'm a little bit confused where we are going, because I understood that this would apply to what is currently orange. But now the mayor is saying, no, this could apply on the yellow areas as well.
No,
Oh, no?
I'm saying that some yellow areas, I mean, so look,
For 3 stories, he's saying maybe
Sure.
4, but
Yeah.
he just said no.
I mean,
Okay, yeah, because
This is, so I can share my
yeah,
map.
you've got some key
It's
ones
a
there, you've got
scribble.
some of the yellow
Um,
ones are circled, right?
So what I was
Georgia
under,
Mirage,
what I was understanding, what I did is I circled a bunch of the cluster and townhouse developments in Gibson, so it does include some of the yellow. But there's lower Gibsons, there's upper Gibsons. What I was doing is pulling these all out and saying we can create a new cluster townhouse cluster zone. But the way it's written right now, it's got a 10 meter, 3 stories with a bonus height to 4 stories. So this is where you still might wanna have differentiation between lower and upper to keep the lower heights. So right now, the lower medium density
It's 3 stories, right?
is 3 stories, and then upper is
You wanna keep
4.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we can,
But then you mean this area that is Upper Gibsons, this one
Yeah.
would be able to go higher?
to 4 with a housing agreement. Yeah. So it would be a 10 meter, 3 stories if they wanted to build out without any council approvals. Well, they'd still need a development permit, but without rezoning. But if they wanted more height or more density, they would have to come to council.
Well, my only concern is how this would impact the neighborhood. I mean, because right now it is low density, so that's the only thing. If I could see, oh, maybe they have a
Which ones are you
gradient.
talking about?
Well, the Georgia,
Well,
this area there,
I think-
just the lower.
I think realistically, like I've circled these
They're
stratas.
existing.
Realistically, they're existing, so in order to demolish an entire strata unit, it's really hard to do. So it's probably not gonna happen anytime.
You need 75% of the owners to agree.
Yeah,
That's
so
pretty
so
safe.
I like, yes, we can rezone it, it's probably not gonna change what's there, realistically.
But they could
But if you
build
wanted-
there still, right?
They could,
Because there's lots of property up there.
they could, yeah, they could.
Oh, like an infill piece.
yeah.
But what we could talk about is, I think where this should go to help us is if you envision this kind of development somewhere that's not developed, where should we paint the map so that you can see this come to fruition?
And I might just have a different perspective than you on this. Because when we look at Georgia Mirage, if they were to come to us and say, we want to build 4 stories that's gonna include rentals, maybe even affordable housing, because there would need to be a housing agreement for 4 stories.
Mhm.
And we wanna build it right like off Shaw Road, which they have that property across from the affordable housing we have, I'd say, great, like, that makes complete sense. And I hear you've got more discomfort in that, but I think probably.
Well, just because I'm not
mo-
seeing, right? I mean, this is new, so I don't know exactly the boundary. I don't understand how
And
this
we
is
still
gonna
have leverage
impact.
over it with the housing agreement too.
Yeah, you could still say, oh, we heard from the community,
Yeah.
we're not gonna enter into this housing agreement, so it's gonna stay at 3 stories.
You know, as a strata, there certainly could do it because the land that they currently have is shared commonly between all the units. But I believe under the covenants that they have within the strata corporation, that they have, you know, RV storage, they have garden space, they have this. So back to Colton's point, they would have to have probably 75% agreement within the strata to proceed with the development. So would be a very complex
I know, but
process.
By the way, I don't wanna get
But
too,
I
too
think-
deep into like.
I think it's
hypothesizing.
important
Yeah.
to reflect existing complexes that are in the wrong zones as what they are, as opposed to,
Cedar Gardens is another one here
Yeah.
right beside it, like, I think that should be medium.
yeah. We should reflect, if someone looks at and it's a good point, because someone can look at it and say, oh, look, that's the sort of thing that can be built in the medium density zone. So I think it's important to capture those properties.
I agree.
No, I agree that it should, but because they're in the middle of I don't know, I mean, to me it's a surprise because they're in the middle of, maybe if they have been painted before, we would have gone through, I
I
understand.
think we
that
need to move
yeah.
forward though, because we've got a lot more, you wanna
But-
talk about a lot more things, like, I mean, we can't dig in our heels on every single thing if.
But this won't trigger, if they want to increase, it won't trigger a public hearing, right, so. But we still,
I don't,
no, it won't, right, because if we zone this, if we set up this as a OCP medium density, so.
No, it would trigger public hearing, because you can go with a bonus, with a housing agreement.
Not public hearing.
no,
No?
No, not even
They wouldn't have
rezoning,
to
they're not even
change the
rezoning,
OCP?
they just need to do a housing
Yeah.
agreement.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm still here for the
Will-
public.
do we
So
still
if they
have,
wanted to go to high density and build like a 6-story building, you'd have to do it.
yeah, do we need to be in the OCP that if they want to apply, do we have, I know we had rules around sending notifications to neighbors. Is it something you have to have in the OCP or
Yeah.
If there's an OCP
do we
amendment,
still
yeah.
have?
It's it's the Local Government Act,
Okay.
so they require neighbor notification up to a certain point. If there's more than 10 owners and 10 properties that are being affected, then you don't need to notify neighbors because it's essentially a larger, you just put it in the newspaper. But if it's a small rezoning, you're responding to a development application, then we have to notify neighbors.
But we had between 100 meters and 50 meters, right?
I think it's 100 meters, but I can't remember exactly.
Okay. So something, I think, some things we still need to talk about are, I know there's some interest in talking about comprehensive development areas or special study areas. Potentially, I'd be interested in hearing more about those, the experience of those, but that's just on the list, but I think we should next move to high density. And how we wanna, especially if you could bring that up, if you want to connect it to medium density.
Right, I would just like to review the
And
understanding,
industrial, we need to talk about industrial.
Yeah. just reviewing the understanding of where we've left the RM max definition as we roll into the RH starting point currently. I'm feeling like they're kind of very similar.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
The difference between the zones.
By definition. As far as the height setback.
okay, so medium density upper Gibsons, because I'll pick that because RH is only in upper Gibsons. So medium density residential upper Gibsons allows residential limited to cluster housing per today's edit and townhouses and apartments. RH allows residential limited to townhouses and apartments. There is a opportunity in RM for very small food and beverage or retail uses limited to 50 square meters, so that could be like neighborhood serving commercial. In RH, the minimum size of food and beverage and retail is slightly bigger, it's 100 square meters. And they have to be located in both of those zones on the ground floor, on a corner lot. In RH, they don't have to be on a corner lot, but in RM, they have to be on a corner lot. In terms of density, in RM, the maximum density is 100 dwelling units per hectare, and it could be increased to 149 with an affordable housing agreement. In RH, the density is 150 dwellings per hectare, and it could be increased provided an affordable housing agreement. There's no maximum number specified.
Okay, great.
And then in RM, the maximum building height is 15 meters. In RH, the maximum building height is 20 meters. In RM, the site coverage is 75, and in RH, it's 80%. And then the setbacks in RM, there is a bigger setback if it's abutting RL1 or RL2, it has to be 5 meters. In RH, the side setback is 1.5 meters. And the front setback is 3 meters in both zones. And the exterior side setback, if it's on a corner, in both zones is also 3 meters.
Can we explore just Is there any danger? Do we
Christie asked
still
a
have
question,
the?
I just wanna make sure
Oh, sorry.
we don't go way off track of what you wanted to.
No, I appreciate that
Okay.
comparison, thank you.
I know in the past we had minimum unit size was 550, and then I think we changed to something that I don't recall. Do we still have? And I'm just, is there any dangers of not specifying the maximum? Because someone decided to do a 200 square meters unit, is this something that we're okay? I'm just trying to.
Are those building codes? Is there a minimum like in the code?
No, no, they don't have a square meter minimum for a unit size, but, at my previous work, back like years ago, and this was under probably the 2012 code, I remember the SC already kept trying to calculate, like, by meeting the code, what is the tiniest unit you could build? And at that time, under the old code, it was about 250 square feet or something like that. But there is no minimum unit size in our zoning bylaw, and there isn't a minimum unit size in the building bylaw, or the building code.
Is that property, that's what that guy did on the corner of School Road. Remember, he came with condos, and they didn't have enough parking, and then we said we wanted to have rentals, so he came back and he just reduced the size of all the units and created more units.
No, you went to bigger units.
But usually,
This
No,
This is
it was,
O'Shea in
it
school?
was the
Yeah.
opposite.
Yeah,
Oh, was
and
it?
that was a
Yeah.
total speculation
So-
deal anyway.
Oh.
They had 16 units and council wanted to reduce the density to 9 units. So they
Because of
took
parking.
out some
Because of parking,
walls,
that's
because of
right,
parking, so
sorry,
they took
yeah.
out some walls and had larger ones. But supportive housing, those are dwelling units and those are 320 units each, or sorry, 320 square feet.
Okay.
So,
do you have any take what people have been doing? It's hard to have because usually developers know they're not gonna do too much of a small unit if they think they're not gonna sell, but I'm just trying to understand if this could have a negative impact.
I don't think it would have an immediate negative impact not to have a size unit, because to your point, the developers usually think very hard about what's marketable, what will rent out or what will sell. And in a case where a municipality picks a number, that number might become stale to what the trend is. So if you picked a number as a minimum or a maximum, 10 years from now, that might not be in style. Because right now, actually, what we're seeing in the development industry is they went to a certain small apartment in Vancouver and now it's not marketable. They're too small. And so people are wanting to pull them actually larger. So having a number in your bylaw can be a detriment because you'll have to update your bylaw at some point if the trend line goes beyond what number you've
I
picked.
don't know what distortion's coming from, yeah.
What's this?
Should be yours, I don't know, it's distortion. It's tricky at this table. Okay, so where are we going with these questions?
Well, my concern is, we expect that some developer has great understanding of the market, but it's just like, what about if it doesn't? Because maybe it's a developer from somewhere else, I don't know. And then we ended up with a unit that is not really marketable. If it's good to have a minimum, even based on trends now. And if they want to change, at least they have to come with some alibi. I don't know, I'm just concerned when you leave it loose for some idea that some developer might think is a good idea, but it's not. It has proven that it's not.
And it depends too on what their target market is. Is it gonna be workforce housing? Then they might want smaller, more affordable units. Is it gonna be, I know you have Capilano University here with interest. Maybe student housing is legitimately small. Yeah. So it's hard to pick a number.
I certainly agree with what Colton was saying, that, if you put a size in there, it's restrictive. I don't think anyone with, looking at the cost of building and development, also, any proposal's gonna come to planning, and they're gonna say, look at our history in town, is these small units aren't, marketable, or these huge units aren't marketable. So I think there's checks and balances in place without putting a number on it.
Okay. So,
We don't have a history,
don't-
so we won't know.
I don't know where we're going with the questions and stuff, in the relationship between medium and high.
For me, it was
Yeah.
just, I wanted a review as we look at where we're capturing RH on the maps. Making those changes as we've sort of filtered those changes up to RH. So I appreciate the comparative that we got, because I think that does show that we've got a substantive change between the two. So I feel good with that,
And I feel like I could be more comfortable with a lot more, I don't wanna use the word alignment, because we're all using it for different things, but a lot more duplication, I'll say, of the zones between the zoning bylaw and the OCP, if we have these, like, housing agreement triggers more that we've got built in there. Councilor Kroll.
Thank you, Mayor White. There was some concern raised on the Soames Place, which is currently CM2,
Oh, yeah.
which has a potential RH1 behind it.
Yeah.
Now, there is a significant drop in grade there.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming, I don't know how it would actually work out, whether a 6-story building there would become a bit of a barrier to Soames Place.
What?
Is that a question?
That's a
Yeah.
question.
From my estimation, looking at images of the site from the rear and looking at there's about a 6-meter grade differential from the average grade of that site and the street. So that's about 2 stories. So if you had 4 stories, it would likely fall at about the lowest floor level of Soames Place. We're talking about 66 Shaw Road, yeah. And if it were 6 stories, this is all give or take meters, but it would probably, 2 stories of the southern development would probably align with the lowest 2 stories of Soames.
Do we have a unit calculation for that one? And I guess there's the one beside it too. I mean, I feel like it's a reasonable discussion to say, like, let's just move that down to medium density, and I mean, if someone were to come along and say they wanted to upzone it.
I think the development interest on that site has been for more of a townhouse size.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the property owner doesn't even want it to be high density anyway, so.
Which, just to make sure
Got it
it's
for
all
sale.
clear, they could develop that within either zone currently. They could develop something lower within the higher density zone, but it would allow for higher.
Speaking of townhouses that are great for families, the ones just below it are like, that's the Rosewood, right? And it's got those 3-story, those are apartments, right? That line, those are 3-story apartments, and then there's the townhouses are fantastic. Housing for families.
So you'd like a medium density designation on that site?
Yeah, I think that's probably.
So can I just understand the rationale is because the developer asked, or because we think this is not a?
No, I don't think the rationale should ever be.
No, I
What do you mean
know.
for getting there in the first place? The developer didn't ask for high density.
Okay, but so what's the rationale? Because I know at the same time we need industrial, and I just want to understand.
Industrial.
Right.
They definitely don't want industrial. I mean, I think maybe the developer might have said industrial, but
Oh, it's
we
not
already
that-
went through this with Soames Place having houses being built right beside them, and there were nonstop bylaw complaints, and I think the people who lived there justifiably said, I don't want like construction going on right beside my living.
Okay, what is the current zoning?
The current
What are we
zoning.
doing here? Can we just have it medium density? Like, doesn't that work for you?
Yeah,
Well,
so
I
if
just
it's
want to-
switched to medium density, it provides, I'd say, a more complementary form because there's existing
That
town
makes sense.
apartments right to the south. And in either medium density or high density, townhouse is an allowable use. So,
Fits.
Yeah, I think the mayor's saying just mimic what's behind it now.
Mhm.
That's the.
But then I guess, then it raises the question about what about the high density lot beside it?
To your point there, though,
That's,
that's behind the Maragos property.
yeah.
So, which
Those
is-
the owners of that one, I
yeah.
think, this one.
But if the complex on the corner of, was it Fairmont and, it's not
It
Fairmont.
is line.
Farnham, I knew it was, if that project goes ahead, it's been approved as 6 stories.
Yeah,
And the Maragos property is single story, so it would sort of, and it's rezoned as CM2, so it could potentially go to 6 with a housing agreement. So it makes sense to keep the property behind high density because there is a potential that the two properties could be developed together because I'm not sure.
Well, which two properties? Oh, you mean the Maragos?
Yeah, I believe they own that property, don't
Are you
they?
talking about
No,
this
they
one?
The brown one?
The brown one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's
No.
two high density lots there on this map.
And then there's that little widget in the corner that's back to medium density.
Right, what are, there's Sunnycrest.
There's a sunny, those two little lots are owned
Those are just
by,
like vacant lots, I guess, right?
Well, they're vacant,
People
but-
park there and stuff.
I believe the one is actually meant to be part of the proposal that we have
Okay,
for that
yeah,
other
I
lot,
hope
and
so.
it should probably have the same zoning.
Yeah.
And then there's one lot on the end that is not,
People just park their boats there.
yeah.
and I believe the owner of that property was wanting to do sort of a live-work type of complex.
you know.
It might be an error, we'll fix it.
Okay. It's going
Can you
red.
draw on that map?
Yeah.
Oh, you already am. Thank you.
That's, I hear you. That's one where I could kind of more see, maybe it should be, to be consistent with some of the other properties, medium density to,
The second brown property?
Yeah.
Is that- Yeah.
it's a little strange just to have one brown in there, but I mean, if there was something happened where the property owners on Gibsons Way were to purchase that or something and wanted to come forward with a rezoning
Yeah, that would
and
work.
to bring the height up, it would make complete sense for council to consider that
Okay.
at the time.
Maybe, if we are moving a direction, because I'm a little bit lost in the conversation.
We're working on high density right now, and there's not very many
No,
high density
I
lots.
get it, but are we changing something?
Yeah, so what we've been discussing is changing these two brown lots
Okay,
to orange. From
Oh,
high density to
so-
medium density.
And they would be that,
downzoning.
they would be that way in the zoning bylaw and
Yeah.
the OCP.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think we haven't really got to the, anywhere where we wanna have different yet. We're getting our way through it. What about that, finally the brown one? No, it's
I think that mic just needs to be turned towards you.
towards me. If I can make that there. Yeah, okay. What about the very small brown one on Park Road? That's one I've always, I think historically that even was zoned park once and it was private land. It's just a really strange history,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
that the zone just to be consistent with the surrounding height with the
Oh,
commercial.
'cause it's commercial.
But that was before the bonus density came in, so now it's effectively, it's potentially higher than the surrounding red.
Oh, I'm trying to think. So that's Park Road Automotive. And then what's on,
It's vacant right now.
yeah, oh, I mean below it, sorry. And then beside it, what's the current?
Oh, Bob's Autumn, not Bob, is it Bob's?
Well, Park Road Automotive is just below it. But then what's beside it? Is it the same?
It's the blackfish and the.
Oh, it's a
and the
blackfish,
butcher.
yeah, of course, yeah.
Butcher.
Yeah, I mean, would it make sense for council for it to be red or maybe for it to be orange? And what would the consequences be, I guess, if it were?
So if
So
it,
currently, as it is now with Brown, they could build 23 units, so that's high density.
Mhm.
If you wanna bring it down to medium,
And it's currently against three-story townhomes, condos.
medium, yeah.
Well, I don't know what the density for medium is.
it's 100 right now.
So at 100 units per hectare, they could put 15 townhouses in there.
Versus 23,
Or preference.
or 3-story, because that zone is now gonna include 3-story townhomes, so it could just be the same as what's said. Is this another one that we'll look at next?
No, there's just, if that property is high density, if some considerations should be made with the proximity to the townhouse complex beside it.
Well, how about that consideration could be that it be the same zoning as the townhouse complex beside it, which is medium, yeah.
Yeah, that's.
That makes them look good.
Okay. We've made a note of that.
And now, yeah, with those kind of little anomalous ones dealt with, I think there was a discussion earlier about whether I've heard from multiple councillors that we do have interest in that. The 4 to 6 stories should have a housing agreement for high density. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because right now RH1 high density just has a density bonus, but no height bonus. Height limit is 20 meters, which is about 5 stories. So are you thinking 6 stories with a housing agreement?
I thought I have a note here that we went down to 18 to 4, and then we would, with a housing agreement, we could go 5 or 6.
I think that's. They could go to 5 or 6 with a housing agreement.
Like we've done with.
And it's always to the discretion of the council of the day. I mean, if a developer comes in, as a developer recently came in and said, look, I've got a track record and most of my condominiums get rented out anyway, and the majority of council said, okay, like that can still happen, and we could just waive the housing agreement or make it small or something, or I say we, but the council of the day, depending on where things are at.
Okay, so you would want maximum building height to be increased to 20 meters, provided that there's a housing agreement with the town. So it would be a 4-story zone, but only up to 6 with a housing agreement.
We are keeping everything at 4, right?
Mhm, okay.
And with agreements,
Mhm.
let's go.
Up to 6 with housing agreement, yeah.
I guess it'd be the same as the commercial zone.
So let's see, CM2.
about lot coverage. I understand the need for higher lot coverage for high density or even medium density, but I'm just concerned given our climate and our soil and stuff and our need, well, the whole thing, stormwater. I know on the legislation, they talk about, right now, if we do permeable pavement, thank you, this will count towards permeable. But my concern is if we have already high density, 80%, for example, and in Gibsons can get to 90%, and let's say they wanna do parking, so we will have no green. Is it possible to put a cap on the permeable surface in terms of asphalt or anything, and say maybe, okay, they can only go 20% for the open space, because the open space is not only important for drainage, but also the green, right? We talk about we wanna keep the town green. How does council feel about it? I don't know, we are not making a decision right now, but just to have the thought. My concern is that we can end up with 100% paved.
What are your thoughts?
Well, what's interesting I would advocate in favor of height to reduce the percentage of lot coverage and maintain green space with native vegetation versus forcing a developer into a restriction where he's gonna go to the maximum lot coverage to avoid having to go to a housing agreement or a variance. So, you're sort of damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, because I appreciate what you're saying with permeability and all that and the environment and having, appropriate landscaping and buffers with trees and shade. We've got an urban forest plan where we're trying to encourage and maintain vegetation. And what I'm sensing, to a certain extent, we're going to, is pushing developers towards going to the maximum allowable lot coverage with any project.
But we already doing it. When you decide that it's 80% and you're giving them high, they will need parking. And so that's why.
Unless it's underground. It doesn't have to be part,
I get it, but then we have aquifer problems or it's expensive.
But it's not, we don't have the same aquifer problems in the Upper Village.
I think this one's come up quite a bit.
Look what they did at 1000 Venture Way. The only parking on site is for the ground floor commercial. All the residential parking is underground.
Okay, so I don't understand the point, because I made the point that allowing, for example, if you have 80% lot coverage and you are letting like a big percentage of this lot coverage, the other 20% be all permeable paving, that could be impact. So my point is, can we cap at 20% maximum of the open space? That's my point. I just wanna know if this is, because my
And what
concern is that
what are the impacts of this to all of the calculations that have been done for this entire?
I can speak to that if you like, because we have done some things, it's something we looked into with this process, and we've done some things that have strengthened it, and there's some expected coming things that might change it or help as well. So one thing we've done is we've altered the definition of impermeable surface so that when lot cover, it's more restrictive or less you know which way I'm going to think. But before gravel, for example, was included as counting as a permeable surface on a lot, and what would happen is people would then put down gravel as a parking lot and it compacts and isn't effectively permeable. So that's been strengthened such that the surface has to support tree root growth, for example. We also have the forming character guidelines that require plantings for anything except the smooth lots. That's more left up to the homeowner. And what was the third thing? We also have the implementation of the tree bylaw that's going to hopefully strengthen sort of planting requirements and so on that would complement that later.
I think if they came to council with a landscape plan that just said we're gonna pave everything, I could only assume the council would just go, yeah.
That
That's not
reminds
happening.
me of the other piece is that we also have updated bylaws around site drainage. So in terms of the infiltration and how that impacts the aquifer, that's dealt with through infrastructure bylaws.
Okay, so to answer my question, we won't get into someone getting the only open area going, which is 10% in Lower Gibsons, for example, using permeable pavement and say, hey, I'm good. It's not gonna
I
happen.
hope not. It could get stronger. It's very complicated. And once we start regulating the things we were into of increasing or requiring green areas and planted areas, then we needed some bylaws that have that are super in-depth in terms of the depth of soil and a lot of things we just don't have capacity to monitor when we get a plan, even evaluate the plan. So hopefully we've strengthened it, but if we see an issue, then we can strengthen it further.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I realized there was one more anomalous one that we need to talk about, you know, what's happening with it is the North Road, 718 North Road, which is high density. And, you know, we currently have a development there in process that has a great housing agreement and childcare space and hopefully that part, but
And to your point on that, they're buffered by a street on two streets on two sides.
sure, but my first question here is where is that kind of permitting at, that development at? And I think there was a previous incarnation of this where this was gonna be medium density, now it's been brought up to high. But the idea was that that development would need to happen within the development permit, right? Or then it would be go to medium.
One interesting thing about that development is it did not have a rezoning, it's all
Yeah,
variance.
that's right, it was a variance, yeah.
So one of the uses that's required there still under the current zoning is commercial use.
Under the current zoning, right? Now it's gonna be high density, so it would.
Yeah, and the zoning changed too, so actually as written under the new high density, it's a 4-story, we talked about a 4-story with a housing agreement up to 6. So there is I think there's a housing agreement for this property.
Mm-hmm.
The density, they might exceed
They do
density
exceed
though.
the density.
Yeah,
and
so
they-
under high density residential, they could have, let me just calculate this. So under high density, they could have 80 units. Which is why it's high density, because that's the highest
Mhm.
density, and they've got 124.
Right,
You
okay.
say current, the OCP right now, or the proposed?
The redesigned high density that we just did at this workshop, where it's a maximum 4 stories and you can have you can have a bonus height.
But what we're in effect reflecting here is that it is sort of an excessive high density within the what we're discussing now, but we're reflecting it as high density in
Mhm.
quotation marks, because it was done prior to this OCP. And so it's just making it, reflecting that property as high density,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
is
so-
what it will be when it comes to fruition.
So also, they have a development permit, an authorized development permit. When that development permit expires, they would have to go to the zone that applies to them. So right now, they've got permission to build
Mhm.
what's been approved by council, but that development permit will expire. It's got a 2-year term. I can't remember when it was issued. But when it does expire, then they can't build the 124 units that was previously approved. They would have to apply the new zone.
But they wouldn't, and also wouldn't need to do the commercial part anymore,
And they
because
wouldn't
it's
need to
now
do
a high,
commercial.
yeah, because it's now a different zone.
And the commercial was a daycare.
Which is allowed in any zone.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm comfortable with that staying high personally. It's getting this close.
Okay.
It's 80, Anne-Marie, it's 80 units.
Okay. No, I was just wondering if they sell the property.
Then anybody,
Someone-
it's not about ownership, so it rents out the land, so the zoning can apply to any owner. So can the development
Yes.
permit.
Okay, no, I know, yeah.
Yeah, once it expires, we have to reapply.
They'd have to get a new DP. Yeah.
Okay. Should we move on? Maybe next we could look at the current industrial zone. I know I've heard from counselors on that, and I've got some concerns about that. So like Venture Way, Seamount Way.
Okay, so you want a little overview of the current industrial zone?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
So it's called industrial commercial. The intent is to allow industrial and commercial uses, including manufacturing and material supply to the public and to other businesses.
Oh, sorry, I didn't, yeah.
Yeah.
That's not what I meant.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I said zone, I mean our current neighborhood of Venture Way and Seamount Way and what we envision there and what we, I think, that's what I'm specifically talking about. But maybe I think that may apply to go like, well, what's the difference between, maybe the key question here is what's the difference between moving that all to, it's called mixed use commercial, right? No, yeah, mixed use commercial upper Gibson zone. Let's call it commercial, but
Maybe I should let you speak to
compared to
Okay. Do you,
maintaining industrial in our town, which that came up at the ADP too, with concerns from the ADP about just, I mean, I remember that a statement was made, like, as the town grows, we're gonna need more industrial, not less. And this is a place where I think, to me, it might make sense to have a difference between the OCP and the zoning bylaws so that we can have, like, support the current use for industrial, but also allow properties to move to commercial if that's the vision of the town. But I wouldn't wanna, like, say, you're done with industrial, we don't ever wanna see that here.
yeah, so I can speak to a little bit and you can help me as needed. So, in the current, and when I say current now, I'm talking about the existing zoning bylaw that
Yeah.
has, the industrial zoning there. They are allowed business services. It's a different, we've changed the term, I should.
This is actually the new zone.
I know. I'm just gonna get myself now. They are allowed things like production studios, research labs, tool repair, manufacturing. And so what we did is we introduced a new definition and brought all those things together because some of these things have a retail component. And so we added that to the mixed use commercial zone. So now the mixed use commercial zone allows veterinary services, business services, which includes sales and services primarily to businesses. It includes production studios, research labs, recycling facility, tool repair, wholesaling, storage. So these are the office veterinary business services are allowed in both the industrial and the commercial zone. So we basically expanded the uses of a commercial zone considering that entire area that we're bringing over so that a lot of the uses don't become non-conforming. And they had a retail component. Commercial also allows arts and culture, entertainment and recreation. We've had inquiries like a trampoline gym or a climbing gym, like stuff like that. They're typically in these industrial zones, they need high ceilings and stuff like that. Food and beverage, we did allow gas stations, but limited to the existing gas stations, so they can continue to operate and not be non-conforming. Mixed use also allows hotel, microbrewery, residential, retail, and service commercial. Now, the industrial zone allows automotive services, so that would be like a car dealership, vehicle repair, that's separate to the commercial. So by zoning this Ventureway area mixed use commercial, we're basically saying the car dealerships are gonna be non-conforming. They're gonna have, and that was sort of the direction of the previous OCP, was to liven up the corridor and make it pedestrian oriented, and so basically move them away off of Gibsons Way. And then the industrial would allow, retail, sale, lease, rental of motor vehicles, RV parts, heavy equipment, servicing of these vehicles, manufacturing, marine services, warehousing, so. And then a limited, I think at the last council meeting, there was direction to move food and beverage out as an accessory use, which I think is a good idea, and limit the floor area. So there is overlap a little bit in terms of the office, veterinary, business services, but the industrial does not allow hotel, residential, retail, that kind of thing.
Can
What do you
I
wanna add?
speak to some of the background that led to the idea too of shifting this area to commercial? Is one part of it was that there's been a lot of feedback in the early engagement about people really like the development at the corner and want more of that sort of thing, and wow, this has really become a walkable area. Ventureway is on the active travel corridor, so it's starting to be seen more as a lively corridor for people rather than maybe background business uses. Another part of this was that what we're hearing from would-be users of these properties, or people looking for industrial spaces, is that the existing spaces here, lots, are too small for the uses they want to see. They're constrained, they need big space, they want to build boats, and it's not going to fit in a space on that lot. So it was seen as a win-win to shift that opportunity to larger lots and liven up the Ventureway corridor. And also evidence of that is that this is I went through what uses there are on the sites currently. There's a lot of vacant lots. There's also very undeveloped lots where they're just storing boats or trailers and things on there. There's 3 properties that are, 2 of them at least are quite built out that the uses would not be permitted under the current zone, but they would be able to exist as a non-conforming use. That's the rental equip, probably. Equipment rentals a bit unclear in the zone. Manufacturing, we have 1 manufacturer, that lot's built out, and they would persist as an existing non-conforming use under the proposed zoning. There's 1 more lot at 1036, and that's manufacturing, and it has a current building permit, development permit that we'd have to.
Who's the manufacturer? Is it Sandfire? Do they technically manufacture?
That's the beaker, yeah.
That one's
Yeah,
here,
we called
yeah.
that manufacturing.
Yeah, manufacturing.
Pike?
Pardon?
Pike?
What's Pike?
Sheet metal,
Where's that?
Oh, sheet metal,
They make,
that's over here.
they build.
which one is that?
That's
Oh,
still
yeah.
industrial, I think. Or if that's,
That's still industrial.
Is it?
So
Or
we
is it here?
approved, council approved
Oh, no, that's
industrial, it
grass.
was commercial, but we approved industrial because Ventureway was industrial and we ended up approving mixed use.
That's on the corner here?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
but this is no longer industrial,
it's
right?
proposed to be commercial.
Yeah, proposed, okay, so what happened with, so their development permit expired already, right?
I don't know if it expired, but the ownership changed.
Oh, okay, so they're not even interested. Okay.
You're talking about the, behind A&W, that
Yeah, that
Yeah.
corner
got
there.
approved for something, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, oh, and there's this property that we proposed a change as well, and I think we've been in touch with the owners and they're in support of a change to commercial.
Can you hold that up?
Yeah, I don't.
Sorry,
Yeah, that's.
that's where Summerhill
That's
is.
an excellent,
Do you want to pass your other one?
Oh,
around?
yeah, sorry, I've got 3 copies, look at
oh,
that.
perfect, yeah, that's
And the green is meant to indicate it can still function or develop under the commercial, and the pink are more industrial uses. Yellow, I'm not sure what's happening in that building, sorry.
So Julie, earlier, you always talk about making the highway a more friendly, you don't want automotive, but, sorry.
Well, that's not me, that was last term, I think, maybe that's the former mayor.
Oh, I don't know, okay, is there, maybe that is a regular question, do we have concerns, because right now I see the industrial really facing Gibson's Way, do we want that, is it, or do we want more behind? I'm just trying to understand the rationale.
I can add to, in the background department, the current OCP has a statement, and I think it may have been carried over to this OCP, that the town center would be concentrated between Payne Road and North Road along Gibson's Way. So that area has been seen as not part of the commercial town center.
which area, I'm sorry.
Sorry, looking at the
Between Payne and North Road. So the OCP talked about concentrating the commercial corridor here, which is why we thought, well, to maintain that intent, we kept the corner lots, but then we put the industrial out.
But my question in regards to the highway, do we want, makes sense because of rapid transit to
Yeah.
have any property facing the highway? Do we want mixed commercial or do we want some industry facing the highway? I'm just trying to, in terms of overall planning.
So for the OCP, the objectives for the commercial, objective D is Upper Gibsons and the Gibsons Way corridor is a revitalized pedestrian-oriented mixed-use town center. Gibsons Way, the next one, E, Gibsons Way is gradually redeveloped from automotive and industrial uses to commercial and retail uses more compatible with the surrounding area.
What do you have to say about that?
Currently, what is showing us industrial on the zoning bylaw map, from Huff Road basically to Pratt Road on the highway, on the south side, I guess it is currently developed at sort of 1.5 stories. And then the new industrial zoned land behind it, so you're not putting large, it's fairly friendly. It's a Vets, it's a small strip mall, it's a storage unit, RV, or a gym. And then there's the existing properties on the corner, B&K and the cannabis shop and things like that. So it's not like you're putting huge industrial slam against the highway that people are looking at smoke belching factories as they drive into town. So, and to your point, what is ostensibly proposed on the opposite side is CM2, which is what we've been pushing for.
Okay. Back to just looking at this industrial neighborhood.
Just,
Yeah.
I think Colton has mentioned it, and it's, of what we currently have as zoned industrial, only 46% around that figure is what's being utilized as industrial. So we still have, a very good whack of industrial zoned land that, is currently not meeting its maximum potential.
Currently, but
Currently.
not in a month, in a month or two it'll all be changed.
And then, of the new area of industrial, they're large lots, which would facilitate, what isn't possible in the Ventureway Seamount area.
No, I appreciate this south side of Gibson's Way, but the fact that when we change whatever is in this area, the Ventureway, now we will have a deficit, right? And I agree with
Well,
Neil,
we're not
right? I mean,
changing anything.
currently they're not using, but the economy is changing, who knows?
Yeah.
And then if we, even for example, there was mention of a climbing facility like Seashell has. It will be permitted, no, it will be permitted on a mixed commercial?
Yes.
Yeah, but we need a big size, right? So it's not necessarily that someone will build this anticipating. So that's my concern of reducing too much industrial, is not having large size for whatever would come in the future. Which we need to anticipate, we cannot be.
I'm still concerned about the few kind of, manufacturing, marine services, some of these businesses that if they did want to do like at what level can they not at what level can they not do renovation? I mean, if they're rezoned to commercial, and let's say the manufacturing and marine services, like some of those businesses we're looking at here, they're going to be rezoned, at least a couple, to commercial, but their use is still in the industrial zone. So how limited are they going to be in expanding their business or even doing a renovation to their building? Or
So you can repair and maintain an existing building.
Yeah.
You can't expand it beyond the existing use, so, or siding. So they would get a non-conforming status. And they could repair it, maintain it, renovate it inside, but if they wanted to do an addition to it or build it up, then they would be limited.
They need to rezone.
so I guess a question though too that I have is then when we've kind of, I'm going to call it spot zoned, a few of them to retain them here. Why would we not do it for some other ones like Rental Equip that's right across the street from this other purple one?
I think
And Sandfire that's right beside it. I can have a little purple cluster here to
I mean,
support them continue to do what they do. I don't see them going away anytime soon.
You have to change the OCP then? Didn't you say the OCP is encouraging?
I guess you have options. I mean, your OCP could say this is the long-term direction we'd like to go, but in the interim, we're gonna keep certain sites with their industrial zone.
Mhm.
you could do that. So you could choose to retain some of the sites as industrial. To build out, if the vision is to build out with residential and liven up that street front, you're just gonna have spots where it's not gonna happen. Or
Mhm.
you're preventing it from happening by not zoning for that permission.
Or they just have to go through a rezoning process and OCP amendment.
Yeah.
Or if we
Or
keep
just-
it in the OCP, then they
Just
wouldn't,
rezone.
just a rezoning, yeah. I think that's the one I'd really prefer.
And are we looking?
But also, I mean, I question, what about this, I don't even know what this lot, the one right beside the recycling depot that's purple? Like, it's just, I already see this precedent here, there's already spots in here.
They have a development permit,
The
so
one
that,
we approved.
Right,
yeah,
Is that coastal craft property?
no,
no,
No, it's the one with the gear manufacturing facility.
It was a forming character permit that came through AVP and council.
it was CNC Gear Manufacturing. It was a company out of Surrey. It was 3 letters, I can't remember the letters. 2-story building with a very impressive front facade.
So just a clarification, what happens if a business that right now is industrial, so the zone is still permits in industry, but they sell and they wanna build a bigger building, but it's industry, would it be allowed?
So
Well, it depends. If it's this one, you would.
It depends on what they want to do. So,
So annoying.
Turn it on.
so there are certain things that would be allowed. If it's mixed use commercial,
No, oh,
if, are you asking?
no, okay, because
Under what
right now
zone?
the zoning would, let's say hypothetically, we change the OCP, but the zoning will remain the same. Is that what Mayor was saying? Some
Under-
sites, let's say. So one of the sites, someone sells the lot, but the person wants to do a renovation, wants to continue as a industrial. Is that okay? Are we gonna, cause in a way I know we incentivize him to go somewhere else, but just trying to understand.
No, you just said you do a zoning amendment, you wouldn't have to change the OCP, right? Because it's already, or you would have to change the OCP.
No, if they wanna
There's two,
remain
you
as,
wouldn't have to,
Two
because they
options,
wanna
yeah, there's
walk
different
around
options.
non-industrial, yeah.
Yeah, if they want, if the scenario you described is, so correct me if I'm wrong, the industrial zone site, the owner sells to someone else, can they still be industrial?
Yeah.
Yes, because they have industrial zoning, yeah, so it can continue to be an industrial use.
If they wanted to build mixed commercial, then they would get a zoning amendment.
Then they get a zoning amendment, and they
The
don't need
OCP.
to change the OCP, right, because the OCP says, long-term, we'd like this to be mixed commercial.
Yeah. I think that makes sense.
So it makes it easy for the change.
So some of the considerations then, I'm just talking this through, when you have industrial, and so we can see, you know, the businesses that are operating in a way that is compatible to the surrounding area, so I feel like, you know, you can get comfortable with that. But by keeping that industrial and encouraging more of a commercial area around it, and a business comes in that's maybe exceedingly, you know, maximizing its sort of industry, what considerations would we be exposing that commercial to? Do you know what I'm saying, as far as what the potential of those other industrial businesses that could come in, like, I imagine there would be big trucks, it could be, so I'm just trying to think ahead of, by not really directing what we want there, what we're exposing to the businesses that would come in and be, you know, moving in towards that vision.
Yeah, what we were worried about with Venture Way, so when they built, the biggest concern was noise and the residents moving into that site being so close to the industrial area, hearing the noise. And so what we did is we placed a noise advisory like a covenant on title that said any tenant moving into that building had to see that they were surrounded by industrial land uses and that it might be noisy for them, so we just had to notify them, cause that seems to be the biggest.
Buying a house beside the airport.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
beside a metal manufacturing
Yeah, I heard that.
building.
And then in terms of the sort of industrial uses that might create the most nuisance, it would be the automotive services, just because of noise and maybe the smell of like repainting. And then the manufacturing use and the warehousing use could drive like the most sort of traffic in terms of trucks. And then the manufacturing use is fabricating, processing, preparing, finishing of materials or things in order to produce finished goods or components. So, you know, you might get some noise, but I think this industrial designation is certainly not like a heavy industrial
Right.
or like a port industrial.
We have,
There's cool aspects to it too, there's, you know, lots of really interesting neighborhoods that, you know, butt against and into sort of that commercial and industrial mixed areas, and I think it lends a lot of personality when you kind of control that max exposure of what could really disrupt
Look at Granville Island with a major
Exactly.
concrete
Yeah,
facility in the midst of it.
exactly, and it's charming somehow.
And if you look at the area we're discussing, what we have lost in that area, we lost coastal craft because they couldn't comply with the restrictions with painting. But the automotive places that are there, the WCB restrictions put on spray painting and emissions that they can admit. H&L have moved out of the area, which was a major boat repair. They did a lot of barge fabrication and stuff like that. And they were having to do things in 2 pieces and ship them down to Port Mellon to launch them
But this
because,
has nothing to do with us, right?
No,
The restriction was government, I remember.
yeah, but anyway, a lot of the loud, noisy manufacturing in that area has already left. And, go ahead.
There are, under uses prohibited in all zones, this is a bit of a big statement, but any use of land, buildings, or structures which produces malodorous, noxious, or highly combustible matter, or generates discernible vibrations, loud noises, heat, glare, radiation, or electrical interference discernible beyond the lot lines of the lot upon which such use is located is prohibited in all zones.
Right.
We have that in our current bylaw.
Just like
I
that.
don't know if we've ever applied it
So-
or needed to. Yeah.
Signed, sealed,
does
and
come up.
delivered.
Because we haven't.
That's excellent, because it is very supportive then to keeping it in that area, yeah, great.
So does that sound like the current industrially zoned sites should be given the industrial zoning, but we keep the OCP designation as the future guidance?
That's a bit complicated, because maybe not all, because I mean, I know there are some kind of on the outer edges that I know there's interested in
Do we?
some significant development, right?
And we have vacant lots in that area, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And
Which are currently CM2.
currently, they're all industrial except these 2, but in the draft,
Yeah.
they were originally commercial.
I mean, still, in my view, even if, the large property on Payne Road wanted to rezone from industrial to commercial, if commercial's in the LCP, it'd be a fine rezoning process.
It's mixed use commercial, it's not industrial.
I believe it's like an RV park right now, so I think it's industrial. Or not an RV park, but.
No, the proposed is mixed.
Sure, but I'm talking about current,
Oh,
because that's what we're talking about, right? We're talking about keeping them current as,
Okay, and that makes sense there because it's got better road access.
Do you wanna draw your boundary and?
well, that, I'm kind of putting it out there, I could, but I think the question is, do we want to like pre-zone
So,
some of the, and the other ones, the other corner, like the one that's gone back and forth. Beside A&W,
behind A&W.
yeah. That the ownership's gone back and forth and, we
Is that this one?
we turned it from, no, above that.
Oh, this one.
We already turned it from residential to commercial, now we're turning it. And then I think they wanted to build it, they wanted to do a car lot there, but now I don't think they want to anymore, right? So it would have gone,
There was approved application.
Yeah, that's
then it sold. Then they turned around and sold it, they flipped it.
Did it expire by now?
I think one question is, which of these lots would you be comfortable developing further as industrial? And if you don't want that to happen, then they should be zoned mixed use, if that's the one you're envisioning.
I don't know, I mean, I think when you say, would you be comfortable in the future, that's an OCP question. I feel that question you just asked is an OCP question.
No, I think she means if someone came in with a building permit.
Yeah.
And wanted to build some of these are vacant, right? So
And they wanted to build industrial? We'd say
sure, or
great, because we knew, I mean,
or a
right.
car dealership or an office or
Office is allowed in there.
yeah, or warehousing.
Mhm.
So you have to look at the uses. So someone could come in and build any of those things, go straight to building permit. And if you're not comfortable with that, maybe you are comfortable with
But
that,
that's
and
what they
that's
can do
fine.
now anyway.
That's what they can do
They're industrial
now,
right now,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
We don't wanna chase out industrial necessarily. I don't think that's an agenda here. It's more looking at a vision for
Okay,
allowing some commercial in the future, like Venture Way or Venture Village, but.
I agree.
Oh,
so do you wanna
if-
retain,
And if, in the meantime, it's like an interesting mixed neighborhood where some of it does pursue rezoning to commercial and some of it doesn't. I mean, there's a lot of great urban neighborhoods, especially that are in industrial areas where people live.
Is that noise thing, does it specify times too, like
just,
a business, like something manufacturing comes in and go, yeah, we're gonna run like 3 shifts around the clock, like, is it?
they have to meet our noise bylaw. So I don't remember the hours.
But we do have a bylaw, right?
Yeah.
The bylaw will supersede everything.
The noise bylaw.
Unless there's a construction, then they have some appeal, right?
They have
You
to
can
get
start
permission
earlier.
to make noise beyond the
Yeah.
hours and on weekends and holidays.
What is a gateway? I see on the old, the old zoning, I see this
Mixed-use
south
gateway?
of Gibsons Way, gateway, mixed use gateway zone 1. What does it permit?
It's, for example, where the vet is at Huff Road. So there's the vet, there's the art framing shop, there's, holy crap. That was the gateway zoning, which we created to allow the vet to move into an area where previously wasn't permitted.
So right
So
now,
that was considered the gateway.
it is a kind of industrial, right, light industrial, right?
There's the picture framing place,
Yeah.
there's the,
yeah.
there's the running place.
It's gone.
It's gone now, it just closed, right? Yeah. But it might be replaced by another retail, probably. It's not gonna be industrial, most likely.
Hearing aid repair.
Yeah, so that was very much a blend of mixed-use commercial with specific industrial. They can have retail use, office use, service commercial, entertainment and recreation, catering, microbrewery, tasting lounge, veterinary clinics, veterinary hospitals, manufacturing, repair and servicing of automobiles, boats, marine engines, and recreational vehicles, research and testing labs, studios for audio recording, TV and movie production, storage, rental and repair of household tools and equipment, wholesaling and distribution of goods, including receipt, indoor storage, sale at wholesale, and distribution and shipping of such goods. And then they're allowed apartment use located above or behind a commercial or industrial use, and townhouses located behind a commercial or industrial use.
Which is pretty much a mixed commercial, right?
Yeah.
But right now we are proposing to go to industrial.
No, that mixed use gateway, yeah, but so the portion of the lot that is retail is
It's existing.
mixed use commercial, and then the remainder, which is basically the storage, would be industrial.
And this is when you calculated 7.10 acres.
Pardon?
Remember when I asked the amount of what we have? So what we have is
Oh, yeah.
9.75, and with the change we made last time, we went down to 7.10.
I can't remember
Oh, I
exactly.
remember.
Yeah, okay, there.
And then without the change, the proposed that, the first proposal it was 14 or almost 14 or 14.
That's okay, I brought it.
We are proposing adding
currently-
some more if we retain
Yeah.
existing
Yeah, I don't know why.
industrial in the Venture Way area.
That's gonna add add to that number.
No, but with the final, if we stay
Oh, the
where we
OCP,
did last
yes.
time, it goes down to 7.1.
In the OCP is kind of where we might be going now, yeah. Not the zoning bylaw.
Oh, okay.
So we're, sorry, just to follow, we're adding into the OCP, the ability to retain existing, industrial uses in the Venture Way area. Such as.
I've got written, we've got to add a policy, an OCP policy to support mixed-use commercial in the Venture Way, Seamount Way area. And we're gonna retain industrial
Through a zone.
through zoning.
Through zoning,
So, well, we don't know where yet. We haven't gotten direction specifically on which lots, or is it all the
is
industrial?
it all the existing ones? Yeah, I mean, that's a question. Just keep all the existing ones industrial, and then they would need to
Or would you
rezone in the
change
OCP.
them?
To commercial. So this is the current zoning under the existing zoning bylaw. So we've got quite a lot of industrial. And this is the proposed zoning, so we're removing a lot of the industrial. So I guess the question is, where do you want to draw that boundary? I think in the mayor's motion, it said that all industrial zones in the current zoning bylaw between Venture Way and Seamount Way be retained as industrial. So this is Venture Way, this is Seamount Way. And so.
But also the recycling depot too.
So the recycling
Yeah,
depot's up
yeah,
here.
that's kind of what I actually meant by.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Is that industrial recycling?
It's actually
Well,
a
it's-
commercial zone.
Complicated now.
it's commercial. So
Is it?
So what we tried to do when we
Yeah, I
drafted the
don't know
zone
if
is we
it's
tried to allow a bunch of these,
So
so.
is the mayor's motion just the south part, and then the upper part can be like commercial residential? Is that what you were thinking?
The intent was, this,
Leave one, right? Sorry.
Like south of, you're talking from like Sandfire all the way to Thomas Electric and like that whole side of the street, all that.
nothing on Payne Road was the motion. It would all be between Seamount, but north of Seamount, so it wouldn't, I mean, I was thinking not the big corner lots, not either one of the two big lots, but yeah, but we could just do it, I mean, I don't think it would be, like I said earlier, if the owners of Payne and Venture were to come and say, we wanna, rezone to the OCP, there'd be no public hearing, it's a smooth process from, if we had commercial in the OCP, and they wanted to rezone from industrial to commercial, I think that'd be a totally valid process. Rather than just pre-zoning it and let them, give them a building permit as soon as they want, cause they're probably hoping to build, like, max out
The last interest we had in a corner lot was auto use.
oh. Okay. Well, even more so, maybe we should just have this gap so they can still do industrial there, but
Industrial includes auto use.
so I think then we'd be looking at maintaining all the industrial
Okay.
But allowing them to upzone to commercial in the OCP to meet this vision of, this future vision.
All of it that's there on that map, you wanna retain? Is that? I guess you guys can vote on this tonight, but I just wanna,
Yeah, to
To
make it clear
draw
for us,
something.
definitely, yeah.
yeah. Okay,
I
so,
think in some ways that's the smoothest way without kind of picking out, giving special,
do you wanna have this?
and then it's just up to
Let's
them,
look at-
if any of them wanna pursue rezoning in the OCP, then
You're talking
we'll
about
support
this
that
thing
in the
that's purple?
future. Nope, the
Oh,
whole
this
thing.
area here.
Oh,
The
One-
upper,
One piece of context I didn't add in my background, and I feel I should, is that in our public engagement, this was probably, the Venture Way being a walkable neighborhood was probably the most supported
Mhm.
area of the engagement.
And that's why we should have it in our OCP. That's my outlook, yeah.
So clarification, the green belt that we have on north of this area, between this area and Parkland, how wide is this green belt? Or you can see here on the zoning map. There's some green here.
it's pretty wide, I've walked it, you can pass people on dogs and stuff.
Yeah,
Where are we
what
looking?
are we looking at?
here, this area here. There's a green area.
Oh, it's just, oh, yeah.
It's about 3 meters.
It's wider than 3 meters because the path is about 3 meters and then it's got a bit of a buffer on either side.
I used to ride it regularly on my bike. Very narrow.
This land's measured, yeah.
There we go.
I measured from a map.
I'm just
12 meters
oh, 12?
is the strip on the bottom between, between Parkland and industrial.
But of the active transportation part of it, it's very narrow.
I'm just concerned with impact on the neighborhood if we go 6 meters. But if,
So this strip right here, so
Okay.
this is the industrial, so this strip is 12 meters.
Which includes the berm.
Yes. It includes a berm. And a road. Okay, so what I've written down is to add an OCP policy to support mixed-use commercial use in the Venture Way / Seamount Way area, retain the existing industrial along Payne, Venture, and Seamount. But not on Gibsons Way, is that right?
You mean this
So-
one? Or-
Not along Gibsons Way?
But what about this one spot
Oh, except for that one, do you wanna
area?
keep?
Well, I don't know
so
why
you-
it is purple,
It's a
but,
gas station, I think, isn't it?
It's a Shell station.
oh, that's a Shell
Oh.
station, yeah. So that needs to stay.
It's got
So
some-
that,
That's the only one that,
that has site-specific permission under the mixed-use commercial zone. So that won't, if it turns red.
okay. Is that the only one we're talking about though, by this,
Yeah.
by even doing this? Okay, I don't really know why.
Here?
Oh. Where is that? That's a different one. So there's
oh,
the,
this is SU.
that's over
That's
here.
the Shell station.
But this here would be,
This one?
this would be somewhere in there.
Is the corner the SU, is this what
Oh,
you're talking about?
that's Lemon's.
Yeah, but that's commercial.
No, I was talking about.
Oh.
The cycle shop.
So to clarify that would the exception to this one,
Exception of that one.
yeah, that would come into commercial, like, right, yes, yeah, that
So
makes
all of
sense,
them
yeah, I
except
understand
the
now.
ones on Gibson's Way.
Is it this one here? Sorry.
Are you talking about Ellen
This
Reeves,
is the
no?
zone. But I just wanna understand the location. You guys are discussing.
Do we even know what side up that map is?
Payne Road, that is where the corner.
This is
Like that,
Gibsons
really,
Way.
that's Tim Hortons, isn't it?
Tim Hortons is on the corner,
Oh, yeah,
and
okay.
then across from it is the vets,
So that's commercial, no doubt
and
about
then
it.
beside the vet is Lynn Reeves.
But yes, that is correct, that's the area that is being talked about as being.
All commercial.
It's fine, this is still SCRD, but.
That's-
That's an old
That's,
map,
if you're looking at enrollment,
that's an old map.
that's why we need to do this work.
I asked the most updated, so. Anyway,
Well, it's the most updated that's current. If you wanna, this
That's
is the
the deck
future.
we've been playing with up until now.
Can I add some information, just because it's something we're going to have to deal with at some point, whether after or before. But in the mixed use, there's several uses that if they came to us for just a business license to occupy a unit in the industrial zone, wouldn't be allowed as currently written in the zone. So the arts and culture, entertainment and recreation, microbrewery, retail, and service commercial, like tattoo parlor, whatever, that sort of thing. If they came to us to occupy a unit that's existing in those zones, they would need a rezoning.
Right, which has happened, right?
Which would make a few of the sites
Might
non-conforming.
be considered manufacturing.
Sorry? Sorry?
The microbrewery, can that be considered manufacturing?
It's not in our current zone, it's its own use. Right now, there's some multi-unit buildings in there that have, we've had some application. We have a boxing gym on 1039 Venture Way. And some of the multi-unit buildings have come with, an RMT, a tattoo parlor. I'm not sure if there's any others, but those would then, not be fitting.
Are there any more copies of the bubble sheet?
You're looking at this one.
The gym, I mean, the gyms, there's a couple gyms that, or at least one that exists, right, in industrial. Or there's two?
There's a
Maybe two.
few.
Yeah,
Because that used to be permitted in the industrial zone, so in
but
the,
now it's taken out.
yeah, because we included the area in the commercial.
It was more, seen more as a commercial than an industrial.
Right.
We simplified the industrial.
And then it worked.
Maybe some more things need to be brought into the center then of those circles.
So what we could do, just an idea, is sort of retain the commercial designation but remove the residential component. So that because it retains the uses that are there, but really the big bonus they're getting is this new opportunity to build residential.
Which would still be in the OCP though.
We could,
That opportunity to build residential would still be in the OCP, but you're saying,
yeah, we
We
could
create a new
keep
zone
that
and-
policy to say support mixed use commercial in the Venture Way Seamount area, so we can keep that policy, but we would have basically it would just be a commercial zone that's not mixed use.
So you're saying
And
create.
you would remove, you'd have commercial, but you wouldn't have that residential component. So right now, in the commercial zone, there's use specific permission, so you're allowed residential, which is limited in building form, and it must be above, below, or behind commercial, facing the street. We could just remove that residential component
For this
for
specific
this
area,
specific area.
so we're creating a
A
new
new
land
zone.
use designation.
No, it's the same land use designation, it would be a new zone.
Okay,
Same uses, residential removed.
Yes.
But then you'd have to like pick, some would or they wouldn't be red, but some would be, just pick and choose
would just
based
be a
on their
different-
different use rather than
Yeah, so the way
if,
we've shown the different,
Yeah.
like Lower Gibsons has like slashed. It's just, we would show it differently, so
Yeah.
see how public, these are both the same land use designation, but it's a different zone.
mhm.
So we would have, it would be the same land use designation in the OCP, but it would just have a different zone. So they would have to rezone to get residential.
But that's only specifically that area, it doesn't
Yeah.
affect the other CM2
Yeah.
zones.
Yeah.
Okay.
And nothing, I'm just curious why you wouldn't add some of the other uses into the industrial commercial zone.
Like the middle of the circle, that seems like the
Yeah.
easiest way to do it, and
The middle
like
of
just
the
put
circle.
gyms back in there.
The middle of the circle applies. It would be the automotive, these ones wouldn't apply. Oh wait, sorry. The automotive. Right, that doesn't fully address it, does it?
Because you'd still have like your manufacturer
Yeah.
in a couple of locations.
Could we, zone them?
So what are the ones that would be non-conforming on that list?
Oh yeah, there's this here.
Maybe we just do an industrial zone and add a few
Yeah.
of those uses.
Gym,
Flip what I said.
bottle depot, what's a bottle depot in
Oh,
there?
Oh, the bottle depot, yeah.
Is that like the recycling that's now commercial, I guess so.
Yeah, that would be a
bottle
lot.
depot is
So-
service commercial.
But yeah, but it would, it's not, I don't know, I find it really confusing that
Cause you could add the,
like
if there's a
recycling depots
microbrew you
aren't,
need, you could add the
They're commercial now.
recreational services.
you've got people driving forklifts around and stuff in the recycling depot. And that's about as industrial as we get in Gibsons.
Entertainment and recreation, is that the main one?
It's all of these circle ones.
So why can't we
Oh,
just
okay.
amalgamate them all?
Okay.
That's
Just
kind of what
throw
I,
it
yeah,
all
just
in there.
put more in the middle of the circle, that's what I mean,
Yeah.
it's got that overlap.
Yeah,
Those-
let's squish it all in there.
I
Like-
thought we were just doing non-conforming.
It's only gonna
So
leave
industrial,
behind auto
everything
commercial.
else is non-conforming.
Then they
Probably already.
So why don't we
can't
just
do
have an
anything
auto
else.
zone and then
You
have an
just get a
industrial
zoning, you have to
commercial zone?
rezone, apply for rezoning, but you don't have to change the OCP. That was the whole idea. Cause the OCP just says, mixed use commercial.
No distinction.
It's just, the
It's just been-
businesses have to
Some of these things,
No,
like,
they're
so the
already-
gym
they're
used, a
non-conforming.
gym used to be industrial.
Yeah.
But now it's been moved to commercial. Same with bottle depot, they've all been, those uses, they're currently industrial
The
uses,
buildings are just
yeah, so I don't know,
muscles.
right, okay. So where are we headed over on that side of the table now?
I think it would work if we added arts and culture, entertainment and recreation, microbrewery and service commercial into the commercial industrial zone. I think the only point of discussion might be whether or not to add retail. Because retail's already allowed, but on a limited basis. And I would recommend keeping it that way, so you still have an industrial function to the zone.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's the marine services place is kind of retail, isn't it? I mean, they sell things there and people, it's a storefront,
Which is that one?
the bitter end,
Oh, on the other side.
I can't think of any others.
I don't think he does marine servicing, he just sells.
Oh, right,
parts and
sure,
stuff.
yeah,
But now he's
Good
also a
point.
reputed for
for what?
U-Haul.
So I think if we added all those uses into the industrial zone, that would also apply east, south, west.
But weren't all
West
these,
to west.
weren't all these uses previously in the industrial zone?
No.
Cause that's why
Not all of
they're in
them.
front of me here.
Some uses sort of.
Which is
right
Arts and
on the-
culture, I guess, wasn't, so,
I see here.
There is existing residential on the Seymour with, where Gibson's party house used to be.
I don't think we talked about that one.
Yeah, and retail's already.
Within the industrial, there's some non-conforming.
Oh, yeah.
All kinds of problems.
So So you just add those
Well,
four
this one
uses,
is-
and then
people live in
they've got what they need.
And
People
just
live in the
apply it
front.
to this, that neighborhood.
Yep.
Okay.
Only applied in that central area?
Yeah.
I see, okay, I was concerned about the other area.
Okay. Okay,
This is what perfect time.
so that's where we settled, I think.
So we have an industrial area with selective non-conforming uses. Keep it simple.
Keeping it the
Okay,
same, but
so-
having a vision that this would be, you know, one day this could all be like Venture Village.
So it'll be it'll be a CI zone, commercial industrial, and it'll have a few additional permissions. Arts and culture, entertainment and recreation, microbrewery and service commercial.
How does
So-
microbrewery vary from food and beverage?
The production.
The production you're manufacturing it.
So should it be
I wonder if that includes
microbrewery / distillery?
Yeah, let's see, we used
And
to.
there's a
Covered-
distillery
it's
there.
Covered in the definition.
That crow would be very unhappy,
Yeah,
particularly.
Yeah,
on
microbrewery allows for the
and-
brewing,
and-
distilling, and bottling of beers, ales, ciders, and spirits.
Sorry.
it
The
includes
definition
distillery.
includes distilling.
Can we break for lunch at some point?
Sure, yeah, we'll continue the workshop, but then, so then the only thing is we'd continue the workshop and then we'd go right into the meeting. Is everyone okay with that?
So far, I was just
And
concerned.
you're able to kind of, you're keeping track of
I'm
motions,
keeping
you,
track.
you might need a little bit of space in between, but not yet.
I'm really counting on you to keep track of the motions, I'll see.
Trying.
And I'm reading over her shoulder and helping her.
Okay, I think we can do that, yeah, I'm hungry too.
We've got
Okay.
this.
I just wanna make sure we're all okay with,
After the workshop, we could even go back to the meeting and then recess it, right? And give her some more time if we need to.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah, if we need a little more time for the motion, yes, yeah, okay.
Can I just confirm with that, what you're redrafting there, we didn't lose residential? Did you, no, did you just say in the, because we, no, just
So
what,
Both places.
what I've written,
So
so
there's
right
people living
now,
above
basically, I'll draw it on a map.
because she was talking about this, yeah, no, but what Colton said originally, when we talked about
we all said.
Trying to figure out how this system works.
We'll just need to update him when he gets, if he does get back.
Resolutions to make attention.
That is input then. So we're coming back from recess. What's up? Look in the back corner? Yeah, okay. We've got one mic left.
We recharged them. so
Okay,
we
okay,
can
great. Well,
Give you some more.
we don't need all these mics, actually.
Would you like one on each side of the table? Or?
I don't like any of them because they all feed back, but I mean, I think we need,
I think
I
people
would,
can
it was
hear
the
us.
We need
recording
something,
doesn't pick
yeah.
up your voice
Yeah.
on the YouTube.
that seems to
That's
be
all
better
fine.
It's
right now.
It's on?
Off.
This one's not feeding back, no, at least.
It's only if that is on that it feeds back.
Got one.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe we just keep that one off.
Let me just place these around, I suppose, and use them as needed. Let me know if you need more.
Just in case one does. Thank you, Heidi.
So I think we've, I mean, those continuing concerns about like just trying to figure out medium density, is that more a matter of needing to crunch some numbers and figuring out what works?
Well, I guess I just,
Getting it based on a general direction, or do you have any more questions?
yeah, I think what our takeaway is to keep the upper Gibsons medium density and keep the lower Gibsons medium density, and then have a new medium density for specific properties that I've circled. So some of the low density properties will go into the medium density. And we've even got a couple high densities that are gonna be put into the medium density. This new townhouse cluster.
Okay,
Is that what, is that
I mean, I
what you
feel like
wanted?
what's the default though of, and like the higher or the upper density, lower density then?
Yeah,
I mean, shouldn't it be cluster, but except that if
The
you
upper
go
Gibsons?
up to 4-story apartments, then it's
Oh.
housing agreement? So that's just the same as the new one, isn't it?
right.
But there wouldn't be any 4-story in the road.
Yeah, so I think you'd have 2, not 3.
So RM2, which is the medium density for upper Gibsons, allows a maximum density of 100 units, and it can be increased to 149 units per hectare with a housing agreement, and the maximum building height is 4 stories, and there's nothing above that, with a lot coverage of 75%. What I wrote down for this new RM zone is it's got a 10-meter building height as opposed to 15. And it's got a 50 unit per hectare density up to 75 units per hectare. So it's a little bit less than what's here.
And
And you
75 with a housing agreement.
With a housing agreement, yeah, and a height bonus to 16 meters or 15, we'd have to look at what consistency across, but a height bonus to 4 stories with a housing agreement. So it's basically like a lower medium density than the upper Gibsons. And then the way
So
I,
just a clarification, with the housing agreement, would you go beyond the 75 or no, it's capped at 75?
it would be capped at 75. And the RM1 and lower Gibsons is a 75 unit per hectare density. And we say here that the maximum density may be increased to facilitate additional housing provided that a housing agreement is in place with the town of Gibsons. So we don't actually put a maximum density on this one.
Which one, I'm sorry?
The lower Gibsons medium density. So that's on School Road. And this is a 3-story height, so it's 10 meters. And we do have a building height increase to 16 meters, provided that a housing agreement is in place with the town of Gibsons. So maybe what we should do is just replace RM1 with this new RM zone. But the density is reduced. I guess that's where I wasn't sure, like how,
It'd be
where's,
simplest. Did that one go back on? Is that why it's feeding back again? No, this one's on.
No, this one.
Oh, okay.
like, did you have specific areas that you wanted to?
No, I didn't want to, like, I don't think anyone was saying like, let's have a lot of different medium density zones, I think we've been hoping that we could do 2.
Okay, so you just want one lower than what we've got and another Gibson's one that's higher?
I think in general, we want,
I thought we were,
We were also identifying properties that are currently indicated as low density
Yeah.
as to what they actually are built out currently as. And I think it's important to capture that.
Yeah, so we can expand it to, so I've got a list of properties that it will apply to now. Like the one on Celia Crescent, that's on Park Road, the 2 multi-unit developments on Park Road, sorry, this map is so tiny. Georgia Mirage, which is in low, which would go up to medium, it would probably apply to Eagle View as well. So we have to do some density calculations to see.
yeah, Eagle View for sure.
Yeah. So we could do that. So a new zone.
Isn't that what we agreed?
So a new zone that's lower than the other 2?
Yeah.
Lower density than the other 2? Okay.
RM1 and RM1 and 2 in there between, okay.
If need, I mean, I guess my only question then is, still doing it? No. My only question, then, I mean, I wonder if we could still do 2 zones but capture some of these lower density ones still, but I mean, just knowing that it's very unlikely they're going to tear down their strata units and zone up to 3 stories, which isn't a big difference anyway. I mean, Eagle View Heights isn't going to be doing that. I'm just thinking like to simplify it to 2.
From the get-go, we've been trying to simplify
Yeah.
things, so adding another zone sort of shooting yourself in the foot again.
Well, but we had 40 zones, if we have 10, it's still.
If we have to, it's not going to be the end of the
Yeah.
world, but like we're trying to simplify, so I feel like there's still space to potentially simplify here.
So potentially what you could do is change the units that are currently low density to medium density and just change, from what Leslie Ann was reading to us, we've now sort of reduced the density in the upper village, so it's out of sort of whack with the lower village. But there's housing agreements with the lower.
Those 2 have different,
Yeah,
they have different zones
they have
anyway.
different.
Hesitation around
That's where we,
changing RM1 is there was a lot of site-specific things that are done with it, and to manage the views down
Yeah.
School Road.
Yeah.
So I think creating a new zone has the benefit of avoiding reopening any challenges or issues in lower Gibsons.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree with that. Okay, so we can tweak it a little bit by adding cluster housing, like a building form. But probably come in with a new zone that's just lower density. So basically bringing the density down, it's gonna be similar to the RM1 zone, 3 stories with a bonus density or bonus height. And the same setbacks.
So is it in fact that the new medium zone, the one with townhouse and cluster should be RM1, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
yeah, and then RM1 becomes RM2, and then RM2 becomes RM3, something like that.
Okay.
we'd probably do it for the lowest density, to have the lower numbers, and as the density increases.
I don't have a problem because we used to have 40 zones, even if we ended up with 12, 15, it's not a big deal.
Yeah. Okay,
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 if that
thank
works
you.
best, and then also if,
And it gives you 3 different zones that could be used underneath your OCP
Yeah.
medium density designation.
sounds good.
great, okay.
And are you getting some language that will work for us?
I've written notes,
Soon? Yeah,
I'll
okay.
have to figure out the
Okay.
language.
I think the size of the recess will be depending on them, not on us.
Yeah.
It would be good to go over my notes afterwards, just to make sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Everyone's, I'm not, just to make sure I'm not missing anything when the motions are drafted.
Obviously not today, it's not realistic, but when would we see a new rough map of everything?
So this would depend on next steps, so if
Okay,
if
we'll leave it at
count,
that.
yeah.
That's fair, yeah, so we'll be there for the next step.
I mean,
We're gonna have it for the public hearing,
it
we
would
don't have,
be,
you know, yeah.
so, yeah, I guess if council wants to pass second reading, subject to all these changes, then the next time you'll see the map would be for the public hearing notice.
And that deadline is December 23rd.
Yeah.
So we would try to get it potentially a few days earlier than that.
Can we receive the updated version before the public sees? Just,
Yeah,
I appreciate that, because
yeah, I can circulate it, yeah. But we do have, when we notify for a public hearing, we have to provide all the information.
Sure.
So that I would just send you the link with all the information before it gets published in the newspaper.
Probably by the end of
Okay.
the map section.
Okay,
so are we going back to industrial?
If you want to share the meeting.
No, I'm asking you.
Yeah, sure, well, okay, if you wanna go back to industrial.
Oh, because we didn't finish, right?
What we did,
Oh, I thought, okay, I thought we talked a lot about this zone,
Yeah.
the venture way, but we haven't talked about the one on the west.
Yeah,
it's a
well, that's another,
CM2.
Yeah, but I
no,
know,
that's another conversation, it's on the list,
oh,
yeah, so we can get to it, so that's in the motions, is looking at that area, but also the other area, I wanted to explore talking about, let's see, the SSA called again, it's a special
Study area.
study area or a comprehensive development
yeah, okay.
area, like looking at some options for some of the larger pieces of, the 2 larger pieces of land in Upper Gibsons that haven't been, they all have, or they each have single ownership, and they have not yet been developed at all. And, I mean, I'd like to start with the residential one in the middle. There's a lot of eyes on that one, a lot of concerns about that one, and that led to changes a little under a month ago. But I mean, my take on that one was it was always gonna be recognized that this is gonna be like a whole plan that would need to come in, that would trigger some civic lands coming to the town, and there'd be commercial, and we'd be looking at kind of a, you know, any developer that would need to come in would be coming in with a master plan that would go through council. And that was the proposal over here initially too, when this developer came to council, they were talking about, we'll bring you a master plan. So in this case, it's kind of, rather than pre-zoning it in the case on the highway, rather than pre-zoning it, I mean, maybe the OCP could say, well, no, it's, could we look at like more of a comprehensive approach or a special study area approach for these two larger lots? That, I think that master plan concept that was, that's the only thing that's officially been pitched to council. That was a good approach.
Thank you, Mayor, because that was one of my questions. Why are we not doing anything in terms of comprehensive planning, master planning with this area, which is huge, right? And I ask, is it gonna be developers driven? Obviously, developers have input, but we should. Sorry?
I'm having trouble hearing you for some reason.
Sorry?
It's probably just distorting maybe.
Anyways, it's a huge area, just to zone and not have a comprehensive plan. I agree.
Both areas.
Yeah, both
Yeah.
areas, I agree.
So what are the logistics of doing that, considering like a comprehensive, I mean, I just wanna, we need to understand.
But don't you have to set what, through the OCP, what you're envisioning that property
This
to
is what we need to
develop as,
ask.
or?
Well,
So I
special
think-
study area, I think, is the way to go. This needs to be determined, this will be determined through a master planning process.
Yeah, you
If we
can come up,
designate it as a special study area.
yeah, you can come up with, you could have a policy and you could have, a designation that the ultimate, land use designation and zoning is to be determined through a comprehensive plan or through a special study. You can also identify if there's a base.
Perfect.
But I can see why there's an appetite for that, because, you know, even when this was high density and this was medium density, you can imagine the landowner ultimately is gonna say, well, I probably can't do high density across the whole thing. I'm gonna wanna be strategic about it.
Exactly, yeah.
So those are things that can be explored.
And then another piece is what Leslie Ann brought up earlier is, I don't wanna end up in this position as a community where we go, well, let's downzone this to like, lower, low density, so that they can upzone to the high density, and then just to make sure we have a rezoning process, but then they come along and just go, okay, well, we're just gonna do single family sprawl, because we don't want that.
Yeah.
So that's why I like the approach of a special study area, if we can do it, to require a master plan from them. Because then whatever the plan is, then it will go through council so we can ensure it meets our housing needs, especially, or industrial, commercial needs, whatever.
So for clarification, you're saying in the land use designation that it's, let's say, CM2?
That I think not. I think it'd be a special study
It
area.
would be special study area would be the designation. And then you would say the intent of this designation is for further study to determine the appropriate mix of uses. And it would be subject to a future OCP amendment.
And then the property owner comes to us and says, here's our plan, here's our drawings.
And then you negotiate.
Yeah.
And decide what, you could negotiate and say, this is how we're gonna arrange the future land uses based on what's in the OCP or zoning bylaw today, or they might bring forward a completely new designation through those conversations.
And depending on when that happens, if it's 5 years from now or 10 years from now, council may say, well, we are, you know, the needs of today, what we'd like to see today. Industrial, housing, whatever, could change, yeah. Rather than just going, here's what we want today.
Is that a similar approach that they took for that neighborhood in Chilliwack? Do you recall when we walked through the area in Chilliwack?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember, I'm not sure if it was the economic development team or I know it was driven from council, but what they did do is they had that big area in Chilliwack that was a bit
It was a
struggle
master
for
plan
them.
for sure.
Yeah, cause the result of that was incredibly creative and it was just the mixed uses of everything, just allowing that.
Mm-hmm.
Not having limits, they created something really cool there.
And the developers let us through it, they were super proud of it and
Gorgeous,
excited
it's
about
a
it.
gorgeous site.
It was all something that was developed with the council.
Clarification, are you talking about these 3 lots?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, and the other 3 too.
what the other 3? Oh, this one?
No,
Then,
the
okay, yeah,
IGA
no, that's
properties.
okay. No, I totally agree, that's why why are we eliminating the neighborhood plan? I didn't mean it has to be necessarily the same, because we have to embrace change, but there's a lot of concepts there that were well thought out. And I know some have been better in municipality, but I love it because it gives us really, and then it's a different thing than planning for this. It's another, it's another stage. I like that.
Just for the map markings, we're talking about the 3 long lots that have mixed uses.
The entire properties of those lots, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
including
because,
the institutional area and commercial.
Yeah, I mean, we don't wanna lose the plan for the institutional, but that's, we know going forward that we still want that as part of any
Is this?
neighborhood plan.
What
Master
is
plan.
institutional area, sorry,
The RCMP,
no, but what it is right now?
center in the RCMP.
Talking about that.
Yeah. Nothing. What is
There's
that?
nothing, it's above the RCMP, so the RCMP
Oh,
lot
that's
ends
okay.
here,
And who owns that?
the same people.
Okay.
It's all
Part
the
of
same
it,
lot.
it's part of the
It's
same
part of the
lots,
lot.
it just has
Yeah.
a different
Okay,
zone.
perfect.
I would have a question for Colton. From a timeline process, and I'm not saying we're rushing into something, but for developers faced with this, and I'm not, I sort of like the idea of coming with a master plan, but I'm just wondering, timeline to a development process, how much it impacts on incentivizing housing with the current property owners.
These 2 specific ones, or?
Yeah,
just
well,
in
just
general,
generally,
if
it's,
necessary?
because in one hand, we've set out on a process to try and simplify things and incentivize housing, and now we're turning around on properties that potentially could incredibly support and supply to our housing needs. And we're now saying, okay, now you have to do this dog and pony show. So how's this going to impact on fulfilling the supply of housing in the community? Specifically in these areas because they are big lots and they offer huge potential.
I mean, it would really be dependent on how ambitious staff and council want to be in terms of the timeline to complete the study and to arrive at essentially a land use concept. It could be probably as short as 6 months, but it could be as long as, a 1-year process.
just for clarification, you say staff.
Mhm.
So in all fairness, let's look at it from both sides. I'm the landowner and I think, okay, right now it's zoned medium density residential Upper Gibsons. And looking at the draft OCP, the wheels might possibly be turning in the landowner's mind. I can do this if this is approved. Now we're turning around and saying these are going to be special interest. There's no specific zoning, land use designation on the site, and there's no specific zoning on the site. So we're sort of completely reinventing the wheel for these huge properties, which I can see becoming immensely laborious for town. So we're going to be looking at a Gospel Rock situation where we're going to be saying to a developer, well, now you're going to have to supply extra labor to town for us to process all this. And I just fail to see how this is incentivizing fulfilling our commitment to providing housing to the community.
In the case of one of these property owners, we haven't heard a lot from them. And that's kind of one of the biggest concerns I have about just nothing ever happening on that land. Nothing ever happens. So I want to finish.
Okay.
That's one.
Follow up, please.
Whereas that, that in that case, I think this could help make sure that there's a process when and if that ever happens. And otherwise I'd be concerned about finding ourselves in a upzoning position, because right now it's R1, right? Like a lot of this. So anything we do here, whether it's medium density or high density like it was before, and then there's commercial coming in here, it's gonna be a big land lift that they get if this happens. So it may just be for sale sign up, and which would be a great decision, but on that they got a free land lift, and that's that one I'm talking about. The other one, that a master plan concept was already presented to us, and so let's just keep moving forward with that.
But that was ostensibly based on what we've suggested is we're moving towards in the land use designation and zoning.
Sure.
It's, with respect to the land lift, it's one thing to say, yes, this land has gone from $100 an acre to $1,000 an acre because of the land lift. But any potential purchaser of that property is going to seriously question building on it with the additional cost of the land. Right, because if all of a sudden one of your most expensive commodities in a project moving forward is the cost of the land. Now, currently, both these developers own the land. So they've got a bit of an advantage there. It's not like they're coming into town.
Developer, I don't know, I think
Well, the landowner.
They're investors.
Yeah, well, my question is, how are we suddenly impeding potential progress?
So from an OCP perspective, the special study area is fairly straightforward, but this being a new idea, both Leslie and I are kind of frantically searching here to see how you do it in zoning. And I would suggest we would probably need to bring you more information. One of the examples we've seen is that you just hold the zoning as it is today. Another one is saying bring in a holding zone, but I don't know about the legality of that because the LGA does say you have to provide zoning for all the land through your zoning bylaw. So it has to be zoned something. Yeah. The safest place might be to just leave what you currently got zoned,
which could work for some properties, but not others.
Yeah, not if it's SCRD zoning.
Exactly.
Yeah, but technically, we haven't incorporated yet. Right?
What does that have to do with?
These lands that, some of them, I was thinking about the ones that we incorporated, but we have not finalized, but not everything is there, sorry.
The properties we're discussing are already part of the town, but
Yeah.
the existing zoning
Yeah.
on them reflects back to when they were part of the regional district.
Yeah, the original.
So we need to make them compliant with our new OCP.
So, let's see, as a subdivision officer, I'm the owner of one of the lands, and I say, well, I wanna just subdivide just a chunk to cluster housing. So that could be also, I mean, it's still not the full master plan, but it will come to council and we can say, hey, great idea, right?
No, so it depends, so it depends on what the holding zone is. So if the holding zone is the RL one, then they could say, okay, well, forget about a master plan, that's too much work, we're gonna apply the RL one
Yeah.
and build out. So they'll go straight to subdivision and that won't come to council.
Oh, yeah, they can.
And then straight to building permit, and that won't come to council either. So, the holding zone is going to be their development rights, what they can do on the property. Like it is now, right now it's a low density residential, they could subdivide and that wouldn't come to council, so it's not very different to where we're at now. But that is by not designating it right away and having this special service area, or what do we call it, special study area? You do have to apply some kind of holding zone.
The last thing we'd want to see, I think, in that area is like an urban sprawl, which potentially could happen.
The current OCP has the neighborhood plan. And
So
it's
it's
still
still-
all zoning.
It still has a neighborhood plan, but people can, they have zoning on the property. So they might decide not to rezone to the neighborhood plan because it's too much work. So that is the risk of not designating it right away, but that could be what happens.
I would add that the neighborhood plan from the OCP has been used to inform the future road network plan
Yeah.
and the active travel plan and also some of the environmental policies as well. So all of those layers would still take effect in any development proposal.
But we ostensibly have to put a land use designation on it.
I was wondering if if it did have a zoning and we're concerned about being able to adjust to a neighborhood plan that someone would think through and bring forward, wonder if that could be included in the OCP designation where a neighborhood or
On a study area.
yeah,
Yeah, that's what's on the table. I think that's what
I just mean, it could be a policy, we could still zone in case they wanted to develop pieces of it, but then have the opportunity also to present a neighborhood plan that's different from those designations. I don't know if that addresses the goal or not.
Now, you mentioned a holding zone. What would that, because that would be the actual, the zone in the zoning bylaw would be a holding zone. The OCP would be special study area. And holding zone would really require it to require the master plan for anything to go ahead.
Yeah.
That's my understanding of that,
So,
which seems, so that seems to address the concerns.
yeah, but the holding zone would still, we could, I guess. I'm rolling with this, but I don't know enough about this, I haven't done
Okay.
a lot of research on it, so I'm hesitant to advise you guys on this because I don't know exactly how it'll work. I know in our current zoning bylaw, we have this holding zone, which is a CDA one zone, but it doesn't tie to a special service area in the OCP, so it's questionable how legitimate that zone is. but it allows one single family dwelling and it's got 10-meter setbacks and it's applied to tiny lots and some larger lots. And it's basically a no build, you can't build
Yeah.
anything on it. So it might be something like that, but we'd have to look into
Well,
it.
that's what we need. I mean, we want some kind of holding zone so the master plan could come forward for both of these areas.
So here said the underlying zoning and intended future use for the land are already established, but development is paused until essential infrastructure or order requirements are in place. That's a whole zone. Temporarily restricts the development of a property.
Yeah, I don't think I know enough about a holding zone to speak knowledgeably about it. The town also might wanna get legal comment on that.
I think it would require legal.
So we can certainly look into this. I'm wondering if we can talk about or get some direction on what you're comfortable with if we can't just do a no-build zone, like a holding zone that doesn't allow anything. Would you be comfortable with applying like a similar zone, the equivalent zone to today, or to the current zoning? So right now.
Except the current zoning is SCRD zoning, so
Well,
how would that,
yeah,
what I was
but-
gonna ask is, where's there's one of these maps for the current zoning bylaw.
Yes,
Is there one for the current OCP?
yes. Oh, the existing, you mean, this is the new,
Maybe just
the current?
The current
No, it
OCP.
would be the one here.
I think it is one, at least I asked
Oh, yeah,
staff to do that. Is it not the same?
This is the same, but this isn't.
She doesn't want
Okay,
to.
sorry.
Oh, yes, okay.
Yeah, I mean, we could default to the current, like that's just, it's not the status quo, the status quo is really the SCRD zone, but
And it's still, I don't know how that applies for OCP, like it has to be consistent with the OCP, the zoning bylaw. Has to be consistent with the OCP, so we might have to tweak it a little bit.
if we do an SSA and the OCP and this and the zoning bylaw,
Yeah.
that'd be it.
Yeah.
But then we're already doing the industrial is different, so we might have to do that anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the other perspective to put on the table and just think about is, you know, when we did the engagement, most people wanted to see higher density focused in Upper Gibsons. And I appreciate that have concerns with sort of, you know, giving away the lift right now. And we've come from a place where we had high density here and now it's medium density. Yeah, the tools at your disposal are the ones on the table.
From just what Colton said, we've taken this from high density to CM2, which is a lower density.
Which one are we talking about now? Because I don't think that applies to either one.
Well,
This was high density.
right, okay, this wasn't, that was,
No.
yeah.
I mean, I feel like what makes sense is going down the path we were on this one, which was master plan was coming forward from the developer. Let's do that, and I mean, I'm pretty confident they're ready to do that. They made a presentation to us to do that, so.
So we leave it at proposed CM2,
No,
which is what
no,
they've been
that's
working
not,
on.
that's pre-zoning. We're not doing pre-zoning. I'm not saying pre-zoning, I'm saying let's do an SSA.
No, I'm talking land use, not zoning.
Yeah, no, that would not achieve a master plan. at
Land
all.
use, it was
Yeah.
mixed use commercial.
I think, I understand what you want, I don't know if it's the consensus of the whole council.
Well, if you're coming forward with a master plan, you need to have a starting block that
Yeah.
is from what Leslie Ann and Colton have said. So in the land use, we're saying it's mixed use commercial. And then under the zoning, you're putting this caveat on it that they come forward with a,
There's no
A
master
master
plan will
plan.
come forward then, though.
well, isn't the holding thing you're talking about in zoning?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not-
holding zone is perfect, let's do holding zone.
So then the question is what do you want that holding zone to be?
It's
So initially we had it as industrial, that could act as a holding zone. Knowing
I thought a
that
holding zone is what you said.
No, you have to have some,
You have to have a land
you have
use
to have the
designation.
underlying zone okay, a holding zone provision, it's a municipal land use regulation that temporarily restricts the development of a property until specific conditions are met.
Yeah.
But then municipalities are use holding zones as a planning tool to ensure orderly and premature development. The underlying zoning and intended future use for the land are already established. But development is paused until essential infrastructure or other requirements are in place. So that's the kind of homework here.
So as I said, the
Yeah.
land use has to be established, and then you put in your zoning bylaw the holding until they bring forward the master plan.
So how it works, a property
It
is
could be like
typically given a base zoning designation with the holding symbol attached. So we have to have
So
the base.
often you can keep the zoning of the land typically. So that's done, you keep the zoning. But we need to make the zoning consistent with the OCP. So if you want the OCP to still have this vision, so let's talk about these properties, the secret properties. So if you want them, if the vision is to have mixed use commercial, but you wanna see a master plan first, there might be a way to designate it. In a special study area, we can say wanting to see mixed use or something like that. But then the zone that applies would be the holding zone. And if we wanted to keep the zone, like the commercial that they've got and an industrial, we have to tweak it, cause right now it's SCRD zoning, so it doesn't, it's totally different to our zoning,
Or we could
or we
look at what's
come
in
up
the
with a
OCP
new
right now,
zone.
which is part industrial, part commercial. And that would be the,
Or keep the
The
existing
holding.
land use designation.
Yeah.
But even
but
then,
then still, either way, if there's the master plan that's needed, and if the master plan is all commercial, then we go through that. But I'm uncomfortable with just going. I like the holding zone idea, but if there's an underlying zone that can always be defaulted to, which is what could just be trigger a building permit, basically, like that's not what we want a master plan.
But aren't you capturing that, like with saying this is the land use designation that we envision this should develop into
Oh, sure, if that's.
with the holding restriction in the zoning. So because
It's the other way
to
around.
Anne Marie's point, if you're putting a hold on something, you have to give it a land use designation. You can't just sort of say, pull a rabbit out of a hat with no starting point.
That could be the reading of what was there.
Well, the restriction says that while the holding provision is in effect, only the existing uses or a limited set of temporary uses are permitted. Well, I think they need to investigate more anyway.
Yeah,
That sounds like the way to go to
I
me.
don't have confidence that
Yeah,
that
Yeah.
even applies in DC.
Right.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing. Oh, they talk about Sunshine Coast Vision like this.
Well, I guess on this one, will we be able to explore it during a break or?
And speaking of pulling rabbits out of hats,
I think I need to get some legal advice on this one. And I'm trying to do that.
Are there anything else, is there anything else on the list?
Well, we're just we're just keep getting harder and harder. The hardest ones are still to come.
Oh, are they?
No, I don't think so. Does anyone have?
I have a question regarding the short-term rentals. It says here, no more than 35 dwelling units in the town of Gibson can be used for short-term rental. But didn't we pass a motion that was about 100? You even remember you suggested a limit was 120 or something.
So those, the 35 would be the entire dwelling unit short-term rentals. So those would be all the temporary use permits that council authorized. Council authorized, I think, around 32. And so the zoning would allow 35 as
Isn't
written.
a zoo sometimes here.
I don't know if everybody found this clear, but I found a little bit.
What?
Because before the zoning by the short-term rental zoning, I could understand, okay, you have the principle, you have this one, I was a little bit, just the way it's worded. So if it's just me, don't bother, but if other people find.
I found it clear.
You found,
I
okay.
did.
And I couldn't all I know is I couldn't understand it before.
Yeah,
No, I know, it's just a bit, okay, so.
I'm sure it could only
We
be
had a-
better than that.
we had a dedicated workshop on it.
Yeah.
So we tried our best to
No, that's fine, if it's
Really
just me, then
reflect the outcomes that we thought council wanted.
fine.
Yeah, it was just that wording. It's primary residence, it's whole house. 3 months, whole house.
We're working on a flow chart where you can self-evaluate. And
Oh, perfect.
I think that'll clarify for everyone, hopefully.
Yeah.
10-minute session with you. I find sometimes difficult reading imagination, but if it's me, I have one more thing, can I ask? The payment in lieu of parking. I remember hearing about 30,000 a long time ago, and lately it was around 60,000. Which it could be at the more underground or something, so I just want to, where did this 30,000, do we need to update that? Because the cost of everything has increased, has escalated, so it just concerns me a little bit, the 30,000.
I think I can't directly answer your question. It was something I asked at some point, but there's some context to that. Cash in lieu of parking used to be a tool available throughout town. Now it is specific to the Lower Gibsons commercial area where there isn't a great opportunity for parking. And those monies can go into travel infrastructure or demand management reduction. It can go into parking, it can go into supporting alternative transportation measures and so on. 30,000 is what was recommended by our consultant.
I think the 60,000 is what it costs to build a parking spot. And underground is even more expensive.
So what do we do with 30,000?
Also, right now, the way the 30,000 is written is that I think it has to be within 100 meters of a parking facility or 500 meters, there's a
In our current
distance.
I think it's
So-
100.
Is it
Yeah, it's 100,
So the new bylaw takes that out, I hope, and just applies it across Lower Gibsons. So that it can still be an option for people to pay.
In the zone where it does apply in Lower Gibsons, it likely wouldn't be replacing underground parking because there isn't an opportunity with the aquifer there. So it would more be replacing the need for surface parking.
And is it enough, 30,000?
Yeah,
It's our
It's a
best
lot of money
advice.
for small business.
I know for a small business, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Just trying to understand what you do with this money, right?
Because it's not just 30,000 to offset parking, it's 30,000 per space that they would require under.
They don't get anything for it.
And then, if I may, I think it's one of the last questions. Bonus density. And this regards the CDA and talks about subject to the owner provided to the town cash contributions of $156,000 for the affordable housing reserve and $100,000 for the community amenity. I think this was set up almost 10 years ago, so why haven't we updated the figures?
Because that's what was agreed to by council, and the zone just stayed the same. So they still have a development agreement, but everything's the same.
Has to be the same?
Well, it was negotiated between council and the developer at that time. So by keeping the zone in, everything is the same. But I mean, when they come in to develop, it could all come up again with part of the land, discussing the land exchange agreement.
But who chooses that? Is it because is it coming to council anyway?
It would have to come to council.
Okay, and do you actually have the Gospel Rock policies
I
that you're
do,
concerned
I
about?
do,
I mean,
yeah.
it might be,
Well, and then before I,
how many are there though? Are there?
no, let me just one more thing, because of the current OCP, one thing that I appreciate, they do the estimation of, in case of the Upper Gibsons neighborhood, so since we are going to do now the study area, so maybe an estimation of whatever should be included when we get some results. It just gives a good direction.
of what?
Population, like, or number of units, that whatever this plan, it's gonna trigger. So for example, for the Upper Gibsons was 915 dwellings at the time, and Gospel Rock 1,096. So at least for planning purposes, I mean, Gospel Rock is still whatever the name of the plan. That was the plan. They
Gospel Rock
anticipated
was never 1,096.
The other
1,096.
people are
That's what it is
speculating
now.
on stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of, I especially find that not helpful in the current context of the small scale multi-unit, because, I mean, are you supposed to count like every single family home as if it were 4 units? Like, it's just, it's kind of absurd and not helpful to the public, especially because it's just not,
But
it's not what we're planning. I mean, it's not
But isn't the
reasonable
OCP
to expect.
supposed to plan for the future, so by knowing what the new OCP would lead to, you plan water, you plan everything else? Is it how it works? Infrastructure, number of schools, everything, population, is it what it is?
Well,
That's what I understand.
Yes, but I mean, for Gospel Rock right now, the way it's done is the density is down here.
Yeah.
And everything else is low density or conservation. So, and these zones, if we take out the unit per hectare count, they're gonna be allowed 4 units on each lot. So they would have to come in and rezone anyway if they wanted more density. Unless you want a special study area there too.
No, I'm just trying to understand.
that one's been done. I think that was a special, that one's been done to death as a special study area.
Yeah.
Because my understanding is the OCP is supposed to predict the future needs of everything, right?
Well, over time, like,
Yeah.
the town is not going to
200
build
years.
infrastructure, this year to support 20 years of growth, because that's an overwhelming financial challenge. Instead, what it's sort of doing is, over a 20-year horizon, you're planning for, I think, what is the growth, 30,000 people, we think? Is it? I can't remember. I have to go back.
Over a 20-year horizon?
30,000?
No.
3,000.
No.
Anyhow, but even just looking at the Gospel Rock neighborhood plan, like the numbers that they have in there are very ambitious, and I think that's probably why nothing's happened there. Is, the growth rate in Gibsons doesn't support that developing at the rate they thought it would. all the infrastructure and services are here. This is why people wanna be in the built-out area of Gibsons. I think the challenge with Gospel Rock is they have a lot to provide in order to open up that as a development area.
I think when we're doing infrastructure planning, it's more helpful to look at population estimates, growth estimates.
And with respect to Gospel Rock, to Coulton's point, the infrastructure they need there, they have to pay for it to get there.
Yeah.
Right, so they're gonna have to do something to incentivize the cash flow into that project to get the money they need to do it.
To settle them to millionaires.
With the lot prices already,
Yeah, but I think
you know,
that's,
lots at $999,000.
that's the status quo there.
Mayor, you asked a few things,
Yeah, I think, I mean, if you wanna look at those, just check about those Gospel Rock policies now instead of over
Yeah.
email, it might be.
I mean, there was one thing that talked about enhanced biodiversity and create wildlife corridors. This is Upper Gibsons.
Upper Gibson's neighborhood plan.
And
And that's not in the current OCP
well, not this
or in
land,
the new
so,
OCP, like that must be,
because here when you say create wildlife corridors, it's more specific, right? If the urban forest plan has, I think, one time they mentioned about wildlife corridors, but it's not specific to this area. And I think this came because there was so much need because of the area, I mean, in this case now, it's an environmental sensitive area, but also the drainage issues. So the way we do stormwater management, so you use perhaps the same continuity of how you drain the area with. But I appreciate because you're looking at an extra level, right, of opportunity for this area. That's what it is.
What is a wildlife corridor? Does somebody define that?
Yeah.
What is
well,
That allows the movement of wildlife. I mean, you can say wildlife, I mean, if
it?
it's.
Sergeant Road, my street, that's a wildlife corridor.
So it's North
It
Fletcher.
is, I almost didn't do the other day.
okay, let's change the OCP. Your house, it's gonna be,
It's a
we'll call it a wildlife corridor.
You know, traditionally wildlife, depending on what you're defining wildlife, like if you're talking about four-legged mammals, they tend to follow watercourses or wooded areas,
Riparian areas, you know,
riparian areas.
protected.
But, so where do you want to take this? Are we gonna, you know, build culverts under Gibson's Way for animals to get through and?
I think, I mean, this is a kind of a big question. Obviously, there would be an environmental assessment done in this area, but if you have a component of what you want to achieve, it's just the way you plan, you would consider that. Surrey did that, many places they do that. They just look at to have continuity, and I know we cannot attain continuity everywhere because we have highways, but you just look at how wildlife moves and how to support that. And there's a lot of wildlife. The other day there was a cougar there.
I can speak to
I've seen her at the mall a few
Yeah, great.
times.
I just opened my OCP randomly and I found some references to wildlife, but go ahead, yeah.
We added the terrestrial, environmentally sensitive area in our DP areas, and that covers almost all undeveloped wooded lots or anything that is still vegetated. And some of the guidelines that apply to the terrestrial ecosystem, the ESA, are protecting nests, implementing design standards for safe wildlife crossings where new roads are required through an ESA, minimizing crossing of watercourses and their riparian areas,
I appreciate
and other
that.
things.
I read that, but it was a while ago.
I don't think Henry was looking at that, was he?
Okay, so with regard to Gospel Rock, they talk about, let me find it. What? Designation of two north-south wildlife corridors.
And I know this, I mean, we may almost have it with Charman Land and stuff.
Yeah, I feel like
Okay,
that's
do
been
we?
done.
Okay,
So this is the new ESA
Yeah.
development permit area. So there, a lot of the information has been integrated throughout the plan. So the policies about protecting biodiversity and stuff, it doesn't just apply down here, it applies here and in all these areas.
I know we talked, okay, Charman Creek, yeah, okay. Great, no, I appreciate that. And finally, there's one more, just one more thing and I'm done. There was an update that I asked last time to make, and I appreciate that it was made. Let me find it. But the way that it's wording. Oh, it's page 46 in on our agenda. Let me open slowly. So, is it 46? Oh, right here. I did 46, but I'm not, can go up.
It's on bylaw or OCP?
Okay, Councilor.
Page number 46.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it is 46. Okay, so what happens here is there is the A, there's the B, there's C, municipal services to facilitate stormwater management and for the protection of riparian area. This should be D, because this has nothing to do with the municipal service. It just should be done. Because it's now is lumped. It's just a detail, but it didn't read correctly. So there's 4 reasons, right? Why we have the open.
This is like a typo?
I don't have the agenda.
Policies. What number?
You have the intent of the conservation of open
Policy
space
12
to,
to C, break it into a D after the word,
Yeah.
after the first and.
yeah, so they do. It's just because it's different, yeah. And I'm done, thank you very much.
Okay. Procedurally for something like that, it's like fixing the language in the OCP. Do we need to actually amend it at this point, or is it?
It went to first reading, so it has to be revised by
Okay.
motion.
Do we have that captured somehow?
Yes.
Okay, great.
We passed
Were you
last
making a
time.
motion?
I was moving it.
Yeah, we're not we're in the workshop right now.
Oh,
We passed last time, it's just the way when they inserted the word biodiverse, but.
Yeah,
it was
no, we
separate.
have to, what I just heard from our corporate officer is that if there's any kind of, even a typo in here, we need to pass a motion to fix it because we're at first reading, second reading. Great.
Pretty much,
Yeah.
I don't know about a typo, but.
Yeah, I mean,
You
or,
got the gist, yeah.
or it could just be changed ahead of time and we pass it, but we're not even.
I thought they told us that the OCP, once we get it sort of massaged, was gonna go out for formal proofreading and
I hope that's happened already, because we're in the first reading. Second reading.
I just have questions about the ADP recommendations.
Right, we got those too, yeah. Okay, yeah, there are harder things to come, you're right. I was not able to do research on the single-family home size.
Oh, we've done that.
You have great,
We have an
you
update
can
for
kind
you
of give
now.
us some examples of what they're talking about?
Yeah.
Great.
So, this is the OCP. So So in the RL1 and RL2 zones, we have a maximum gross floor area. This provision was created to try and prevent oversized homes, mansions, and the size limit is that the maximum gross floor area for a dwelling unit developed without any other dwelling units as a part of the same building is 250 square meters. So there was a lot of discussion at the ADP about that. Some of the members of the ADP noted that is about 2,700 square feet. There's houses bigger than that in Gibsons. Maybe that number should be a little bit larger. So we did some research with the support of your team in the planning department. And so basically what we found was there were 9 examples of large homes. We averaged that, and it came to 358 square meters. Keep in mind, you don't want homes that big without providing an additional dwelling. So our recommendation is to pick a number either 300 or 325 square meters to replace that 250 square meter.
Can I just ask that you give square footage for me, please? It's just how my mind works.
So 300 square meters would be 3,229 square feet, and 325 square meters would be just shy of 3,500 square feet.
And currently we're at 250.
Currently we're at 250, which is 2,700 square feet.
Okay.
Give or take.
There was definite confusion at the ADP on this conversation in terms of whether they were talking about homes that had suites in them or not. I mean, one member was diehard, like we need to change this, and then at the very end of the conversation didn't even realize that we're only talking about buildings that don't have suites in them. So I wasn't really sure what they're. And then they kind of said, okay, well, we'll do this anyway, even though there was that confusion during the discussion. So I'm wondering if those 9 properties that staff looked at or McElhaney looked at were all single unit homes.
It was looked at whether they had suites and some did and some didn't. Some of that list, please.
Yeah, well, to me, that's just, the whole point is we're trying to incentivize suites and not incentivize monster homes that don't have suites. So
So the
when we
regulation-
throw the ones with suites into the mix, I think
Yeah, so the regulation
kind of-
incentivizes providing suites, because if you
Yeah.
do that, then you aren't held to that gross floor area limit.
You could literally double.
So the comment or the concern in BDP was just, that number might be a little too small. I don't think there was a concern with the spirit of incentivizing a dwelling unit or disincentivizing a purely single detached home.
you might know, yeah.
Yeah, I just, I'll just say it, I don't feel like a homeowner that buys a house that wants to build on it, it should have these restrictions. It's just, I mean, if, you don't know what the scenarios are that go on in those homes, and it could be somebody with 2 people who need accessibility. It could be somebody that needs an art space or mental wellness corner, or any of those things. So I feel like, to me, first of all, I think that the initial amount is very small. Maybe if there's a cap, but I feel it's a bit unreasonable, the concept of it.
Well, it was developed to respond to a concern we heard at council, that there was a concern about monster homes.
Absolutely.
I think
got that
less than
concern.
10,000 or even 6,000 square feet with your own bowling alley, but maybe somebody should be allowed to have that too, I don't know, but
There is a
No.
second catch in the
Say no.
bylaw in terms of the longitudinal axis rule. You can't have 20 meters length in any direction or more than 20 meters in building length. So that does restrict building sizes regardless.
The lots.
Not the lots, the actual building itself, a measurement from corner to corner can't exceed 20 meters.
I've got David next.
Okay.
Just to the issue, we've also got Vancouver Coastal Health looking for large homes with six or more bedrooms.
They're not gonna build one though, that's the whole point.
No, they're
Yeah,
not, but they probably could. I doubt there are many that have 6 bedrooms unless it's a residence with a suite and then
Mhm.
you're counting the suite space as a.
Yeah.
But to the point, it falls back to the definition of a dwelling unit. You could have, let's say you had a 2,000 square foot limit per dwelling unit, you could have a triplex, which would give you 6,000 square feet.
Okay.
Like a,
Yeah.
that's not correct.
So the way it's written is the gross floor area is limited for a dwelling unit if it's developed without any other dwelling units as part of the same building.
Yeah.
So if it was a triplex, there would be no floor area limit per unit.
So that incentivizes additional
Adding units.
residential accommodation on a given lot.
I share the same concerns as Councilor Thompson because, I mean, in my house, we were 4 kids and it was 4 rooms and plus there was big areas and it wasn't even luxury, it was just because we were a big family and we always had people around and so anyways, I find a little bit, okay, in order to solve one problem, we also put too much restriction. And I understand the monster homes, like we don't want a 10,000, we don't want, but I don't think it's gonna happen anyways, right? So, or maybe, okay, the panel
Not
suggested.
the way we're going as a
Okay, the
community.
panel
Here's-
suggested.
Here's where
We're turning
variance
into West
comes.
Vancouver.
If you want more, you
Okay.
apply for a variance and you
Okay.
pay into the affordable housing
That's
fund.
what I was gonna say, we approved a variance on apps, because the guy was degenerative, he had a medical condition.
Right.
You guys probably remember that, just applied for a variance and then their setbacks were reduced to allow for ramps and stuff like that. I think people can apply for variances.
Okay, so
Well, there's a whole bunch of issues. First of all, sure, let's allow monster homes here. That just drives up the price of real estate. And if you're gonna say, hey, a strategic school is provide housing, it's gonna be worse. It's gonna be hard for people to build housing because it's just gonna be built out into these massive and expensive homes. You know, it's gonna be West Van. The other thing is too, though, is like, if you can pigeonhole them, you can say, sure, you can have a 3,200 square foot home, so you have to have a suite. You know, and the lady that lives beside me, she has a suite, and it's empty. Like, it's so frustrating. But the people that built behind me, up on the top, they have there's just 2 of them up there with their dogs, they have no incentive to rent out any part of their house. And it's a huge house, it's a massive house. And I'm not saying people shouldn't have nice houses, but if you have a lot size that's big enough to, I don't know, it just seems like
I'm not disagreeing that we put a cap, but I think 3,200 is almost okay. If you're a family with 5 kids, I know many people don't have 5 kids anymore, but some do. So I find a little bit, okay, and then you want an office, maybe both mom and dad work at home.
So apply for a variance.
But then you have
I
to
mean,
build
yeah,
a suite. I mean, it's
No.
expensive to build a suite, because now you need the whole new plan and stuff, so.
I'm good with just staying with the status quo. Cause I don't feel like we're going anywhere in terms of like, what do we do with this recommendation? Let's just stay with the status quo.
Yeah, the only other.
I feel like I've got no other choice. The way this conversation's going, cause it's going nowhere.
No, we can increase a bit, that's my point.
It sounds like you wanna get rid of it completely.
No. I agree that
Well-
I said not 10,000, but I don't know, 32, at least 3,500.
Yeah, the options that we were recommending to consider would be either 300 square meters, which is 3,229 square feet, or 325 square meters, which is just 2 square feet under 3,500 square feet.
Yeah,
If either
I'll
of
support
those
that.
feel better.
I support the 325.
Not 300. Okay.
okay.
It's like we're going for the highest one option possible. I also think a point worth which we don't talk about when we talk a lot about a lot of things in our little microscope on our town is that there are plenty of opportunities to build big homes on big lots just outside of town. And housing pressures for higher density are more on us and within the town boundaries, I think. And we need to address those pressures and provide supply for other housing types. We've got tons of big lots and big houses on the Sunshine Coast. But yeah, I'll
So 325 is still less than some of the larger houses in Gibsons. In fact, Gibson already
nope.
Okay.
Will be a lot of variances coming to stay.
Yeah, David.
So with this cap of 325, someone could just buy a lot, build 325 square feet, regardless of how that house fits in the neighborhood. It doesn't have to come to council with that higher limit. They're not looking for a variance. So you could radically change the look of a neighborhood.
Yeah, they don't have to do any kind of secondary suite.
I mean,
The
it's,
longitudinal measurement does have an impact though.
Yeah,
on
I think those 3
presence.
floors, 1,000 square feet per floor.
that's currently allowed. We have some homes that are bigger than that, 4,900.
Do they have suites? So
That one does that I just talked about.
yeah, so it's irrelevant, because that would still be allowed under this. We're talking about ones that don't have any suites.
but currently under zoning, we don't have a maximum floor area for dwelling units across Gibsons generally. In the view protection area, there is a floor area limit, so this is a new regulation that would apply to the rest of Gibsons.
Yeah, well, I'm sticking to our early principles of meeting our housing needs and increasing density and moving away from the domination of single family homes in this small area that we have. But I don't think we've got agreement on that.
I can draft it as a motion and you guys can vote on it.
Okay.
If you want.
Then you drive people to the SRD.
Sure.
And well, the thing is to build accessory buildings now are so expensive too, so people might choose to do just a single one.
There's some other things that ADP
Right.
brought up. The recommendation that the rear building height in the RL1 zone when on a lane should allow for a 2-story building with a 6.5 meter building height to allow suites above garages of 2-story laneway houses.
I know there's some disagreement on council on this one.
Okay.
Yeah. You're good with it though?
Well, we've got it already
Yeah.
in a number of areas. It's challenging, if you're trying to create off-street parking, building over a garage makes sense. If the garage is already existing and structurally it would allow a second story, you're saving on the cost of adding a potential suite. It's got a lot of pluses. It's not like we're giving it carte blanche to happen everywhere. There's caveats on where it would be allowed to happen. So, you know,
Yeah, I can support it too. I mean, it came up at the ADP that people, you know, people have built suites above garages in town.
the director of infrastructure who did that.
And yeah, above, we'll get into that.
But it needs to
But
happen.
now you can't, apparently, like the way we changed, that when we made some changes a month and a half ago or so, I think,
But they put a
You can't do
caveat
that
on
anymore.
it, it has to be on the lane.
Yeah.
Right?
yeah, okay.
So it's not
You
like
mean-
you
you
can
mean
just do it
currently?
everywhere.
Yeah, currently. But now you can't do it at all. In our, the way we're going, we're restricting this
And they're putting it back
More
in
than-
with the caveat that as long as it's on the lane,
ADP.
Yeah.
DP
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
recommending that.
Yeah, and you know, we have taken a look at that in terms of some designs of garden suites or laneway homes that are common. And 6.5 meters is still 2 meters lower than the principal building height. So we feel it is it's a comment from a group that is familiar with design and they want to be able to design 2-story laneway homes. So we don't have any technical objections to that.
Well, let's have it come forward to council. If that's just, the recommendation's already worded, right?
Can I just have
We
a
can
question?
discuss it then, yeah.
Is there any definition then between if that bottom square footage space was used as a garage versus if it was a carriage house? Do you know what I mean? It's still considered in the same parameters? So if you had a you could technically then do a home, a carriage house, garage with a dwelling above the garage.
Yeah.
You'd meet, and would then, but the setbacks would be eased off on the garage unit than it would on the carriage house. Does it, like, do you know what I'm getting at? Does it make,
Doesn't it have to be within the setback
So-
of rear, from the rear property line?
So a garage is an accessory building and it has its own setbacks and height that's lower. 3.5, about 3.5 meters. And if it's a dwelling, it's considered in the regulations for a dwelling.
But the setbacks are the same, so
okay,
the setback for when there is a lane, the setback is 1.5 meters. When there is no lane, it's 3.5 meters.
okay,
So you could put you could build a garage and put a dwelling unit above it. But you'd have to meet the height, whatever height limit. Right now, the height is 4.5 meters, so that's what the ADP was concerned about, was you can't build a carriage house in your backyard. And they were concerned about encroaching on the backyard space between the two units. But if council supports this, then you could build a carriage house in the backyard.
same setback, 1.5
Yeah.
laneway,
Yeah.
would make sense.
Yeah, and then the side yard setbacks are 1.5 meters as well.
Why wouldn't we do that? Have the carriage house,
I mean,
Setbacks
that's
on
the
the laneway.
recommendation from the ADP, right? Okay, we're good. Let's just make sure that comes forward. Now what do I have?
Do you want me to read the next one? Thanks, Kristen.
Thanks, Kristen.
That the ADP recommends moving food and beverage to an accessory use in the a commercial industrial zone with a floor area limit. So. We think that's a good idea.
You think it's a good idea?
Yes, yeah, to move it out, because somebody could open a restaurant in an industrial zone and that could take away the industrial use. So if you make it an accessory use, say it's a distillery,
right.
that has to be the principal use and the accessory use could be the restaurant.
Okay. Well, let's make sure that one comes forward.
And then they lost quorum. So they couldn't make any more recommendations, but they did discuss some additional things that I think were good. So one provision is where the area of a lot exceeds a certain number and zoning makes it possible to subdivide. The provision is that the siting of any proposed building or structure must permit future subdivision in accordance with all applicable regulations. And the ADP said, or there was discussion about removing that clause because it really limits what you can do on your property for current owners.
Yeah, so in the package, it's regulations, in general regulations 3.3, this is such a mouthful.
No,
It's on page 3-1. And to be honest, it's a carryover from your current zoning bylaw, we just brought it over without thinking through and so essentially we're in a position of supporting removing this law.
You say what it is?
Yeah, it's 3-1. Under 3.123.
Oh.
2.1.
That was in my
Sorry.
zoning bylaw package.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's that page, so 3.12 and then bullet 3.
Oh, for the lot else. And then the plus one. The Can you remind me, I remember the discussion, but, okay, so. Also, the bylaw tries to regulate thinking on a subdivision, and they were saying it restricts. I don't know what to say.
Was that where they were using the example of potential being able to subdivide and create, it wasn't strata unit housing, it was a
No,
form?
That's the next one.
Okay.
But this one, the example, they were, well, I guess it could be strata, so somebody wants to build 4 units on a property. And with this clause, we have to look at the layout of the property and future subdivision and say they can't build it in all these potential locations because it's a future lot line if the property owner wanted to subdivide. So it really takes future subdivision potential into the problem of the current property owner. And the ADP's perspective was that shouldn't be an issue. They should be able to design the lot the way they want and let future subdivision be a future property owner's issue.
Right, whether they tear it down or do whatever,
Exactly.
right,
And
got it.
just follow the zoning that applies to the lot that
Yeah.
they're building on. So if they meet the setbacks and they've positioned the house to meet all those requirements, then why should this become a sudden roadblock?
It could allow a much more easier flow of units on that lot by not having that restriction as well.
Yeah, and faster decision making for your administration, because they wouldn't be
Yeah.
like, oh, how does it deal with this? Should we ask them to move it over so it can subdivide the lot in
Yeah.
the future?
Right.
Okay, so
Yeah.
everybody seems to.
You're saying remove red tape.
That's
Don't
right.
remove it, yeah.
I like the way you phrase that.
We don't do that here. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, that's a handy one. The other thing that came up was fee simple row houses. So they were concerned that the lot width is too large, and specifically I guess, when the example they brought up was the RL zone, where the lot width is 10 meters, and they were saying that in order to build fee simple row housing, the lot width should be around 5 meters. Which is a good point. But that could allow a lot more smaller lots. So I would recommend keeping the lot size, and if someone wanted to build fee simple row housing, they could apply for variance to reduce the lot size for their row housing project,
So right
rather than
now,
applying it across.
we are allowing 280 square meters, right, for a lot size?
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is already
So they want smaller.
small.
Right.
And for, but then
But
in
that's only
commercial,
for the condition of
Rural
this
townhouse.
type of housing.
Yeah.
no, I know,
Yeah, that's large for a fee simple row house though. So that was the perspective the ADP had. Or members of the ADP, cause they didn't have quorum.
going back to the 280, it's funny, cause if your lot has 281, you can do 4 units, it's huge density. So can we not cap the size of lots, a minimum size lot? I find so concerning
Are we
this,
going way back to the beginning of the meeting?
well, I know, but it was not
I feel like we
really-
did this.
I think all the ADP was concerned about is trying to create new housing options
Yeah.
on small lots. Like if you're paying $900,000 for a small lot, being able to build this free
Maybe
housing,
2 rural townhouses on it.
you know, build these row houses on it and still have a bit of a backyard for each of the units, it's a potential plus plus. It's not gonna happen everywhere, right, because you've got height restrictions and so on and so forth.
I think my point, no, I get it, my point with small lots is if someone is gonna pay $900 for a 280, they're gonna go to the SCRD and buy. So, and I wonder.
Depends what they want to build,
No, I
if
know.
they're trying to create you know, there might be 4 lots that would be suited to this type of, housing, like, you go to Europe, everywhere you look, it's exactly this type of housing.
I know, but we are not there. It's gonna take 100 years or more, and then the whole world's gonna be less population.
Well, look at the Maritimes, look at Jelly Bean Road, it's exactly this type of housing
Where are we going here?
on narrow lots.
No, I'm not questioning a narrow lot, I'm questioning the size of the lot that we are allowing to subdivide so small.
I think the intent of the ADP was to create another
No, I get it.
potential housing option, which currently we don't have, because it's restricted by the lot size.
It was 3 members of the ADP left though too, right?
Yeah.
We've gotta keep this in mind.
I liked Director of Planning's recommendation that it's just a variance and we can look at it in a more holistic way.
So we don't need this recommendation to come forward?
No.
Even though it wasn't an official one in the first place?
No. And then the other pieces.
Well, sometimes, I could be way off base, but sometimes if somebody's reading this or somebody comes and, like, instead of them just thinking, like, if you read something, you go, well, maybe I'll get a variance, or I'll get a variance for this, if it's in there and it just says, hey, listen, here's your minimum lot size for row townhomes, why can't it be in there? And then somebody will know, like they might go, hey, that's a good idea. I've got this narrow lot, I can actually, if people are building homes for their kids now and stuff, like and in order to make affordability, they need lots of options. I think the ADP was just giving us more options for more density, and I like it. Like I would say, not that everyone didn't vote on the ADP, but
I don't care, sounds like a good idea to me. So, yeah, I'd put it in there.
To Stafford's point, I think that's what the ADP were trying to put out, is this is an option. Whether it's an option that has to be brought forward by a variance, but I think it should be, in that this is something that would be considered.
Yeah, so we've been kind of quiet over here because we haven't really thought it through. There's a lot of questions about how it would work on a site. Like with all the other zones, we've kind of thought about, does it fit? If it's a 16-meter wide lot, we're not sure how parking gets managed. When these are developed on a strata, then you have the opportunity to say, yeah, I can have 1, 2, 3 of them in a row. We can have our parking structure over here. So I haven't fully visualized how this works.
Thank you. I think this is another great example where if there is a rear lane, because then it would provide rear access for parking and that, and you'd have a nice row of houses, street front with sidewalk, yada yada, and then have the potential for access for parking and stuff off a lane. So I would say narrow lot with a rear lane would work.
So you guys wanna look into it a bit more?
We could, I think, like, functionally, what we get is we still can have townhouses. The Halyard is townhouses, Crusoe Lane, those are townhouses. They just have to make their road a strata road. So, and maybe some people don't wanna be part of a strata, which is why the ADP brought this up, it's fee simple. The difference is you'd have a party wall, kinda like a duplex, you'd have a party wall, and that would be who you have to deal with, is your party wall sharers. But we don't have a lot of, the orientation of our lots and our roads don't support, like, a lot of them don't support townhouses facing a road. They're long and skinny off of a road, so strata roads are just how we do it here. And so that's why I would recommend just keeping what we have, and if somebody does have a property that they could do this, they could just vary the lot width. And that's pretty straightforward.
But to Stafford's point, we're saying we would consider that option.
Well, yeah, we can't say,
I'm gonna say if any counselor wants to put this, kind of do the homework in the short amount of time we have and put this motion forward because you're really passionate about it, let's consider it at the meeting.
The variance works, right? That's what you're
I
saying.
mean, I feel
yeah,
like
to do that.
what we're hearing is a totally adequate way to deal with it.
May I ask a
Yeah.
clarification question? When we talk about minimum size lot 280, are we talking about just strata, or if I have a long lot, I can just?
A lot, so it could be strata, it could be, well, the entire lot could be 280 square meters.
How many do
So
we
like-
have right now of this?
You could look at Parkland, we don't have very many, but Parkland has the smallest lot sizes.
But the way their street works, they have a configuration that was planned for it, right?
Well, you'd have to, so when you subdivide your lot, you have to have road access, you have to have a building site, and so you have to have services, so they'd have to put all that in.
Okay.
So if it was a larger lot and they subdivided, they'd have to put in the road and the servicing and meet lot requirements.
Any more there?
There was a comment about overhang restrictions for retail, whether 1 meter or not, and we determined it's not an issue. The next one was landscape plans, and then definition of dwelling unit. We were wanting to make sure the current wording didn't preclude studio suites, and it doesn't, so we're good there. There's maybe a desire to move the word in the definition of the dwelling unit for absolute clarity.
definition?
Yeah, just get to it. They want to move the word
Include separate.
separate,
sanitary.
to in front of, sanitary, so it's separate sanitary and cooking facility.
And cooking?
No, it's just
Or
separate sanitary.
it was just sanitary?
Yeah, and actually I think moving cooking. At a minimum, distinct sleeping. And separate sanitary goes to right to the end.
At the time, and because it was right at the end of the meeting, it should probably say contained separate sanitary, because otherwise you could have the sanitary down the hall and it's shared sanitary.
For what it's worth, this definition has never been a problem. It was just how it was interpreted by a few ADP members.
But wouldn't be a problem with short-term rental, what it
No.
means?
No, the way it's written works. So they were concerned that you interpret separate sleeping and sanitary as you had to have a wall between these, like the bedroom and the bathroom and the kitchen, but that's not how it's applied. You just have to have a kitchen and a bedroom, or a bed and a bathroom in a dwelling unit. So it can be a studio, it can be a concept.
Yeah.
It's worked.
So, Country Way.
Yeah.
Like how to rent a studio up there.
Yeah.
It was all open.
Even the washer?
Well, no, it has a washer door.
No, I've seen.
Kitchen.
How much more do we have? This was the end of their meeting here, so
I think that's
I
it.
feel like it was,
Yeah.
they were kind of getting to the dregs.
Yeah, yeah. Do you want me to go over my notes just to wrap it up, or?
Okay, yeah, and we're probably gonna need some time before we.
Yeah, unless there's anything else in your
Yeah, let's
motions.
go over the notes
Okay.
now. Yeah, I mean, and my motions are probably addressed by most of those.
Okay. So, at the beginning, we talked about in the RL1 zone, removing clause 4.3. So, on page 2-2 of the zoning bylaw, 4.3 reads, on lots with a lot area greater than 1,000 square meters, the maximum density is 50 dwelling units per hectare, rounded down to the nearest whole number. So if we remove that clause, it means that the maximum density on any RL1 zone would be 4 units. So it won't go up. So we can turn that into a motion, you guys can vote on it.
Okay.
Unless you wanna do it now.
Let's do it
Or in workshop.
Okay.
I mean, just,
Okay.
I'd rather kind of just go at a workshop and do it. I mean, yeah, we can do that. Yeah,
We
let's, I
can.
mean, sure.
Unless you want, it's up to you, sorry, I didn't.
Maybe
mean to-
maybe we should go up there. I think we should probably go up there with the
Okay.
microphones and everything, make sure it's
Sure. The other one is place 4.3, so that section that we're removing from the RL1, place it into a new zone that allows cluster housing and townhouses, so this would, or I guess we have to figure out the density, but we would have and the other thing we're doing is creating a new RM, medium density zone that allows townhouses and cluster housing. The density is gonna be between the RL1 zone and the RM1 zone.
Did you just say 50 and 75, is that what you said?
That's what I had written down, yeah.
Yeah, 50, yeah.
So, 10-meter building height, medium density setbacks, 50 unit per hectare density with a density bonus up to 75 units per hectare. A height bonus with a housing agreement up to 16 meters. And then I have a list of properties to apply it to. I just have to do some calculations to make sure the densities
Was there a housing agreement to take it to 75?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry, density bonus with a housing agreement to
Okay,
75.
sorry.
And height bonus with a housing agreement to 16 meters. The other thing discussed was 626 Shaw Road and Lot L next to it. So these two properties that are high density make them medium density. And the other one is change Lot 7 to medium density. I believe that's this one right here. Replace height in the RH1 with 15 meters, so reduce it, right now it's 20 meters, so reduce it to 15 meters with a height bonus to go up to 20 meters with a housing agreement. So that
And what zone is that?
high density residential.
Oh, that, yeah.
So right now it's
Yeah.
20 meters, so bring the height down to 15, add a housing agreement for that difference. 718 North Road, keep it as high density, so that doesn't
We
need
don't,
to
no motion.
be there. The Venture Way Seamount discussion, add an OCP policy to support mixed-use commercial in the Venture Way Seamount area, so that's right here. Or, allow these uses, so it would be the industrial zone with some uses from the commercial, so arts and culture, entertainment and recreation, microbrewery, service commercial, and then we might have to remove automotive services. So that's a question I have here. Or if we keep automotive services, we would have to do a second OCP. Does that make sense?
I thought we were allowing existing to stay.
Yeah, right now automotive is only allowed in the industrial, so where's my OCP?
In the industrial, but
So
we're retaining the industrial.
we're retaining most of the, I think that is one of the differences. So in the industrial land use designation in the OCP, it says it allows a wide range of industrial, commercial, and light industrial uses in Upper Gibsons, including distribution facilities and warehouses, small-scale manufacturing, automotive products and services, and large site retail uses. So, and the manufacturing. Yeah, we might have to. Anyway, I'll have to figure out how that applies. If you wanna keep on automotive services, I can keep it there.
We need to keep it in industrial, right? There's nowhere else we can go.
Yeah. But this would be a separate zone, so this industrial zone would be different to, so the industrial zone that would apply in this area, which is between Payne, and Venture Way and Seamount Way, north of Gibsons Way. That's kind of the area we're looking at.
And is the concern about automotive services, is that one of these property owners wants to do automotive services and we're not sure that fits our,
There have been inquiries for that, but
Well, there's automotive services.
It's already there.
the automotive is
Haley.
down here, That's down here.
Bailey's operating automotive services.
Yeah, they're not included in this. I'll pass this around, so you can
Main
see the
road.
boundary,
So now
and the concern about automotive services was that concern about Venture Village not wanting noise.
Yeah,
Bailey's included in this.
and lights, I guess.
They're in here. They're the corner lot where HL used to be, right? Howard Lang.
Oh,
They're
the other
just
side,
renting
the
that,
other
or did
corner
they buy it?
Well, they're fixing cars and accepting.
Oh,
But
yeah,
from
up
their
there.
service area,
Yeah.
Automotive services?
That is automotive
Yeah.
services, so Okay, so we'll have to figure this out. I don't know if an OCP policy is enough to make it consistent with the OCP. This might mean coming in on the back end with an OCP amendment for mixed use commercial, because it's quite a mostly industrial zone.
So, I mean, also, there's not, if that's the only thing, there's not a big rush on that either, because it's not, like, it doesn't really have anything to do with the housing.
Yeah.
The,
That's true.
the half or the,
Yeah.
or what the province wants us to do either.
The other note here was about the special study areas. And we specifically discussed these 3 properties in Upper Gibsons and these 2 properties on the highway.
So I asked the other senior planner at McElhaney about holding zones. He says no holding zones are permitted. You can have special zones that limit use. What you see most do is put in a limited number of uses and or densities and then set conditions in the OCP that need to be considered prior to development.
Right. So put a really simple zone. Either apply, so what we could do, apply a low density zone or create a holding zone with a very limited
Uses
Build.
and densities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
uses density subdivision potential. And then do the same for these 2 properties.
I mean, today we could ask you to take a special study area approach to those 2 properties, and
Okay,
then you can,
Come up with
we'll
it.
see it. We'll see it at third reading, and we either
you'll see before
we'll
the
wanna
public
change it
hearing.
or we won't, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry, you mentioned we'll see before the public hearing?
well, if you give second reading, subject to these changes, then we can share it before it
okay.
gets,
Okay.
before the public sees it,
Okay.
but there's not gonna be room for changes between when you see it and the public
No,
hearing.
but we can change on the 3rd reading,
Yeah,
of course.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
And if whatever the best you come up with for
Yeah.
whatever
Yeah.
is something that is disagreed with, we can change it.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so special study area for those 2 sites. And then page 46, this, what you said, Councillor D'Andrade, about that line, you wanted to split up C into C and D. So split up municipal servicing to facilitate stormwater management and for the protection of riparian and environmentally sensitive areas and biodiversity, so that's the second one. And then the other note was about the ADP's recommendation to increase the maximum size of a dwelling unit. We've got, increase it from 250 square meters to 325 square meters,
I wanna interject here.
okay?
I just asked somebody who's got a very comfortable 6-bedroom house, 5 kids, like we were talking about 5 kids, and it's 280 square meters.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So if it was going to be imposed, that there would have to be a suite. So before a person could take occupancy on a new build, then that second suite would have to show firewalls, separate. So it's a big expense then as well too. So if you were gonna manage it differently and have your children with their grandchildren living downstairs, in a unit like that, that was sort of self-governed, it wouldn't have those things. So,
Yeah, and that did come up with the AEP, they were concerned about multi-generational households and not being able to build what's suitable for those families with a floor area limit.
right.
Yeah.
So even somebody that was maybe intending later to put a suite in couldn't, if they had cost infringement on being able to do it as part of that initial build, take occupancy, they would have to have that suite built.
Yeah.
If they wanna be over the limit, yeah.
Or apply for variance.
Which is the whole cost prohibitive, back to the cost prohibitive aspect of applying a variance so that you could build a suite later. It's,
No, but to build over the allowable square footage.
do you see what I'm getting at though? Like, so even, you know, you're applying for a variance to put funds further down the road to be able to build a suite if you needed to. Then you're applying for a variance to be able to have the square footage to later have a suite.
No, but what I'm saying is if you've got a vacant lot and we're saying there's a cap of 328 square meters,
300.
whatever,
325.
325, so we're saying that there's a cap on that, but for whatever reason, because you're a multi-generational family all living happily together, and you want to have 7 bedrooms and you need the extra square footage,
Then
you
you,
apply for a variance.
yeah.
You don't
Pass the
have to
three.
put in a suite.
At a 325 cap.
Or you could build the suite from the get-go and not have to apply for anything, you just go ahead and build it. And you could double your 325 to 650 by having a suite the same size as your principal dwelling.
At 325.
It's a big suite.
No, but there's lot coverage, right?
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
it's-
I'm sorry I took
it's
us
a
off on this,
single
we'll
footprint.
debate it when we
Oh,
get to the
okay.
meeting, I mean,
Okay, so the way it'll be written is that something about the floor area increase will go from 250 square meters to 325. And then you guys can debate it. The next one would be the ADP recommendation about allowing up to 2 stories in the rear setback. So
that's
that'll-
already written as a recommendation,
That's
so it'll be
already
easy.
And then the last one is that staff be directed to remove clause 3.1.2.3, which is that subdivision limitation one, where you have to place your home and consider future subdivision of a lot.
Can I make a request, when you're presenting especially the ones that you're saying, this lot here, can you put on the screen so we all see?
Yes.
Cause we're not having the update, right, so at
We've got
least.
maps all over the place.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
let's
I'll
not,
do
let's
some
not,
coloring now.
we don't need more homework for you, I think. You need to go do, look up one of the items, right?
Special, yeah, I don't know that I can get an answer to that right
What is that?
away. The special study area,
No, special study areas, okay, what's the other one?
that was.
We're just gonna say we're gonna do a special study area approach.
Yeah, that's,
And then you go and-
I can write it in a way that staff be directed to develop a special study area for these 2 areas in Gibsons with a holding zone. Something like that.
Special study area and then find out whatever you need to do in the zoning bylaw to support that.
Okay,
We are not
And then
there,
if it comes to us in
We're not there
public
yet.
hearing and 3rd reading,
It's not coming tonight, we're not there yet, right?
the special study area, we
Yeah.
need to give direction to that, yes.
Oh, yeah, sure.
but it's not to develop a is it to develop a study?
Let's take a, if you want, I mean, I said, apply a special study area approach to
Yeah, that's,
this lot and this, or these lots and these lots.
I have a question for Lucian. Lucian, do the recommendations to referral at pages 230, 231 from the ALR, do they require a council resolution?
oh, I don't think so because we made the changes in the bylaw and they were highlighted, so the version that's gonna go to council has them incorporated.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
So, when they give second reading as amended,
It will be
We
there.
don't need to know.
so everything that has been highlighted, you're not going to bring, we're just gonna assume
you've seen it now.
Right.
Yeah.
Fair.
So that's the highlighted yellow stuff in the markup, so responding to the school district and the ALC.
Actually, I'm gonna bring one more thing up. For the density page, so page 15 of the OCP, what we did is we included density limits in each designation. But to Councillor DeAndrade's point about bringing in small-scale multi-unit housing and the provincial policy, the density exceeds the 50 units per hectare. So I would add a line in here to say that the intent of this land use designation is to implement Bill 44 and allow ground-oriented residential development and keep the rest the same so that it
It's clear.
is
Yeah,
clear.
because if someone does the math, it's like
Exactly,
crazy.
yeah,
Yeah.
so then that
Yeah.
should cover it, cause that's basically small scale multi-housing.
Perfect.
I'm gonna write that one down too.
Oh, that's awesome, thank you, wow.
My legs are
Yours.
numb.
I know,
These chairs are
nobody's great,
good for about 2 hours.
It's wonderful, because now I don't feel we need a break. I mean, you guys need to solve, but I'm clear. And
Okay.
I really appreciate that.
Can you read this real quick? Can I just,
Are you just gonna send us
Can I
that
just,
email so we have a
say,
copy?
I'm gonna
you
draft
have
this
a-
and send it to
Can they
Rebecca.
chill out? Because we haven't hired anybody yet. Like they keep saying, you've already hired somebody, we need to.
I thought that she said, I might have come to me, said
Can I-
something,
can I
that
do
there were
this?
good candidates.
They were good candidates.
Yeah.
I don't think either.
No one's
I
been
don't think
hired.
you have
but
for
I'm-
every
Okay, we are reconvening our special meeting of council of December 10th, 2025. Reconvening at 4:37 p.m. And we did finish our workshop. Business arising from the workshop, we have a handout of summarizing motions that have come out of that, or amendments to proposed to second reading that have come out of that workshop. And I think probably the best thing to do is read them all out on the record here, which I will do when we put the bylaw forward. I'm not going to do it twice. So going to 6.1, we have a recommendation, and I'm glad I've got multiple drinks here to hydrate myself while I read all this out. So the recommendation being that the Town of Gibson's official community plan bylaw number 1339, 2025 be given second reading, and Town of Gibson zoning bylaw number 1342, 2025 be given second reading, subject to the following revisions. 1, that staff be directed to remove clause 4.3 in RL1 zone. 2, that staff be directed to add to Table 1 OCP land use designations in the low-density residential land use designation, implement Bill 44 and, end quote, the first quote is before implement, so that it reads, the intent of this land use designation is to implement Bill 44 and allow ground-oriented residential development, including single detached and semi-detached dwellings, secondary suites and garden suites, duplexes, multiplexes, and cluster housing up to 50 dwelling units per hectare. 3, and that staff be directed to develop a new RM zone that allows cluster housing and townhouses with the following regulations. Same RM setbacks, 50 dwelling unit per hectare density, density bonus with housing agreement to 75 units per hectare, 10-meter building height, height bonus with housing agreement to 16 meters. Apply it to existing townhouse and cluster development, which may include these properties. 965 Celia Crescent, Maplewood Development on Woodsworth Road, 735 Park Road, 689 Park Road, Lot 7, Block 4 to 6, Plan VAP 23167, District Lot 689, 822 Sunshine Coast Highway, 624 Shaw Road, 720, 724, and 728 Gibsons Way. And 4, that staff be directed to change zoning on 626 Shaw Road and Lot L, Block 2, Plan VAP 18545, District Lot 1328, from RH1 to medium density residential. 5, that staff be directed to change zoning on Lot 7, Block 4 to 6, Plan VAP 23167, District Lot 689, from RH1 to medium density. 6, that staff be directed to replace the building height in RH1 zone from 20-meter building height to 15-meter building height with an increase to 20-meter to facilitate additional housing, provided that a housing agreement is in place with the Town of Gibsons. And then in the category of industrial lands, number 7, that staff be directed to add an OCP policy to support mixed-use commercial in the Venture Way / Seamount Way area. 8, and that staff be directed to apply the C1 zone for existing industrial properties along Payne Road, Venture Way, Seamount Way, not including properties fronting Gibsons Way, with the additional permitted uses: arts and culture, entertainment and recreation, microbrewery, and service commercial. And in the category of special study area, 9, that staff be directed to apply a special study area with interim zoning for the following properties. Special study area A, over 3 large properties located between School District 46 Elphinstone Secondary Property and the Maplewood development on Woodsworth Road. Special study area B, over 1150 Sunshine Coast Highway and 1118 Sunshine Coast Highway. 10, and that resolutions numbers R 2025-185 and R 2025-188 be rescinded. OCP updates. That OCP policy 12.2C be amended so that it reads: C, municipal servicing to facilitate stormwater management, and D, for the protection of riparian and environmentally sensitive areas and biodiversity. And then 3 recommendations arising from ADP minutes. Number 12, that the maximum gross floor area in the RL1 and RL2 zones be increased from 250 square meters to 325 square meters. And 13, that the rear building height in the RL1 zone, when on a lane, allow for a 2-story building with a 6.25 building height to permit suites above garages or 2-story laneway homes. And 14, that staff be directed to remove 3.1.2.3 from the zoning bylaw, which states, where the lot area of a lot exceeds 1,115 square meters and where the zoning of the lot makes it possible that the lot could be subdivided in future, the siting of any proposed building or structure must permit future subdivision in accordance with all applicable regulations. So that is the full motion recommendation with the subjects. And that covers both the zoning bylaw. That covers both 6.1 and 6.2, correct? Yeah, okay. So we need a mover, moved by Councillor Kroll. Oh, do we need to adjust anything that, I read out or is written here?
Yeah, sorry, Mayor, I just noticed something that council might have intended and I did not capture here. So under number 1, removing clause 4.3 in the RL1 zone, that's the 50 dwelling unit per hectare density. I didn't add it to the RL2 zone. So if the intention was to remove it from all low density zones, I'd recommend adding that to the RL2 zone, which is the zone along the waterfront of Marine Drive.
So that be removed from RL2 as well, or?
So where it says that staff be directed to remove clause 4.3 in the RL1 zone, you could add and RL-2 zone.
Okay, so with the change, remove clause 4.3 in RL1 zone and RL2 zone in number 1. Okay, moved by Councillor Kroll, and I will second it. Are there any questions? First on just the clarity here, I think is probably helpful. So Councillor DeAndrade.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I think when you say implement Bill 44, it is embedded the restriction, right? That is 4 units for lots bigger than 280. And below 280 could be 3 units. But that means, so even if someone has a big lot on, because I know there's some lots that are really huge, so they would be able only to build 4 units, just to confirm that.
They'd be maxed out at 4?
units,
I
yeah,
don't believe
because we don't
that's,
have the
that- I don't
density.
think we talked about that. Did we talk, is that what we're? No, that's not, we never talked about that.
Oh, sorry, we removed, but we added on the other, oh, okay. I think, so, no, because we said it moves, which is 50 dwelling units, but, okay, I didn't realize. The second includes the 50 dwelling units. So we still, the maximum is 50 dwelling units per hectare. Just want to confirm.
Without a housing agreement.
Pardon me?
Without a housing agreement.
You understand?
No.
Yeah.
If I understand correctly, she was looking to.
Okay, because we remove the 50 dwelling units per hectare, what is allowed, let's talk about a big lot, let's say, okay.
I think I understand. So, clause 2 is the OCP. So it's the official community plan. And the 50 dwelling unit per hectare is the density limit in the OCP. But the zones, the RL1 and RL2, do not have that 50 unit per hectare density. But the RM2, or this new medium density residential zone, will have a 50 unit per hectare density. So what it does is it differentiates the OCP land use designation. Under low density, it still has that 50 unit per density limit. Medium goes above that, and high density goes further above that. It just allows some wiggle room to come in for a rezoning if they wanted to build more units on their property.
I mean, this isn't new, right? This is just the intent is to reflect what we talked about, so.
Yes.
Where's the disconnect happening here? I just,
The,
Councillor Andrade here.
the comment that Ms. Stats made is accurate. You still want an OCP designation that allows up to that 50 dwelling units per hectare, so that when you get this new townhouse, cluster house zone, you can say, oh, okay, our OCP allows it under that designation. And so the rezoning, you still have the option of a couple of residential zones to operate with.
I think, I thought I had understood during the workshop, but I think I got a twist, because now we are removing this clause 4.3 from the low residential zone. So we are saying there's no maximum density for this zone?
No. I can clarify. So under the low density residential zones, now the maximum anybody could build out would be 3 units if their property is less than or equal to 280 square meters, or they could build 4 units if their property is greater than 280 square meters. So on larger properties, you could only build 4 units. That's maxed.
Okay,
So
sorry, Mayor, that was my initial question, so I appreciate. Okay.
Satisfied with the answer now? Okay. Did I see Councillor Cole? Did you have your hand up over something?
Thank you, Mayor White. Going down to the special study area, I appreciate the intent of the special study, but should there not be some land use designation in the OCP for this land, or?
It's, we're directing staff to look at this further. They'd be directed to apply a special study with interim zoning, so that interim zoning is going to be identified in terms of how to support a special study area, and then we'll be seeing that in, that'll go to the public hearing. It'll come to us stuff
We'll have it by
before the public hearing, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Is there more on that? Yeah.
Yeah, Councillor Kroll, perhaps some words could be added that staff be directed to apply a special study area in the OCP, because that's not mentioned. So it would be the addition of the words in the OCP, followed by with interim zoning for the following properties. Okay, if that helps for clarity, I think it's, does that address your?
Well, yeah, as long as we are going to have a land use designation before the public hearing, because from the point of view of a developer or a landowner, I think they need some basic starting block to be able to come forward with any sort of proposal. And leaving a land use designation out of it, I think is.
I think it's our understanding from looking at this in the workshop that we would need to come up with interim zoning, so that's why it says the interim zoning.
As long as we have the land use designation prior to the public hearing, I'm fine.
Yeah, and do we need to do, I don't know if that was a concern, the lack of clarity about in the OCP. I mean, I think that's implied. But do we, otherwise do we, I mean, to staff, would it help if we clarify that?
We understand what to
Okay.
do.
Okay, so we don't need to do an amendment. Any other questions? Okay, all those,
No, I have. Sorry, I said
okay,
this.
well, wait, don't just go with this.
Sorry. I'm being timid.
Okay.
On the November 18, we passed a motion that larger building setbacks be applied in RM2 zones where a building an RL zone. And then building height increased to 20 meters with housing agreement be removed from the RM2 zone. So in a way, the second clause, so I wonder if we have to do something about with this motion, but at the same time, I would like to capture, I don't know if it's, sorry, we talk about so many things, but where in the OCP or there is a policy that says that when it's larger, let's say the RM zone goes 4-story, if there's a larger setback when building a low density zone. Did we capture that?
I thought that was done already. Yeah.
So that is written in the RM zone directly.
Okay.
So that was included in the package with the revised language and highlighted. Basically, it says the minimum setback from Highway 101 and North Road and abutting lots zoned RL1 or RL2 is 5 meters.
Okay.
So that's where the larger setback was just written right into the zone.
Okay, appreciate that. Can I follow up? So if someone in the RM zone, the developer of RM zone decides to do only townhouses, for example, but beside there is whether a civic institution, some higher building, would this apply as well? Because right now it's applying just to RL1 zone. Could this apply to any zone that is lower or something? Because we could have a series of townhomes and then a 6-story building that was approved just beside.
Through the mayor, currently as written, the default setbacks in the zone would apply. So there's no different setback based on other different uses.
However,
Public institution.
yeah, I mean, at least in the case of a 6-story building, so I guess that this is a question, is because there's a housing agreement that needs to be negotiated, that doesn't give us any leverage in that case about setbacks, so does it? It's just about housing agreement.
That's right.
Okay.
And then the question is on the medium density lot, if you're next to a public institutional
Yeah, or
a larger building.
yeah.
Yeah, so it would be the setbacks of the zone apply to that medium density. And then in the public institutional, they have to meet their setbacks on a different property.
Is it possible, Mayor, to have some sort of general policy when you have a zone that is higher than the other one, that we can look at setbacks? Because, yeah, we solve one issue with lower residential, but we could have pretty much a series of townhomes and a building right beside.
Yeah, we could. I mean, it's, I don't know, I'm kind of looking at other members of council here to see if this is because I know, I appreciate Councillor DeAndretti, you've been bringing this up for consistently. But, I mean, I think we need to make sure there's some agreement on this, that the setbacks we're talking about aren't enough. And furthermore, there needs to be much greater setbacks for, say, a 3 to 4 story building versus when it's next to a 5 or 6 story building. I don't know if that's a burning concern.
Or if there's a 4-story building close to a 3-story, or a 5 close to a 3-story, because that would happen, right?
And there are setbacks built into these developments, but you're saying perhaps you're concerned there should be greater setbacks.
Only when you have other zonings adjacent. So if you have a high zone, high density, and it happens that in a zone that is smaller, lower, sorry. It just, if there's a general policy that we can look at that. So we can, the same way we talk about an agreement
Okay.
with density and height, we can look at. And sometimes could be just a matter of 2 meters or something, or the position of the building. But I think it's important to take this into account.
Yeah, I'm not hearing a strong desire from council to further change. I mean, we talked about this a lot in the workshop already today. We had a long conversation in the workshop about changing these zones. However, a question, I mean, during our break actually came up, and maybe if any changes come to third reading after the public hearing, what would be a trigger for another public hearing? Like, what would changes to density require that? So what exactly would it be, just to clarify for everybody?
I have to look up the act again, but it's changes to use or density.
Okay, would changing setbacks, would that be a change to use? No. Yeah.
No. So the listed permitted uses or the density per property, so like unit count.
Density per property. So if density were changed to even one property, though, we'd have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's helpful to know. Okay, but if something about setbacks were to come up later, it could come to third reading. An amendment could be made there, but it didn't come out of the workshop today. Councillor Kroll?
Thank you, Mayor White. First of all, hearing Councillor D'Andretti's concern, it was something that was not flagged at all by the ADP, and I would have thought if it was on anyone's radar, it would have been on theirs. But I think there's an opportunity, because in most cases we're talking about land that has not been built on. If someone is building, if there's an existing 6-story building and the adjacent property is a lower density, I would think anyone considering building on that project would consider, or where they place the building on the property, an orientation to create a bit of a buffer between an existing building and a new building. If it's a higher building going up beside an existing lower building, if they're going for the extra height, it would come for a housing agreement. And I would think there might be some wiggle room there to suggest how because under form and character, though, I think there might be some wiggle room to say, by situating the building in such a way on the property, you could reduce the impact. I appreciate Councillor Denvetti's concern, but, you know, we had 3 architects on the ADP and they didn't even see it as a potential problem.
Okay, are there concerns or questions? Okay, we are ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion? The motion carries. And we are now talking about the next regular meeting of council, which will be held on Tuesday, January 6, 2026 at 3:30 p.m. And we have our, at least as far as meetings go, our holiday break before that. So happy holidays, everybody. And we need a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Lumley, seconded by Councillor Kroll. All those in favor? The motion carries. Thank you, everybody, for all your work today. Council and staff.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Catherine.